Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the OSU Catch World Cup 2025. I'm Snow Leopard here with Toph Daddy, and we're ready to see an exciting match between Colombia and Taiwan. Toph, how's it going?
It's going good. Opening up the weekend with a losers bracket match here. Number 18 seeded Colombia, number 21 seeded Taiwan. Quite close in the seeding department, but I'm interested to see how this match ultimately plays out. We do see a little bit of a matchup between these two as far as past rounds go. Colombia might be taking the edge overall on some of that, but otherwise, just seeing the scores, I think these two teams are extremely well matched. Both teams are very consistent across the board on pretty much every skill set, and there's a little bit of variability, I think, that's going to allow both teams to have points of attack, within not just singular mods, but pretty much everywhere within the pool.
Yeah, I think this one's definitely a good candidate to go to tiebreaker just because of how close things are. Interesting to see how that plays out with Taiwan's roster in particular, as they have some returning people and some new players as well. I believe Colombia's roster mostly the same. Could be wrong.
I'm not totally certain, but something worth noting on Colombia's roster, a 5-man roster, so potentially an area for issues, especially with a lack of a swap out, or I guess a lack of an extra swap out. Obviously, this is 3 versus 3, but still, not having that 6th player definitely leaves room for improvement and makes it harder to kind of match things up, form teams of 3 for all of the mods, though they've done a good job of it so far. Yeah, is that a one roll? Is that a one roll I just saw?
That's crazy. I think you just pack it up at that point.
The coveted one roll comes out in the first matchup of the quarterfinals, and our ref getting through the formalities, waiting for Colombia, who won the roll, to select whether they want first or second ban, and they're going to take the first pick, second ban. So they're going to, I think that's the expected choice from the roll winner usually.
Yeah, it's generally the advantage. Be a little bit of mind games sometimes if you have a particularly one-sided match in terms of seeding, but if it's pretty competitive, that's generally the favored pick.
Yeah, we see an immediate ban of that hidden 2s, the low AR hidden getting no love from Taiwan. Interestingly, a little bit of a variance from previous matches. Colombia actually banning the hidden 1 from the previous round in round of 16, and Taiwan deciding that they're hidden, not feeling comfortable, even though Colombia did ban a hidden last round, going to get rid of one anyways, and Colombia going to go ahead and ban that DT1, the consistency DT.
Yeah, hidden 2 ban, not super surprising here. It is AR8, which always scary, that low AR hidden map, especially now that we're in the quarterfinals. Those are starting to get seriously hard. Kind of eased into it a little bit in those previous rounds. But yeah. So. Yeah,
and like you said, AR8, that's actually the lowest we've seen on any of these hidden maps, so it's a little bit of new territory coming up. But other than that, Colombia getting that first pick, going for the Nomad 2, quite a popular pick among pretty much every team. Like, obviously this round is the first match of quarterfinals, but between round of 32 and round of 16, Nomad 2 has been getting picked a lot. I think people just are really comfortable with this kind of general technical pattern with predictable spacing almost.
Yeah, I was about to say Jimzu Nomad 2, my beloved, but There's actually a Yoshi Green map, or it might be a collab. Okay, yeah, it is a collab. That's cool. Oh yeah, we still got the Gem Zoo Nomad too. It's the classic. It's the tech pick.
Yeah, I mean, it's the Nomad 2. It's what you expect from this. Looking at previous rounds, if we're just looking at how the performances were, we actually did see both of these teams play the round of 16 Nomad 2. Colombia taking quite a heavy advantage over Taiwan's score overall, but that was a different map. These are two different maps. This is going to get a little bit harder. And arguably, the idea from Taiwan is you're going to hope that the difficulty impacts Colombia enough that you're able to keep up, and more misses are more likely because Colombia had a very strong score on Nomad 2 from last week.
Yeah, when the difficulty isn't quite high enough, it makes things extra interesting. You can have some upsets or have teams just do a triple FC. But we're going to get some early misses. Help me, please, and Happiness Fish. And EUK, actually.
That was actually a three-way drop from Taiwan, so there are no full combos remaining on Taiwan already. Less than what I believe they all missed the 450 combo. Like you said, Help Me Please did trade one of those out. Wanzi now trading another one of those out right around 200, but Aya is going to trade another one of those, and Dakari going to be the only FC remaining coming into this first quarter.
Yeah, that miss from Flyer going to increase the lead more for Colombia. About 60k and growing. A bit of a shorter map too, just 2 minutes long. Things aren't looking great for Taiwan as they continue to find a few more misses.
Yeah, we're already seeing that 6-digit lead appear for Colombia there. Help Me Please is going to find another break, but Wanzi and Dakari, well, now I say it, Dakari actually does find a break traded by Happiness Fish. So that's actually the last full combo in the lobby gone there. A few more misses coming out from both sides, but that 6-digit lead is going to stay intact as Taiwan's misses are going to be enough to cancel out what we're seeing in Wanzi with the big combo, canceling out Flyers combo as well, and keeping that lead in favor of Colombia going into the final quarter of the map.
Yeah, with such a short map, it's fairly over at this point with such a lead. It was a pick from Colombia, so not the end of the world for Taiwan, but, a strong start for Colombia for sure.
Yeah, one of those situations I mentioned that both of these teams had played Nomad 2 in the last round, and Colombia had a pretty clear advantage. And I think that I'd imagine that's why the comfort is there for Colombia, just seeing that they can have the confidence to go with this right away and get the right foot started for this match here, especially with everything on the line, both these teams in the losers bracket and the loser getting eliminated from the tournament. So Colombia starting off on the right foot, getting that 1-0 lead, and giving the pick off to Taiwan, who's going to hope to start this match in the same way.
Yeah. The other interesting note is the time of this match. It's about 10 p.m. for Colombia and 11 a.m. for Taiwan. So if this goes the distance all the way to tiebreaker, that could give a bit of an edge to Taiwan, as we'll start getting a bit late for Colombia. But so far, it doesn't look like that's an issue. Colombia starting off pretty strong. Just a single miss from Wanzi.
Yeah, really impressive score. Generally, very good scores just from Colombia in general. And we're seeing a pretty quick pick there. Hard Rock 1 coming out. At the stream consistency for the Hard Rock there, similar to the last round we had for the Hard Rock, where there were a lot of different stream patterns. But this one's going to have a lot more of the long form streaming with no real breaks in the same way, where the jumping and spacing isn't going to be as big of a deal, so much as the control on some of those longer streams is going to be.
Yeah, also much longer map than the previous, whole extra minute, so a bit more time for some stability. But
to be the first one to miss, as all three Taiwanese players are able to hold on with just one full combo opposing them on Columbia from Help Me Please.
Yeah, definitely a much better start for Taiwan than that previous map. Being their pick makes sense. Gonna get a trade there from Happiness Fish and Help Me Please.
Yeah, so that's the last FC from Colombia down now. Flyers also going to break the full combo for Taiwan. Just one left on the board. Ayak holding the double S and full combo as the last in the lobby and helping Taiwan hold on to a 54,000 point lead. And you mentioned this is a minute longer than that Nomad 2 we saw, and the leads are going to be more impactful. A 60,000 point lead here in a map like this with such a high combo is going to be harder to come back from for Colombia than what we would have seen from a 60,000 point combo on something as short as the Nomad 2 was. So this lead a little bit bigger than what it may seem right now.
Absolutely, yeah. Still definitely room for a comeback from Colombia if Taiwan starts to miss quite a bit. And Happiness Fish actually drops a ton right there. Does recover.
Yeah, finds probably 10 to 15 misses in a row just because, missing at the wrong point of those streams. You're going to miss a couple hypers and just miss a bunch of notes right in a row, though. Taiwan is going to maintain a lead, though. Flyer in this lower density section is going to find a break as well, and that lead is going to start shrinking extremely quickly. But Takari is going to trade it back and stem the bleeding just a little bit.
Yeah, follow-up miss from Help Me Please. I'm going to return that buffer to Taiwan, but as you said, that 60k was a lot larger than it looked. We had 2 misses from Taiwan from 2 separate people, and it still hadn't quite flipped. It probably would have. Happiness Fish going to drop again and bring that closer, but still a lead for Taiwan.
Yeah, I mentioned earlier, last full combo on the side of Taiwan with Aik there. Takari going to kind of break. Wanzi doing a good job of coming back and basically nullifying the score bonus that Aik's giving. So it's just a matter of Help Me Please and Takari versus Happiness Fish and Flyer, which Happiness Fish and Flyer are winning for now. Another trade and miss between Fish and Takari. Looked a little bit rough there, but they're continuing to trade back and forth as Flyer and Help Me Please hold on to some combo in these last few patterns, and Taiwan going to be able to take their point as well and bring it to a 1-1 slate.
Yeah, nice little 34k score advantage. Not quite as large as we saw with Nomad 2, but still very respectable, and a massive SS coming out from Taiwanese captain.
Yeah, Ayak doing a great job there. Wanzi also having a great score themselves, missing right at the beginning and then completely FCing the rest of the map. So doing what they could, but despite that, Taiwan's overall consistency on this hard rock is going to be able to give them the win and move the pick back to Colombia. So 2 of the picks that I think we were expecting out of these teams just based on strengths and weaknesses. Taiwan feeling very comfortable in hard rock overall, having picked multiple of them last week. Colombia, just an incredible performances overall in Nomad. I could see them just going straight back to that again, though it is going to be a little bit more difficult with the rest of the maps being significantly more consistency based. Nomad 1 and Nomad 3 both being quite long maps in themselves, and then Nomad 4 being a little bit of a toss-up depending on how comfortable each of these teams feels with converts in general.
Yeah, I could see definitely Nomad 1, I think, is going to be a bit sketchier in terms of just being that consistency pick. Nomad 3 to some degree as well, the length, but it is the gimmick pick, so there's some interesting stuff in there that could throw either team off, honestly. It's going to be a mixed mod 2, though.
An interesting selection. I'm not sure what to think about this. With a team like Colombia, I think this actually makes a lot of sense. Baseline, I've talked a lot so far about them having not as many swap outs, but because of that, their mod pools might be a little bit more difficult to make up full teams of. However, when it comes to mixed mod, that's not as big of an issue because you can just have one player on each of the mods that's super strong at them. And we already see Zioni coming in, who has been a very strong hidden player for Colombia so far in this tournament. And we also see the first swap outs from Taiwan coming in with Minato Yukina coming in, who I imagine would end up playing no mod in this case, with AF probably taking the Hard Rock, and a swap in from Sanami, who could be taking Hidden, though I'm not totally certain. Could be Minato on Hidden, could be Sanami on Nomad in that case.
Yeah, and I think if we just look at the bans, this pick makes a ton of sense. We had Taiwan banning that low AR hidden map, and now Colombia picking the mixed mod map that will force at least one of them onto that AR 8.4 hidden. Not quite as bad as AR 8, but it is still quite low if you're not particularly practiced with low AR hidden, so makes sense from that perspective.
Yeah, may give a little bit of a challenge to the Hard Rock players, though Wanzi having showed that they have a very strong grasp of Hard Rock just in general, though Wanzi actually not going to be the Hard Rock player on this map. That's going to be taken by Help Me Please, despite Wanzi's incredible performance on that Hard Rock 1. Aik, as expected, taking the Hard Rock. Sanami actually, as I mentioned, taking the Nomad, and Minato, you can going to be on the Hidden against Zione there.
We're going to have Huanzi on the Nomad if we can get him loaded in. Really not showing up, but based on the rest of how things are going, it does seem like Taiwan has the advantage here.
We can see Wanzi in there now. I'm just waiting for him to start up.
There we are. Yeah, it is Taiwan going to be taking the advantage so far. Zione struggling a little bit on that hidden compared to Minato.
Yeah, and Help Me Please is struggling quite a bit compared to Aik there on the Hard Rock. So two mods definitely looking in favor of Taiwan at the moment. Maybe a little bit of a misstep so far from Colombia. We do see actually a little bit of some missteps on the Nomad as well, though Sanami also having found a couple of breaks, probably evening out with Wanzi there.
Yeah, may have been a bit of a misstep to if they were focusing on that low air hidden with this pick. So Zione is starting to take the lead over Minato, but Minato doing quite well so far, given that they banned Hidden 2.
Yeah, and right now it's not even a matter of the Hiddens. Hiddens are close enough that it isn't really impacting the score. The difference between the Hard Rock and Nomad players right now is having a much bigger impact, with Aik 100,000 points ahead of Help Me Please, and Sanami about 50,000 points ahead of Wanzi here on the Nomad. So both of those two players putting on a performance that is so far looking like it's going to allow Taiwan to take the first break win of the match. Aik is going to find a break on the Hard Rock, though with the number of breaks we've seen from Help Me Please, that should still hold them in the lead as we get into this last quarter, and the lead still holding around that 6-digit number.
Yeah, an unfortunate miss from Aik there, right at 1,000 combo. But Zione up to that himself. Very impressive on the hidden. Like you said, Help Me Please and Huanzi really are what's holding that score back. Giving a pretty big lead to Taiwan.
We did see quite a few drops from Taiwan all at the same time while Colombia was holding on. That lead shrunk from about 150,000 to about 80,000, but with the ending, consistency returned and that 6-digit lead came back. And the first breakpoint on the board goes to Taiwan on this mixed mod pick, and Taiwan with a chance to solidify a lead on their own pick as long as they're able to go in the right direction. And Hard Rock 1 went well for them. I could see them moving into a Hard Rock 3 type situation. If they wanted to go for more consistency type picks, I could see a Nomad 1 coming out, though I think that's certainly riskier in that case.
Yeah, I think Taiwan showing that they can play some of these more tricky technical maps. They don't have to rely on consistency and just hope that Colombia finds an unfortunate miss. So quite a lot open on the board for them.
Could even potentially see them moving right into the other mixed mod pick. Given how well the Hard Rock and Nomad selections went, I mean, if you're looking at Colombia and you're expecting that they picked that because they thought that their low AR hidden would be able to kind of outclass or at least help push the lead in their favor, Taiwan having such good scores on Hard Rock and Nomad there could, push them in the direction of that mixed mod 1, where they could have the same kind of confidence that their Nomad and Hard Rock would be good enough to just keep them in the lead.
Yeah, mixed mod 1 also has a more normal 9.4 AR as well, so don't have to worry about that. But it will be the Hard Rock 2 pick, so they're going to stick with Hard Rock. Went well for them on their opening pick.
Yeah, and this pick going to be lower density, more dependent on practice in a sense, just due to that low density and the high approach rate and the precision required just throughout it. Also, very low combo count in general compared to the other ones, so singular misses are going to be big deals in comparison to what we've seen from the last 3 maps.
Yeah, we are going to see some roster swaps coming in again. Tsunami coming back. As well as Swansea coming back in as well. Both captains still going to be up in that top slot, so no changes there.
Oh,
We may have had a disconnect.
early
Could
enough
just
in the
be
map.
a stream issue.
If it's a stream issue, we're fine. If it's a disconnect, we're also fine because it's early enough in the map. We'll get ourselves settled out here. It looks like it was a disconnect of some sort, so the ref went ahead and aborted it. Good to get Dakari back in here. Make sure that we can actually have a 3v3 here for this Hard Rock 2.
Yeah, it's, you hate to see it, but at least it happened before the map even started. So if you're gonna disconnect, that's the best time to do it. Got a nice quick abort, and hopefully we can get him back in here shortly.
Probably is looking like they're trying to figure out what the situation calls for at the moment.
Hopefully it was just a short disconnect and not like internet or power outage or something like that. So if it is, then they may need to find someone else for this map, which could be fairly bad if they don't have a 4th person that it would be ideal for it. But let's see. We have the captain of Taiwan also missing now.
Oh,
there you go. He's back.
We see a message. Power did go out for
that is unfortunate.
Dakari, which is not a good sign.
Oh, we might be okay. If it was just a quick like brownout or whatever.
Yeah, just a little blip. Just making sure that they can get back in. May need a timeout from Colombia to support this if it takes too long.
Gotta wait for that router to boot back up. They always take forever.
It looks like Colombia is up for using their timeout to give themselves a little bit of extra time for that.
Yeah, makes sense. With especially with the smaller roster, which we mentioned previously, I'm sure it would be far from ideal.
Yeah, looks like just from the talks there, it sounds like it was just a small blip of power. Got the Wi-Fi back, trying to boot up the game and get them into the server. Timeout is going to be used from Colombia to give themselves that time to get their player back in the lobby, but it sounds like Dakari should be getting back in here shortly.
Behind the scenes, I do see that server swap. There we are. He's in the lobby, so
we'll cross our fingers here to hope that another blip doesn't happen again. Wouldn't like to see any kinds of win by defaults or anything on any of these points, especially on a match as closely matched as these two teams are.
Yeah, this one, like I've said it at the beginning, high potential to go to tiebreaker, so definitely want to keep all the players in the lobby. given their best shot to make sure we can get there.
Yeah, and we've got everyone back in the lobby. Looks like we're getting the readies up, and we're going to have take 2 of our Hard Rock 2 startup. Sans technical difficulties, sans power outages, hopefully, crossing fingers. And everyone loads in. We're looking okay. We're getting started, ready to go for pick number 4. Colombia trying to take a breakpoint back from Taiwan. Taiwan trying to solidify their lead that they got from that breakpoint on the mixed mods. With another Hard Rock pick, we see an early break from Dakari coming back in. Everyone else doing okay. As I mentioned, this is going to be a slow combo build-up. We see a little bit of a trade on the combos from Flyer, as well as Help Me Please and Dakari. Tsunami going to find a miss as well. So it's just 2 combos left on each side. Aik and Wanzi going to be the combos. But more misses coming from Colombia so far, and continuing to happen as a lead of about 30,000 points starts to solidify for Taiwan.
Yeah, I think we're going to see quite a lot of misses coming out here. We got the AR-10, very small fruit to catch. Really easy to be just slightly out of position. Pretty much everyone but Uke going to be struggling with that. Might just be a 1v5 situation here, happening from Taiwan, starting to grow a massive lead.
Yeah, starting to grow one, but that lead is shrinking a little bit despite the big combo from Aik. Help Me Please is starting to recover as well. Wanzi having started off pretty well as well. This lead dropping down to about 60,000, though Help Me Please is going to find a combo break. Traded by Tsunami, Wanzi is going to find one as well, and the more consistent breaks from Colombia are going to start increasing that lead for Taiwan halfway through this map yet again.
Yeah, that short little section there. Oh no, you finally going to drop that full combo, but put in massive work for Taiwan, just shy of 100,000 score advantage. Only about a third of the map left to go. Could still be a comeback for Colombia, but they need to start being more consistent than they have been.
Yeah, I mentioned for the Hard Rock 1 that the high combo count meant that the smaller leads meant more. Kind of the opposite situation here, where the low combo counts mean that a large score lead does not mean quite as much. So 80,000, probably about 4-ish misses, 3 to 4 in that case, though. Like you said, the consistency needs to come back, and Colombia has not been able to hold onto any large combo as the lead for Taiwan starts to stretch above 100,000 points. And all 3 Taiwanese players now nearly above 200. Tsunami just now breaking there, but still quite a heavy lead onto the last few patterns in Taiwan. Going to be able to consolidate a lead, bring it to a 3-1 slate, and guarantee a 1 breakpoint lead for the time being.
Yeah, unfortunately for Colombia, right at the end there, they finally got that consistency that they needed earlier. Just a little too late at that point. Like all 3 players were at 200 combo just barely at the end, but going to be a pretty convincing point for Taiwan. Now 1-3.
You can actually see from those scores that the big difference maker was Aik there, who had the big combos from the start. 950,000 points on a map like that is very impressive, and beat everyone else in the lobby by about 100,000 points, and basically gave Taiwan the full lead. As mentioned, No Mod 3 coming out. Colombia going back into the No Mod well, going back into what worked before, though. This is, like you mentioned, a bit more of a gimmick map, more so than a tech map. It does have a lot of technical patterns throughout it, but adds on to the difficulty by having a slightly lower approach rate, slightly larger circle size, and certainly a much longer map, so the consistency is going to matter.
Yeah, the other fun thing about this map is it is an original, so it was composed just for CWC. And if we can get all the way to the tiebreaker, we'll be able to see the second original for this week as well. So exciting things on the horizon.
exciting things on the horizon for the first match of quarterfinals. We've got one of the two originals coming up. 3.5 minutes of Osu original. A very difficult map to be consistent on just overall because of the variation, the patterning, and the difficulty that comes with reading something with some of the really dense technical patterns throughout this with a slightly lower than potentially comfortable approach rate, at least as far as you would normally expect from a no-mod pool, at least.
Yeah, also slightly higher CS than standard. Not too much, but it's going to add to that gimmick factor.
And you see a lot of these slider ticks that are going to be coming into play pretty much constantly throughout this map as well. And we're seeing Help Me Please basically being the only player to have any issues so far. Happiness Fish and Flyer are both going to find breaks on the same exact pattern, so it's going to stem the bleeding a little bit. So 2 full combos for Colombia, 1 on Taiwan, but the consistency is giving Taiwan a slight lead for the time being.
Yeah, this map in particular almost seems kind of like a hard rock that isn't, with those hyper droplets. Got a lot of very small notes that you have to try and land. With them being hypers, if you don't hit them, you're pretty much guaranteed to drop.
Yeah, we actually saw quite a few drops in that section from Happiness Fish and Flyer continuing to happen as Help Me Please find some footing, and Dakari and Wanzi holding on to the full combos to match Ayux on Taiwan. And Colombia now, despite a little bit of a rough start from Help Me Please, taking a 35,000 point lead into this slider stack, I suppose, slider tick stack section. A little bit rough to read in certain scenarios, especially with a little bit lower that hit sound volume. Need to be paying a lot of attention to that, but no one finds any issues with it going through it.
Yeah, I find this map really interesting if Colombia can take the win, but it is going to be a 3-way drop. Only 2 from Taiwan. It's Ayuk holding it down while the other 5 all struggle once again.
Yeah, more technical patterns, high density coming in with this low approach rate, with the only combo holding through it. It looks like the misses coming out from Flyer and Happiness Fish are generally enough, but Ayuk is going to find the combo drop from that full combo, and this is just going to swing back to Colombia, though we are seeing continuous misses from both sides. Flyer being the only one above 200, Dakari joining shortly after, Wanzi and Ayuk back. Everyone's starting to come back, but Happiness Fish is going to be that break, and we're seeing constant breaks from every single player. Ayuk, Flyer, Dakari being the combos at the moment, getting into the last section, and 26,000 points is nothing. Double miss from Taiwan, though it's continuing to be traded. So that lead is shrinking going into the final few patterns, and a huge drop and a spin to win coming up. And Taiwan's starting to take it, and it looks like they're doing a better job of spinning, and they might just take it despite nearly choking that away. By about 6,000 points, they're going to be able to take it. Oh my goodness. 1 or 2 more notes, I think. 1 or 2 more notes, I think, does it. And again, the captain from Taiwan putting on a carry performance, getting just below that 1 mil score.
Yeah, I thought Colombia was going to take it there at the end. I was going to say maybe the hard rack advantage that Taiwan has is just reading that higher approach rate. This map to me, it's basically hard rock, but not AR10. And Colombia definitely a lot more competitive on it, but Taiwan kind of take it at the end. Another breakpoint.
Yeah, you're putting in all of the work to make sure that Taiwan's hard rock ability comes out on a, I guess, hard rock light type pick there. Not even light, but low AR hard rock, I suppose, if you want to call it that.
Most cursed mod.
Most cursed mod, low AR hard rock. I mean, we kind of had something like that in round of 32, where we had a 9.8 AR hard rock. I believe the Nomad or the hard rock 2 was approach rate 9.8 or 9.9, so it didn't quite hit it. But this one's certainly noticeably lower. But Taiwan is going to be able to get their own pick and have a chance to go up by 2 break points here as long as they're able to take their own pick. And Hard Rock comes out yet again, clearing out the Hard Rock pool. And why wouldn't you at this point?
Yeah, they've shown they're very strong on it, so no surprises there. And for those watching, if you're confused, who's this Aik guy? He's just seems super consistent, seems extremely experienced. You might not be familiar with the name, but it is actually Dodo Ebi, was their previous name, and they reverted back to Ayuk, their original name, some time ago. So you may be more familiar with Dodo Ebi, and it may all make sense now. I know I was confused at first in the earlier stages, but yeah, Dodo Ebi, definitely a veteran.
Doing what they need to give themselves a lead against a higher seeded opponent, 21 versus 18 to Taiwan, looking to bring the upset and on their own pick have a chance to bring it to match point. They've looked extremely strong on the Hard Rock and Hard Rock-esque maps in this pool, up to and including the No Mod 3 and Mixed Mod pick that came out earlier. So ultimately looking like a very strong pick, but if this is their last Hard Rock pick, I would imagine it's their least comfortable. And it certainly is going to be the kind of place where I think Colombia would be able to poke their abilities into. It's the most technical of the Hard Rocks. We do see a couple misses early on, Dakari and To Help Me Please in the low density section here. But like I said, more technical patterns, not as heavy of a circle size requirement, bigger circles that help separate it from the other two. Tsunami going to trade one of those misses back and later, so it's going to be more impactful. And these two teams in this section, in this early section, are going to be kind of even, though all 3 full combos already gone from Colombia.
Yeah, things starting out well for Taiwan, but a bit shaky for Tsunami and Flyer. Once again, we have our Taiwanese captain holding things down, keeping that lead, but it's starting to slip despite that.
Yeah, Tsunami and Flyer not having a great time overall. We see actually a big miss from both Tsunami and Flyer. Wanzi and Help Me Please holding on the combo. Dakari not having a great time, but it's 1 player having trouble versus 2 on Taiwan, and that lead is starting to really bump up. But Help Me Please with a miss to trade out with Ayuk is actually going to favor Taiwan as Tsunami actually finds some ground and starts to pull it over to Taiwan, but they find a miss, and that lead goes right back to Colombia.
Yeah, this is definitely not going the way that Taiwan would hope. Colombia, out of nowhere, starting to find some consistency on these Hard Rock picks. It may just be the difficulties a bit too high for the second and third player for Taiwan. Flyer starting to get back up to combo. Tsunami still struggling a little bit, but double miss out of Colombia will start to shrink that lead back towards the center.
Yeah, we see the comeback from Flyer on the combo. Though, as soon as I say their name, they do find a miss. It's the classic. Wanzi with the 800 combo, matching Ayuk's large combo as well, but multiple misses coming from Colombia. That lead starts to shrink extremely quickly coming into the last few patterns as Tsunami finds the 200 combo and holds on to some consistency, but Flyer's going to find a break and a double miss from Colombia as Taiwan is going to hold on to a lead into the final spinner, and despite looking like they were behind the whole time, are going to take their own point and bring it to match point. And again, the difference maker is going to be that Ayuk score with 974,000. Wanzi just behind, but not enough to cancel it out and bring Colombia a break point.
Yeah, that absolutely insane performance from Ayuk there. He's really carrying. Tsunami and Flyer, they're about on par with how Colombia did in general. Wanzi a little bit above them, but no match for Ayuk with just 4 misses. I believe they're all in the same section too, so effectively a 1 miss.
And Colombia now faced with what could be their last pick of the tournament, need to make it a good one to try and keep themselves alive.
They're going to go back to that hidden AR 9.1, so standard there, but it is a swing map, which some people love them, some people hate them. I personally like them, but can make the patterning a bit interesting.
This one also quite a bit longer than what we saw from the swing hit map from last round. So a little bit more of that consistency required here.
Also never go wrong with spectator map.
Spectator map, Lone Digger. How could anything be wrong with this?
Classic song, classic mapper. And maybe a chance for Taiwan to close things out 6-1 against a higher seed. But Colombia, it's their time to shine, time to bring things back, get the reverse sweep, almost reverse sweep they did get at the opening point. Bring us to tiebreaker.
Yeah, an interesting kind of situation for Colombia, just obviously being on tournament point at this point, but I am kind of curious about the decision to wait until now to go into hidden. We did see kind of the comfort come from the no mods for them. We did see nearly a win from them on the Hard Rock 3, and then they picked the mixed mod, but if we look at just previous round performances, we do see quite good overall hidden performances from Colombia. Though, I mean, if they're a little uncomfortable on this, it would make sense. And we're already seeing some issues, but we're seeing issues from everyone in the lobby already.
Yeah, definitely a bit uncomfortable for everyone. Dakari in particular, though, dropped down to, I believe it was like 85% AC for a little bit. Has picked it back up.
Yeah,
but despite that, Colombia has the lead.
Yeah, Happiness Fish not too far behind there, was below 90% until just now. And now Onesie and Flyer just getting above the S rank threshold right now in this break section. So those swing patterns not treating them super well. It gets a little bit denser here. Help me please going to find a break and give Taiwan the lead shortly. Onesie going to find a break as well as the combo starts to find Taiwan a little bit, and a 44,000 lead starts to build up. Though we get into the harder patterns, and we immediately start seeing breaks. Dakari is going to trade with Happiness Fish and Flyer as that lead for Taiwan starts to drop. Though we see more misses from Colombia, from both Onesie and Help Me Please, as Minato Yukina going to be the carry for this round, replacing Ayuk and doing the job that's needed to try and keep Taiwan in the lead for now.
Yeah, Taiwan, they're not a one-trick show. They do got others that can step it up. Minato doing a huge job of that right now. Meanwhile, Help Me Please finding another miss coming into this slow section. He was actually trailing for Team Colombia. Just barely, though.
Just barely. Halfway through the map, we get into the section that starts to get more dense. Cross screen, Minato Yukina is going to find a break as the players from Colombia find some footing and start to dig into that lead. Multiple breaks there. Help Me Please going to trade one of them, but it should still favor Colombia as that lead starts to shrink a little bit more very slowly.
Yeah, but now we get back into the course again, and this is where Colombia had their issues with this higher tempo, more wiggles, more jumps. You can see those combos just collapsing. Meanwhile, Minato going to be the only one holding that combo.
Yeah, it seems the consistency in the more difficult sections is favoring Minato specifically. Flyer actually not too far behind as far as score goes. Both of those two players against all three Colombian players. Happiness Fish a little bit behind, but holding their own enough to keep Taiwan in the lead with the great performances coming from his two teammates.
We get a bit of a slow section again, but I think there's going to be one last fast section, which would normally favor Taiwan. From what we've seen, it does seem like that'll be the case, but Minato going to drop.
Yeah, but Happiness Fish, despite being the lowest score on the side of Taiwan, going to be the combo holding strong as that lead goes above 100,000 points. And as the end starts to show up,
all right, Bancho's giving up on us.
I think players left too early, and it broke Bancho. that is going to be a win for Taiwan. Minato Yukina and Fly are both doing a great job of getting the scores needed, won by about 100,000 points overall, 98,000 technically. But Taiwan is going to pull off the upset in a dominant fashion, much more dominant than I was expecting. 6-1, and we'll move on in the losers bracket to the next match in the quarterfinals. So they still have a match up yet to play, and I am going to double check that.
Could be Indonesia or Singapore, but Indonesia, a much higher seed. You would expect it to be them, but hey, we just saw a seeding upset now, so very possible it could be Singapore.
Yeah, so
there's a much bigger seeding difference, though. So it's seed 7 versus seed 20.
Yeah, I mean, one way or another, you're going to need to wait to see that Indonesia-Singapore. Not too long, though. We've only got about 4 hours until that match comes around for Indonesia-Singapore to determine who will be facing off against Taiwan to battle for the chance to make it into that semifinals round, to make it into top 12. But otherwise, that is going to do it for us for this short block for that first matchup. Do you have anything left to say?
I think that about wraps it up. Plenty of action still to come this weekend. We're not even at Saturday yet if you're over in the Americas, so definitely stay tuned. Next match at 8:30 UTC. Hope to see you guys there.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Osu Live Twitch channel and the Osu Cat World Cup 2025 quarterfinals. I am Hypnosfera, And I am joined by Quijibo for this Belgium versus Spain losers bracket match. How are you doing?
I am quite well, and I'm quite excited for this match. How are you going?
I'm doing very well. I got to calm down from your match against Sweden earlier. That was an intense one.
Still coming down from that. We did not expect to go to tiebreaker either. It was so close.
It was very, very close. Very good match, and I'm expecting this one to also be quite a banger here. Belgium versus Spain, seed 14 versus seed 24. One of these teams is going home.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Spain goes here. Obviously, Belgium having that seed advantage, and they've done pretty good this year. I think they seeded somewhere close to where they did last year. I think they seeded a bit better, but obviously, I believe losing their match last week, and here we are. So I think this shouldn't be too bad, and they'll probably be looking. Oh wow, 94
Those
and 93
rolls.
on the rolls.
Yeah,
Whoa.
94 versus 93. Both players here have practiced the rolls. Important thing to do.
What a roll! That's there you go. Pack it up.
And Belgium are gonna decide to ban first, and they will get rid of that Hard Rock 1, the Necrogoblicon song.
Oh no, not Hard Rock 1.
It is a banger.
Cool.
Makes sense though. Against a lower seed, it's not unsurprising to want to get rid of the more consistency-focused maps. So not too surprised to see it. And curious now where Spain is going to go with their ban against Belgium.
I think there's probably a few maps that are going to be quite hard for lower seed. We might even see DT3 ban is very sensible. I was going to say maybe Hard Rock 2, but DT3, that makes a lot of sense. The map doesn't seem that hard in the way it plays, but it's the approach rate mixed with the spacings of the note. You just find yourself missing constantly unless you just have a massive run on it.
Yeah, for sure. And Spain is going to get to start off this match with a pick. Seems like Belgium's captain is going to have to restart, but that shouldn't be much of an issue as we are just awaiting Spain's pick here.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see where they go. Maybe they'll try and go for a Hard Rock pick, but you never know.
Yeah,
I don't know if I'd go Hard Rock against Belgium in this case because their lineup's pretty good.
Their lineup is pretty good, but Belgium has a good lineup for most things here, so it's a difficult path to navigate. Also very curious to see where they're going to go. Seeing that the Hard Rock 1 consistency was banned out, maybe they will try to go for something like a Nomad 1 if they feel confident in their players on that.
Yeah, the PP map.
Yes. Something that each team should have players that are able to play, though.
Yeah, more or less. I mean, it is very standard sort of pick, so...
It's going to be Nomad 3.
You'd want to hope. That's not too surprising, actually. It is sort of that lower AR pick, so if they've got a player or two who can set like a high score on it, like 900, 950k, then it might turn out well for them. We'll just have to see how they go on Belgium side as well. I know Yesse's pretty good all around, and I'd imagine they'll get El Skefe in for this as well.
Yeah,
El Skefe and Yesse will probably play pretty much everything for Belgium.
That is what you'd expect. Seems like El Skefe is having some troubles with his client, though. Gonna have to restart one more time. Hopefully that gets fixed soon for them. But yeah, it's like you said. This pick is not super surprising. If they can have two players that can play this well, all they need is for the third player to just keep up a little bit. Not match the scores, but just make sure that they don't fall too far behind and hope that Belgium simply doesn't have the edge.
try not to suffer that third player gap.
Exactly. But we do see El Skefe coming in, seemingly having fixed the issues, and Aja as well. We are getting into the stages where a player like Aja will definitely see more and more play. The higher the skill cap, the more appropriate for a player like Aja. And on the side of Spain, we see Sprint, Alepe, and Music Drops.
Yeah, I'd imagine that roster probably won't change too much either. Sprint, Alepe, and Music, as that's pretty much what their roster was last year as well. And
yeah,
like that's a pretty solid roster. So I think both just have their core three, and we'll just see essentially who's got the stronger core three on each of these maps.
yes, indeed. And we're gonna waste no more time and are gonna start off this quarterfinals losers bracket match with a No Mod 3 Heliosphere by Vorso.
Yeah, one of the Osu original songs, I believe.
Yes. Forgot about that actually, but you're absolutely correct. Getting to see one of the Osu originals. And Aleph is going to be the first to miss.
It is quite easy to just miss at the start here, even though they're not hard notes. It's just that approach rate that throws you off, as this is the low approach rate pick. Even though it is 9.4, it feels so slow. But hey, I prefer a 9.4 low AR pick to like a 9 or an 8, so... you know.
I would imagine a lot of people do. It is more so in that comfort range. And we've seen Sprint also having found a miss. So the lead is with Belgium. Music Drop's holding on to that full combo though, but being matched by almost the whole Belgium team. Aja falling as well.
And Music Drop's going to trade that along with Alepe. So they've still got the 2 full combos out of El Skefe and Yese. And that's sort of the issue with picking into Belgium on a map like this, is you do have those 2 strong Belgian players who can sort of play everything, but especially good no mod.
Yeah, these 2 players are a duo to fear on a map like this. Aja seemingly struggling on this though, as Sprint and Alepe have found their footing.
Aja going to keep that score close, and Yese's going to miss a couple of times as well. And Spain's now the one with the combo, so they will take the lead back over, but Sprint's going to miss on these sliders. And so is Alepe, so as soon as they got the advantage, it went straight back to Belgium. El Skefe is still holding the double S, and we'll see if he can continue that going into the second half.
Yeah, not able to capitalize on the misses coming out from Belgium, and Belgium's going to keep that lead. El Skefe is going to lose that full combo, which is traded by Alepe. So the score isn't going to change.
Like, he's done enough, I think, so... There is that 60k score advantage. It can still come down, Music Drops, and pretty much a whole team reset now, actually. And Belgium just has those strong combos once again, everyone above 200. So, yeah, I think we're going to be starting with a breakpoint here. I don't see Spain making up the 125k deficit at this point. Not with Belgium playing this well.
No, there's a lot of score with not much time left to make up. Jess is going to lose that big combo, as did Aja. El Skefe now back as the top combo on the side of Belgium. But yeah, Spain struggling a little bit too much on this, unfortunately. And it's going to be a breakpoint.
It is only the first point though, so there is plenty of time to make it back. But yeah, Belgium just very strong on this pick. El Skefe got on above 950k from the looks of it.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, Sprint doing quite well on that as well, going above 900k, sort of matching Yese almost. But yeah, just that second, third player gap was just too hard to ignore, as that top play was more on par with the second play for Belgium.
Yeah, definitely. And this breakpoint is going to give momentum to Belgium, as it is now their pick. And
yeah, definitely not bad scores by any means, sorry.
Oh no, very, very good scores. And I was wondering if they were going to go into the double time pool, which they absolutely will do. It's going to be double time 2 next. The Mega Man 2 medley.
Yes, and I believe this one was close for at least a while in the previous matchup. So we'll see how they go this time. Whether Belgium will sort of just run away with it, or if Spain can maybe pull something off here.
Yeah, Spain has players that can definitely play double time. It's just if they can match Belgium, who is very, very solid on double time. Definitely trusting their abilities on this one.
Well, yeah, in terms of team score, Belgium would still have the edge if we're comparing it to last week's pool. So with the increased difficulty, I'd say Belgium definitely has the advantage by a little margin on double time here.
I would be inclined to agree, but we're gonna have to see what happens here, quite frankly, as we are getting into the map now. Lineup staying the same.
And yeah, I'd imagine the lineup wouldn't change too much throughout the course of this match. A couple misses on the start triples, but that's not too surprising. It catches a fair few people off, I think. I sort of just ignored it when I was practicing.
Yeah, and we're seeing the misses come out in droves here for Spain early on. And Belgium finding their footing at least a little bit better.
Yeah, it's not really a case of who's got more combo, it's just a case of who's missed just a tiny bit less to start with. Now we're seeing a couple combos build up, and that'll probably continue throughout the rest of the song, as like each part of this song has its own little segment. It sort of plays a bit differently, but it's all not too tricky. Alepe gonna find a miss there though.
Alepe is gonna find that miss. The only player in the lobby to elect with that hidden reading comfort. But Belgium have almost all the players found their footing. Aja gonna miss, and Elskefe following suit actually, but the lead is still quite significant for Belgium.
Yeah, it is 2 combos to 1, but they might need a few more misses from Belgium at this point.
I do believe so, as we've now entered the second half of the map.
Yeah, that deficit just cannot be ignored, I think.
No, it is a very big deficit. Sprint losing that big combo I was just about to mention. And yeah, now Belgium's lead is really running away from Spain.
Yeah. Look, it was Belgium's pick, so I don't think Spain should be too harsh on themselves about this one. But very dominant fashion on this pick, on this DT2 pick. So
completely agree.
Yeah, I think Spain definitely want to try and avoid DT, but they might not have a choice in the matter.
Yeah, no, all you have is one ban, and you cannot use that to ban an entire mod bracket, unfortunately, but Belgium's going to take a very convincing point here. Good pick for them indeed, but it's like you said, hopefully Spain don't get too distracted by this loss, too affected by it, and just focus on to the next one.
Yeah, and they do have the pick now, so I don't know, maybe we'll see another no mod out of them. That no mod was a little bit close for a while before Belgium sort of ran away with it. So I don't know. They could maybe go the convert, or maybe they try hidden or something. I'm not too sure.
Yeah, I can see them going into.
I believe a couple of them can play hidden, but I'm not sure if they can play a stronger hidden game than.
Do you ever think they'll go into a mix mod here?
It's possible. I don't know. I think if they were to pick a no mod, I'd probably go more so towards that. Mixed mod. They'd probably go more towards the second one rather than the first, as the first one is quite skill gap on the hard rock.
Yeah.
So whoever's the better hard rock player typically will win mixed mod 1, unless one of the players falls off massively on the other mods.
Yeah, there's definitely merit to what to your analysis here. Because we have seen the lower seeded teams go for those mixed mod picks in this tournament, but it's going to be hidden too.
Yeah, I was sort of thinking they might go for that hidden.
Yeah, you were definitely alluding to it before, and it makes sense. It makes sense to try something like that against Belgium here.
The low AR, there's a chance they might have the advantage on this one, as once again, we're going to compare stats from last week. They did do a bit better score-wise than Belgium did on their, I think it was Hidden 2 last week. The low AR pick.
Yeah. And Spain definitely has players like, for example, I mean, all three that we see, Sprint, Alepe, and Music Drops, all very, very good hidden players. Should definitely be in their wheelhouse.
Yeah, I think it might just be that third player gap. That's realistically what I think it's going to be this time around.
Yeah, we see Elskefe and Jesse staying in for Belgium makes a lot of sense, and Zine is going to be the one coming in for Belgium.
Yeah. Hopefully Zine is well practiced, and maybe Belgium can perhaps attempt another breakpoint here. But I don't think Spain will want to let that happen. I think Spain will want to get those points on the board.
Absolutely, Spain is not going to go down without a fight here, I don't think.
Certainly not.
And here we go. Hidden 2. Here we go, Bancho now caught up. Elskefe missing early.
Sorry, there's still plenty of map left, and Music Drops is going to, along with Sprint, trade those misses. So it's just Zind and Alepe right now, just on their own.
Yeah.
Slight score advantage to Belgium, because I think the misses did come out a bit more on Spain's side. And that's the only thing with comparing last week to this week, is the maps are going to be a fair bit harder this week, so it's not a one-to-one comparison, it's not a perfect comparison point. So I'm going to miss there, so that isn't going to really help Spain, unfortunately, as they don't really have many combos, whereas Elskefe is getting up to 200, and next closest one is Alepe, is Sprint and Music both drop, and now Alepe is down 2.
Yeah,
full team reset.
Spain, especially the supporting players in Sprint and Music Drops, are definitely struggling on this. And Elskefe with that big combo.
Yeah, this is very quickly backfiring on Spain right now. Just with Elskefe alone, but Belgium is, while they're holding combos, holding larger combos, so that has also made quite the difference as well.
Yeah, right now the only combo is Alepe though, as Belgium got a team is gonna lose that combo though.
Yeah, everyone's down right now, so yeah, it's just gonna be that score gap. It was almost looking like it was going back for a second, but it is now going back up in favor of Belgium even more. So yeah, I think everyone's just struggling to get combo on the board.
Yeah, there's definitely struggles to be had on a map like this, and now Belgium's lead is up at the 240,000 mark, so we're gonna have to see not only a collapse from Belgium, but Spain to suddenly find Spain to suddenly find their footing.
Look, I don't think there's any way that Belgium loses. Like I said, it's just disconnect.
Yeah, there's not enough time on the map, and Spain not looking like they're gonna find that consistency. As it's gonna be another break point for the side of Belgium into their own pick again.
Yeah, so very advantageous position too, as they are now 3-0 up with that point on the board. 2 break points to 1 pick. It's not a spot you want to be in, but it's also something you'd sort of expect from such a large difference in seeding.
Yeah, this might not be super unexpected, but still Belgium needs to do the job, and they are doing exactly that. So gonna see where they decide to go here. Maybe go back to that double time pool. It would make sense too.
Yeah, and I think Alepe having like the second best accuracy, second best miscount in the lobby, but just not quite putting those combos together, unfortunately. And this is the pick that I was expecting to see out of Belgium as well. Mixed Mod 1 if you're the stronger core 3, I think this is a pick that you can just use to bully the other team.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense for them to go into Mixed Mod 1 here, like you alluded to earlier. For example, the hard rock difference here is going to be definitely one to look out for, but yeah, Belgium are going to have a very solid roster on each mod here. Keep in mind though, Spain, even though the scorelines might not have been in their favor, it's still not going to be a guaranteed point for Belgium.
Yeah, anything can happen. I think the first half is going to determine a lot of this, as the first half is a fair bit easier than the second half, especially on hard rock. As with hard rock, there's a lot of awkward anti-flow in the second half, and it's very easy to miss.
Very much so. We see Aja versus Sprint on the hard rock, El Skefe versus Alepe on the hidden, and Jesse versus Music Drops on the no mod. All of this makes a lot of sense, I think.
Yeah. And early miss out of Aja there, but not going to make a huge difference. I think Music Drop's going to miss on the other side, and so will Alepe and El Skefe. It's just Yese and Sprint with full combos right now. And Sprint going to find a miss on that wide slider jump, and I think another miss on the anti-flow. So here is Belgium, and they are going to build up not as much of an advantage as I think they'd like to, but Yese is still maintaining that full combo, which I think is definitely helping out a bit right now.
Definitely is. Yeah, Skefe gonna find that miss, like you say. Alepe and gonna trade with Jesse, though, also losing that full combo. Aja as well now, so the combos are in favor of Spain.
Pull this. Sprint gonna find a miss, but Music Drops is comboing Alepe's back up to 200, and there's just Yese on the side of Belgium. We could see something happen here, maybe.
Yeah.
Especially if they've got the first half advantage, then it might make it easier to maintain in the second half, where I imagine we'll probably see a lot more misses on both sides. Alepe gonna miss there though, and everyone's stable, so this is really bad for Spain right now if they want to get that break point, but Aja will miss.
Yeah, missing again there, so it's gonna outweigh the miss from Alepe.
Yeah.
Don't think it's enough to flip it though, but it's gonna be very close. Definitely within reach for Spain for sure.
Yeah, that slow part just catching Aja off, and that's fair. I missed that a fair few times in practice. Yeah, here we go. The arguably harder half of the song. And we'll see. And yeah, you're going to see misses on both hard rock players for that anti-flow. Alepe hit it, I think, so did Yese and Skefe, so it's not out of the woods yet, but Spain really needs some more stability, and Belgium need to drop a bit more. They need either El Skefe or Yese to fall in terms of combo, where that might not happen as much now.
No, they are not looking to budge.
No, definitely not. El Skefe gonna find a miss, but that lead gap is just too much at this point, I think. Especially with that miss out of Sprint and no 200 combos aside from now on the side of Spain.
We're approaching the end here. It looks to be all said and done. And but this map was much closer than people might have expected for a lot of it.
Yeah, it was close for a long time. It's just the end. The end just wasn't quite there for Spain. Belgium just barely maintaining in the first half, and then just running away with it in the second half.
Yes, indeed. Very good score from Jesse there with the 959k. The only one above 900k actually. On a very tough map. And it is Spain's pick again. Maybe they'll trust themselves on another hidden map, see if it goes better on the other ones, but I mean, it's hard to pick against Belgium here.
Yeah, there is always that chance they go for the easier mixed mod pick, the mixed mod 2, but I think sometimes that trend of one team just having mixed mod in the bag will maybe continue here, so Not sure where they're going to go here. I'm thinking they might just stick with either no mod or hidden.
Yeah, I would be inclined to agree with that, and feeling like that's where they maybe should go. Or maybe try something like a Hard Rock. Try something you might not expect. You did point out that picking Hard Rock against Belgium here is a very scary thing, but they're gonna have to try something different, and maybe that is what they need to do.
Maybe. I don't know which one they go for, because I'd argue that Hard Rock 3 is easier of the two if you're a Hard Rock player in particular, but then at the same time, if they've got a lot of practice on Hard Rock 2, then there's something they could probably flip, but it's hard to say, because like, you still need a keen sense of, oh yeah, Mixed Mod 2, there it is.
It is going to be Mixed Mod 2. So they are going to go with a little bit easier Mixed Mod, which we did talk about earlier, that if they were going to go into it, this would be the one, and they've done so.
Yeah.
And I think, I was going to say maybe expect the same lineups here, but maybe not, although it is a very different map. So yeah, we're going to see Race come in here for Spain, who I would expect to see on the no mod then.
Yeah, I'd imagine so. Sprint will probably keep the Hard Rock, and then Alepe the hidden, and then I imagine Yese will come back in, and we'll probably just see the same lineup for Belgium. So
Yeah,
I wonder if this. Sorry.
What I'm wondering is if TWXC might come in for the hidden, although no, it's going to be Zend. Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. And I was thinking, like, maybe they're pulling Race in over music drops to sort of get their new players a bit more experience as well.
Yeah, and Race is definitely not a pushover player. Very, very solid player. So makes sense to put the faith in them here. But the good lucks are coming out in the chat, and that means we're gonna get into Mixed Mod 2 in just a second.
Yeah, we'll get started. And maybe we will see Race go fast.
Race and Sprint are kind of have very like similar names in that regard.
Yeah.
I've never actually thought about that.
Definitely. And Alepe missing somewhere at the start there.
Yeah, missing on that little jump into the triple. Unfortunate to see. Zend is going to trade it though, and all of that was before 200 combo, which means that it's going to favor Spain.
Yeah, most certainly, and I think that's the thing about this map. It's not that hard on. It's probably hardest on hidden. But it's not necessarily that hard, I'd say, on any mod. I think a lot of the misses that players will see here are just like kind of almost like nonsensical misses, like just kind of like, how did I even do that?
Yeah, Alepe is gonna be the next one to miss. Giving that slightly to Belgium now, but we're finally seeing these players find some proper consistency on the map, which is good to see. And Zend is gonna fall there, so gonna give it back to Spain.
Yeah, we're about to hit the halfway point, and this is very competitive right now for Spain, so this might be what they needed. Race gonna find a miss there, but that's probably not what they wanted. Race gonna find another miss, traded with Zend, but Alepe's at 340 to make up the slack. So
yeah,
it's still gonna stay competitive. Ooh.
Oh, that miss from Alepe is not what they need, and another one coming out is not gonna help. Actually, now the entire Spain team has fallen, and that's unfortunate for them, as it's gonna... Yeah, the score lead is exploding in the favor of Belgium now.
Consistent for a very long time, but I suppose a bit like with Mixed Mod 1, it's just that second half, Belgium just sort of take that score and just take it far away.
Yeah, it's and I mean, Belgium is kind of that team this match where it's like give them a hand and they'll take your arm kind of thing. Xena's gonna find a miss there though, but that's not gonna be enough to flip it. Gonna have to see quite a bit more come out.
Curious to see. Oh, never mind. We'll see if El Skefe keeps the FC, but I was gonna say I'm curious to see if we'll see the double FC, but Aja just missing that slight note out to the left. But aside from that, just the one miss and the double S, yeah, it's not gonna be too easy to beat that.
No. Very impressive double S from Escafe though. It's like you say, it's not the hardest map in the pool if especially on something like the Nomad, but in a tournament setting in the multiplayer lobby, you still need to perform. And Escafe's done just that.
Yeah, most certainly. Very solid performance.
And with this match point, Belgium's going to go into Hard Rock 3, so we are going to get to see the Hard Rock pool be played here.
Yeah, most certainly. It's a bit unfortunate that we didn't get to see Hard Rock 1, but it is what it is.
Yeah.
I think Spain would have had, no, Belgium, Spain, both teams would have had way better luck if they played that Hard Rock 1.
Yeah. I'm a little bit sad that we haven't seen Hard Rock 2 yet. I think that map is really cool to watch, and I think the song is super cool as well, but Hard Rock 3 is gonna be the pick here. Which, I mean, it makes sense. Belgium are expecting to outperform Spain on this, I think.
Yeah, they just close it out and then they're done. Hard Rock 2 might be interesting to watch, but it's a bit more painful to play.
Of course, that is the most important perspective
not
to have.
Not my cup of tea.
Definitely, that is definitely the most important perspective. It is how are the players feeling on it, and yeah, Hard Rock 2 maybe not the most comfortable map.
Yeah, but Hard Rock 3 not too bad. There's just a couple of jumps that you need to be accurate with at the start, like in the slow section. I wouldn't call them pixels, but not far from it, I suppose.
Yeah.
Yeah, that start slow section, and then a couple of the jump sliders as well can maybe catch players off, but it's just sort of like your standard tech pick, I'd say.
Yeah. Seems like maybe the Spain team, yeah, they decided to put Race on the board instead of Alepe. And Alepe has been struggling a little bit in this match, so makes sense.
Yeah, and I think Alepe being more of the hidden player, it's probably smarter to get that roster mix up on the Hard Rock anyway.
Yes, indeed. And yeah, waiting for Bancho to sync up and catch up to the players, and we will get underway. Will Spain find a lifeline here, or is Belgium gonna seal the deal? We will find out in a short time.
Most certainly. And speaking of deals to seal, I've got a good deal for you.
Please enlighten me about this.
Osu catch banners.
Oh, absolutely. Don't forget about those.
They are very stylish. I've got my Team Australia one, obviously, even though we are out now. But yeah, definitely check them out. Very stylish, and you can have as many as you want. Supports your team, supports the game. It's really a win-win. And back to the game. Race. Pretty much the whole side of Spain is out of combo right now, so very wise pick for Belgium, as it's just Aja struggling a bit, and then El Skefe and Yesay are both still with the full combo.
Yeah, they are playing very well here, as we are approaching the second half of the map, and Spain are not looking like they are gonna find much here. Aja stopped playing there for a minute, I think, but not gonna matter as of right now, as the full combos are still on the side of Belgium.
Yeah, look, it is much too large of a deficit to make up when Elskefe and Yesai are just powering away with the dual full combos. And will they both take it to the finish here?
We're gonna have to wait and see.
Yeah.
They are playing very well though, Spain losing all their combos once again. And it might just be...
Elskefe's down, but Yesai is maintaining. So we might still see the one full combo. A bit unfortunate for Spain here, but look, Belgium was a very tough matchup. So we're sort of seeing why here, as they are extremely consistent, as they have been throughout most of this matchup.
Yeah,
They
it's...
yeah, run away with it, essentially.
Absolutely. It's going to be the point one and the match one for Belgium here. But which is, as you said, it's very unfortunate for Spain, but it's not as much of a matter of them playing not up to par as it's just, like you said, Belgium is a very tough team to go up against.
Yeah, it's just that gap in seeding is just a bit too large, unfortunately. And Belgium will take the match 6-0, so they will take the sweep. And they will go on to face the winner of United Kingdom and Peru. So congratulations to Belgium on the win. And we will see more play out of them later on, I think tomorrow? Or maybe we'll see it later today, actually. Wait, no, yeah, tomorrow, sorry.
Yes, so Belgium are going to play against the... Hang on, let me find this.
So I believe in both their matches, so United Kingdom and Peru will play later today at 19, and then tomorrow, towards the end of the matchup brackets, Belgium will face either UK or Peru.
Okay, yes.
And yeah, good try to Spain. They did go hard there. They set quite a few good scores. Unfortunately, just not quite enough there. But hey, there's always next year, and I'm sure we'll see a few of those players come back a lot stronger, and
yeah,
we'll see a lot more return players out of them. So
absolutely, should be proud of what they've done.
Oh, most certainly, yeah. And but we'll take a little break now, as we still have 23 minutes until the next matches. So we have Italy and France, and Germany and Hong Kong in 22 minutes.
So on this channel, you're going to see Italy and France, and over on the Osu Live B channel, or Osu Live 2, sorry, it's going to be Germany versus Hong Kong. So make sure that you don't miss those matches. It'll be a good time.
Most certainly. And we will see you soon.
See you later.
multiverse, the allure of traveling through parallel universes beckons intrepid adventurers. Each universe presents distinct laws of physics, alternate histories, and uncharted wonders. As we journey, we encounter reflections of ourselves and ponder the myriad possibilities that cope us with them. Guided by curiosity and a thirst for knowledge, we embrace the thrill of discovery amidst the enigmatic landscapes. This cosmic odyssey, the dance with destiny, reaffirms the unbreakable spirit of human curiosity, a union that the wonders of the 見たわね。見られたからには死んでもらう。美しい月夜に運のない男ね。私が噂のヴァンパイアクイーン。教会の反対に負わされた傷もお前の血がイエスでしょう。急に何を嫌いなんて言われたことがなくて、私を死ぬ前に描きたいってお前って画家なの。 Dear Time I Love 私綺麗なの。鏡に映らない好みを見てみたい。そんな願いがフォトギットの勘違いしないでいつでもクローゼロ。モデルってじっとしてなきゃダメ？くしゃみくらいはしてもいいのよね。ねえ、私変な格好してない？流行りの服とかよくわかんないんだけど、お前が買ったこれちゃんと私に似合ってるんでしょうね。ああ、寝癖？ダメよ、寝癖は描かなくていいわ。高貴なヴァンパイアクイーンに寝癖はいらない。何笑ってんのよ。画家との日々は悪くはなかったわ。そんな自分に戸惑って完成した絵みたいでも完成してほしくない。過ぎ去る日に満たされて人と怪物だってことを時々忘れそうで、一人でこれまでもこれからも私は夜さまよう。 Dear Time I Love 私強いの。闇をした影の力でどうして振りほどけないの。触らないで勘違いしないでデスククローゼル。
よく描けているが罪深い絵だ。我々は神の意向を称える芸術以外認めていない。モデルとなった吸血鬼の居場所答えてもらう。
教会の拷問にあった傷だらけのお前を抱く私を売れば命くらいダサかったはず。勘違いしないで私はお前を殺すつもりだった。勘違いさせないで。こんな綺麗じゃない。お前が残した絵の中で柔らに少女の笑うこれがそうなら涙で崩れた私は何を甘えたら私強くない。お前の描いたこの感情を窓から夜明けの照らし遠く隔て勘違いじゃなかった後世の思いだけ揺るいとぜ
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to possibly the most anticipated matchup of the tournament so far in Catch 2025, Italy and France. I am Elux, and joined with me in the casting booth today is my team captain and fellow horse trainer, Sekre. How's it going, my man?
It's going amazing. And these two teams, like you said, this is my personal number one to watch on my bucket list. You got probably two of the strongest, if not the two strongest European teams, in my opinion, this year, with Italy and France. Electro and Titobus, we already know what they can do on the side of France, but they still do have good members with Holo Pitsua, Zalefa, and Doctor to be able to fill in that third spot on the team. On the other side of Italy, you have one of the strongest and oldest duos on the side of Kame and Arma. Those guys, they will just FC everything, but so will Electro and Titobus. So this matchup is like the perfect matchup of battle of the third players, and it's going to be amazing to watch.
We got our rolls in, and I just find it a little funny. France rolling exactly half of what Italy rolled here.
Everything it's all scripted. Don't
It's
worry
all
about
scripted.
it.
So Italy is wanting to pick first. They're wanting France to get that first ban underway.
Yeah, good
Probably
decision,
feeling-
I think.
Yeah, definitely feeling more confident in them having the first pick, and also two juggernaut teams. Definitely let your opponents get the first ban, just in case they decide to go with what you were thinking about banning. Then you get a free ban.
Yeah, I actually think there is a very high likelihood that happens in this matchup specifically, because, you know, both of these two teams have the same weakness. It is the hidden pool, and it's pretty much descending, or depending on who takes the L in banning a certain hidden map this week, I think, between these two teams.
France, decently taking their time. Probably scouring through, trying to figure out how everyone's feeling.
If we are thinking about the bans, though, Hidden 2, that's
Yeah.
definitely, that's gone. That's just gone already. We don't even need to look at it on our screen anymore. We can just black it out. For the second ban,
Likely.
honestly,
Yeah.
it's completely tossed up in the air, I think. We could even see Hidden 3 banned, double Hidden banned from these two teams, because Hidden is definitely just the weakness between these two.
Yeah. Yeah, and so far we have seen that Hidden 2 map being banned across the board, and France is going to ban Mixed Mod 1. Okay.
That one I'm a bit surprised about, honestly.
And that one I am not surprised about.
Yeah. Italy going straight into Hard Rock 2. I like this, honestly.
Literally taking the words right out of my mouth. That's exactly word for word I was going to say.
I like this because I want to see Vito. I want to see Vito on the side of Italy, and I want to see Vito get a nice score on this. Vito is going to absolutely destroy this map, I'm calling it.
Vito, my hidden hard rock playing beloved. There he is. Got Kame, Arma, and Fido, 79 gang for Italy. Hitsua, Salefa, and Electro so far for France.
Hopefully we see Titobus.
Salefa subbing out. Hollow coming in.
Wait, don't tell me that Titobus isn't here.
Wait. No,
Don't
no
tell me.
way. No way. He is offline on Discord right now. I saw him online a little bit ago. So,
Oh god. This match just got 20 times harder for the side of France. But it's still doable. but a lot harder.
Here we go. No surprise. Fido being the only one throwing hidden on for this Hard Rock 2. Slight spinner advantage Italy to start off. And Fido dropping early on.
Yeah, I think you cursed Vito right there, Jay. I'm sorry.
It's okay, Electro traded one back.
Yeah, out of all the members of France to miss in the intro, I didn't expect it to be Electro. I can't lie. Hollow gets another one to follow it up, though.
Pitsura trading as well, so there are no more full combos on the side of France. 2 full combos on the side of Italy as Fido finds another miss. Quarter of the way through. Kame Arma still holding on
Triple
to
break
the
from
double.
France. They all broke.
Electro dropping again. Fido trading it. And Kame finally finding his first miss. Third of the way through. Arma, only one with a full combo now left in the lobby. And yeah, we can definitely see why Italy just wasted no time into picking Hard Rock 2 here.
Yeah, I mean, you throw Arma on really any map, but especially something like this, that guy's just not gonna miss. It's just guaranteed not gonna miss. I mean, Kame's just gonna get 1 to 2 miss, and this is like the thing that Vito has been playing for the last few years, so they're always gonna be somewhat comfortable on it, at least.
And they got a 6K, 6-digit, should I say, score lead. 130K, still growing, and low over halfway through, third of the map left, and France is going to need a miracle to come back into this pick. Arma finally drops, though. See, he is human.
Yeah, just a little bit, at least. But he could miss almost every note from here on out, and it wouldn't matter. That's just how much of a score lead that Italy does have going.
And every time somebody on the side of Italy drops, it just seems like 2 players on the side of France are dropping. And barring any last-second disconnects, Italy is going to be walking away 1-0 so far, and we're going to be awaiting France's first pick of the match. What do you think they're going to go into, Andrew?
Honestly, I have no clue. You really have to find a way to just bully Italy's third player, I think, here. France having the stronger team overall, but not the strongest 2 players anymore because Titobis seems to be not here, which probably is going to throw a bit of a wrench in the side of France's plans. Maybe they planned to not have Titobis at least. But it's going to be a very hard matchup for France. I think maybe you could go something like maybe a no mod 4 if you feel confident in your convert players. Honestly, maybe a hidden 3 as well could work.
If they're going to go into any of the 2 remaining hiddens, which they're going to go into Mixed Mod 2, but if they were to go into any of the 2 remaining hiddens, Hidden 3 is definitely more along the lines I would see them picking.
I'm just surprised they banned Mixed Mod 1, but then picked Mixed Mod 2. It's not that much different. I mean, it is, but it's not like super different, you know?
We see Doctor coming in, Slefa and Electro coming in, Sir Waffle coming in for Italy. Sir Waffle not wanting to show up on stream a little bit. Trying to figure out if we're gonna have mods situated.
Okay, so hidden bottom left, hard rock top, nomad bottom right. There we go.
Yep. Just waiting for dot core to sync up. There we go. Ooh, Arma's gonna be first one to miss. Slightly
Very
early on.
surprising, because I usually view Arma as one of the better players on this kind of map, as long as he's using the correct tech.
Doctor gonna be trading it, so both hidden players on each side have one miss to their name. Maybe a little bit more from Doctor.
Yeah, their miss
The
was
axe
just
drop.
about 200
Yeah.
as well. So a bit more punishing. Italy gonna have a bit of a smaller lead here. And now, honestly, I don't see the Nomad players or Hard Rock players really missing on this map in a match of this caliber. Because it's not that hard of a map. It's gonna be just this hidden battle that we are seeing. Pretty much misses traded back and forth. But Electro does break on the Hard Rock.
That break on the Hard Rock player for France Electro is gonna hurt a little bit more. Italy with a 55k point lead. Arma recovering back up to 200 combo. Electro Arma trading misses as soon as Electro gets up to 200 combo. Doctor dropping as well. 2 combos to 1 in favor of Italy right now on France's pick.
They need more misses on the side of Italy for France to have a chance here. There's still a decent amount of the map left, probably about 1/3 left. Still very doable, but need to be able to hold some combo at least. Just not looking good right now. Only combo they really have left is the Lefa on the Nomad. Italy still 2 full combos.
Electro dropping on this slower section, same with Doctor. Doctor not having a fun time with this Mixed Mod 2 hidden. Meanwhile, Arma seems to have found his groove. And Italy's going to be walking away with the first breakpoint of the match. He's slightly over 170k. Oh, Arma dropped the ending. Wanted to make a liar out of me.
Pretty sure there's 2 notes at the end here. Anyone? Nope, everyone hits it. Nobody got caught out by that spinner, but we do see side of Italy 2 full combos from Kame and Sir Waffle. 1 for the side of France, which is Lefa, but sadly just wasn't enough on the side of France to be able to pull through on their own pick. And now Italy instantly DT2.
Instantly picking that DT2. Italy knows exactly what they wanted to go into here. Let's see, Italy picked Hard Rock 2, France picked Mixed Mod 2, Italy picks Double Time 2, so surely that means France is picking No Mod 2 next, right?
Surely. I doubt it.
You see Doctor coming out. Waiting for that third player for France to come in. And honestly, Andrew, every time I hear this, it just gets me in the Mega Man mood. It makes me want to go speedrun Mega Man 2 again. Ooh, Pitsua coming in for the side of France.
Yep, so being the DT player specialist for France, and now, honestly, I haven't played Mega Man that much, so I can't relate with you. I am sorry.
It's okay, we'll get you to play it here soon.
One day.
Just ask Creeper and he will be 100% down to play it with you.
Oh, I know that he would. I think this lineup from France, though, does have a decent shot on this map. This map has a relatively difficult intro compared to the latter half, I would say. So I think we're going to see a bit more misses in the first maybe 200 or 300 combo.
And none of these players going with hidden, all sticking with flat default double time. Slight spinner advantage, Italy. 2 misses on the side of France to start out.
Yeah, those triplet wiggles, I don't even know if you should probably stand still with them because it's a bit too fast to wiggle them, catching several players out already. Namely being Zalefa and Pitsua, and now Electro on the last one right there. All of France is down, and all of Italy is up.
Zalefa dropping once again. Italy still holding on to a 3-way full combo right now. Already up to a 100k score lead.
Yeah, this one is just running away from them.
Third of the way through, Italy still holding strong. France has a lot of ground to catch up and have a prayer that Italy is going to miss halfway through.
I mean, it's not looking that likely, honestly, at this point.
It really is not. I'm looking at all the Italian players' movements, and everything except for the occasional axe drop is just perfect.
Kame is going to miss, though. Kame is definitely just the one miss type of player, I feel like, right now. If anyone's going to miss, it's going to be Kame. Sorry, Kame.
Pitsua back up to 200 combo. Zalefa trying to get back up there himself. Stop the bleeding. And he will.
I mean, it doesn't matter if the bleeding stopped. You already lost like 10 liters of blood. you can't really come back from this at this point. I mean, what do you do?
Spam call Titobus, see if he can play.
You need an injection of blood to like stop, you know, whatever, because you're about to pass out. Is what this is like.
Yeah, after hearing that Titobus was not gonna be here, definitely knew it was gonna be an insane match for France to try and win, but
Triple FC.
It's looking decently one-sided here.
Like even okay, like we say, what if France had Titobus? Like it doesn't matter.
Even then, triple FC. I agree.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter against a triple FC.
Even if they had Titobus for the last 3 maps, it doesn't matter. Because Italy have just been kind of cooking, honestly.
Zalefa subbing out here, waiting for this second pick from France to come in. And they are asking for a timeout, so hope they might be trying to get Titobus in. They might be trying to compose themselves here, being down 3-0.
You gotta just compose, and you just gotta think, okay, what can we pick here? Honestly, go for the hidden 3. We want to see the hidden 3. That's what I would pick.
You're not wrong. At this point, I would say hidden 3 is definitely one of their more likely possibilities to get a point. Still though, Italy with a 3-way full combo on DT2, Andrew.
Yeah, that's
that's a bit scary.
Honestly, that's probably going to be one of the only triple FCs we see this weekend. I'm calling it. On any map, really. I don't think we've had one yet. Definitely not.
And a quick update for those of you who are not watching the other stream, Germany versus Hong Kong. Germany is up 3-0 right now. They won their no mod, won by 785k.
We are waiting out this timeout a little bit. Now, for Italy, gotta be feeling great. The timeout here is honestly just good to get them off of their high horse from Triple FC in that map as well, because you have that momentum from Triple FC. It's like, the next map is also going to be yours too.
Oh no, Andrew.
Oh
Kame's
no.
calling you out. He's gonna kidnap you next week.
No.
If we move past the Japan, he's gonna kidnap you. And France is back, and they're picking Nomad 3. So not Hidden 3, but Nomad 3 here. One Connor map gets banned, another gets picked.
Yeah, this one being one of the absolute bangers of the week, in my opinion. Ost Catch World Cup 2025 original, by the way. Mapped by our one and only map pooler.
Here we go. Fourth pick of the match. Kame, Arma, Serwaffle wanting to make it 4-0. Electro, Pitsua, Selefa wanting to get a point on the board. Selefa with an early miss. Missed a couple there.
The farther notes in the intro.
And no one getting caught out on these slider ticks yet. Tick rate 4 mapping, gotta love it.
Yeah, usually this map I think picks up around 400 combo, but Kame does find break on that droplet. Pitswood trades it back right after it though. Here's where it starts to really pick up, where I think we're going to be seeing quite a few more misses from these players. There's one from Zalafa.
Yep. Kame back up to 200 combo. Pitsua right there behind him at 200. Small combo advantage in favor of Italy. That's about to be going away in roughly 40 combo. As long as Selefa holds. Double miss from Italy.
Hold up.
Hold on. Score flips over to France.
Yeah, France
Pitsua
taking...
drops.
I think that was the first lead of the match, but it's already gone, unfortunately, for the side of France. But it's going to go right back to them. Is it? Oh, it's because these big droplets actually don't really count that much for score. It's some weird score calculation. So they only get a little bit of a lead from that.
Yeah, that's actually a low-key huge for Italy. Double miss on the side of France. Oh no! Pitsua dropping again.
Yeah, this part is so technical. Definitely, in my opinion, the hardest part of the map.
Selefa dropping, Pitsua dropping as well. Arma, Electro still holding on to FCs.
But they need more misses from Italy. That lead that France had of a few thousand points is already at 125,000 now for Italy, because Sir Waffle and Kame just holding on a bit stronger. Only 2 misses each to their name.
And that one miss from Sir Waffle when it happened. Any other map, France would have been able to capitalize on that a lot better, but those slider droplets just accounted for very little score. Pitsua dropping, Kame dropping as well, but there is no map left. Italy is going to make this 4-0.
Electro and Arma, the 2 FCs of the lobby, but Honestly, what is Sir Waffle doing? Sir Waffle is cooking, no?
No, he is. He is.
Like, he cooked his
Like,
waffle. He's got some butter on it. Like, his waffle is fully cooked. You know what I mean? Like, it's not frozen anymore.
no, only a 2 miss coming out of Sir Waffle.
Like, he's got some chicken and waffles right now. He's chowing down on it. Only a 2 miss. We usually think Italy is like, their third player is not going to be that great, but Sir Waffle today is like doing a bit better than even France's players overall, which you would never really say going into this match, I'd say.
Definitely. And Italy, as we've been seeing all match so far, wasting no time with their next pick coming in with Hard Rock 3.
Yeah, Sir Waffle been training his mouth idol. It's true.
Yeah, so far, Andrew, it's like you said, even with Titobis, Italy's just been cooking.
Yeah.
Italy has just been cooking. I mean, maybe you could account that the mental on France's side might be a little bit better if he was here, but...
And vice versa as well. Because Titobis is one of those players that just exudes aura, too.
Oh, for real. I've seen this guy just go, okay, I don't care anymore. I am FCing this map and just full combo some of the most insane stuff.
Yeah, like, even without him, though, you can't really just take away from Italy's performance because they're just dominating.
Everything they
really are.
Everything they played so far has been a 6-digit lead.
Like, they would probably have one of the better overall team performances, I'd say, so far throughout this week, even in matches that haven't come up. We're getting into this map. Pizzo, very early break on this Hard Rock 3. This one has a bit more trickier Hard Rock patterns, a bit more mechanical than the other two Hard Rocks as well.
It's dropping right on the build up. Everyone else holding on to that 200 combo plus. Pizzo dropping again, so that is going to be a decent combo advantage and score lead for Italy here. Already a third of the way through. Arma's gonna drop.
Yeah, first miss on the Italian side, but it is traded quickly by Zalefa, which is also counter traded by Sir Waffle with another Arma miss, which is the least characteristic thing you could get. But we're just seeing misses back and forth from the bottom four players. Top two still holding with those SSs. Actually, I say that and Electro misses a droplet, but he's still FCing. It doesn't matter.
Zalefa back up the 200 combo. Arma slowly making its way back up there. Followed by Pizwa. It's not much of a score lead for Italy here.
Yeah.
Only 34k.
Really pretty winnable still from France here. It's got to hold strong, hope for maybe 2 more misses on the side of Italy. And this could turn very fast, even on the ending, because this is a relatively dense map too. But it doesn't look like Italy's going to give them that opportunity that they need. Still holding on strong, only a sliver of the map left. It's possible, but they need a miss like right now.
That miss isn't coming though. Italy is holding on.
Coming.
Oh, I got traded though.
Yeah. Even then, even if Pizzola had hit the ending, would have been only about a 10,000 score difference instead of, that 30,000 they needed to surmount. But honestly, pretty close, all things considered. Being down 4-0 and then going into the 5th map with only a 35k deficit, not that bad.
Mm-mm.
Because, at that point, your mental starts really taking a toll. You start wondering, can we win this? And pulling out close map like that, still definitely very doable.
It
even
is
if it
very
may
doable,
be
but
nigh
it's
impossible.
improbable.
Yeah.
5-0 in favor of Italy here. Match point for them, but France's pick up next. I still say France should try the hidden 3.
Oh yeah, I think that'd be cool.
I still say they should try it. Because that's a map that where basically no matter what type of player you are, you're probably gonna miss somewhere on it.
Yeah. Plus, Italy's third member is really historically weak with hidden. So, you never know what could happen. At this point, just, throw it out there, see what happens.
And also, I want to see hidden 3 picks, so we see absolutely no number 1 slots getting picked this match.
Oh god. I mean, we could still go DT3. No mod 2. No mod 4.
Oh, they're gonna go hidden 1.
I mean, honestly, the song's a banger, though.
Song is a banger.
One of the OG catch songs at this point.
I'm just a little disappointed that I didn't get my hidden 3. Sir Waffle being subbed out here. Doctor coming in. So far, the Italian duo Kame Arma. Arma leaving as soon as I say his name, a little bit scared there. Sokolin coming
Oh, they're
in.
coming back. Actually, I
Surely,
don't know if he's coming back. I don't know if he's coming back. Oh no.
No, Arma, come back. I'm sorry, I scared you. Oh no, this user's location could not be determined.
What do you mean? It's Sicily. We all know this.
Sicily? That doesn't sound like Italy.
Close
Smile.
enough. Close enough.
No, Arma coming back in.
All things
It is
still
still
equal
possible.
at this point. Oh, another
Sokolin
one.
dropped again. France sees
Way
it.
before the break. Yeah.
France sees that they are missing 2 combos here.
The problem
Oh.
is for the side of France now is that Doctor's AC is actually gonna matter. He's below 97%.
really is.
Oh, Arma!
Arma
Arma!
drop! Arma! No, Arma got caught out!
That's one of the misses that you just hit yourself for. You're just like, you know, you say some Italian mafia words. Sokolin. Meanwhile, Hollow and Electro holding on to the full combos. No, Hollow. I'm sorry. Alright, I won't say anything about the French team regarding any other parts of the map.
That score.
They're doing pretty decent.
Map is ending, but it's still anyone's point.
It's gonna it's not anyone's point anymore.
Not anymore.
It is France's point. France still alive. They're still kicking. Electro, FC to pull it out. Insane act, by the way, 99.94.
Really insane act, especially on a map like this. Kame cursing himself for always full comboing in practice, but not full comboing here in match. Kame, I have seen what you can do on sight reads. Have you not learned it might be the polar opposite? But
maybe.
Coming in, just maybe,
Another
but
banger.
coming in, DT3.
Absolute banger on this one.
(5-1) match point Italy. Seeing as how double time 2 went, Andrew,
It's gonna be tough.
it's gonna be tough.
It's
France
a hard
needs
ask.
a prayer here to be answered.
I think they need several.
Several, yes. Or just one giant group prayer.
You just have the whole country at this point. Collective.
Goku in the Spirit Bomb moment. Waiting for that third player for France to come in. Sokolin being subbed out on the side of Italy, Sir Waffle coming in for them. And I assume that we're going to be seeing Pitsua coming in. You would think? Surely?
Potentially.
No, it's going to be Holo.
Okay. This still makes sense, though. I think
still
Hollow
makes sense.
is still one of the better DT players for France. I
Oh,
still
definitely.
have PTSD from like 5 years ago when Hollow just absolutely smurfed in the USA-France match.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember Russell being so mad at the end of that match. The good lucks are in the chat. We shall get our 7th map underway. And once again, no hidden with DT.
No hidden enjoyers in this lobby, kind of based.
Hollow with an early drop. But it was extremely early, so it's not going to hurt too much. Arma going to trade it, so it's going to be a slight advantage in favor of France here.
Definitely going to be seeing a few more drops. That one being from Zalafare as they reach 200 combo.
Speaking of 200 combo, Arma climbed back up there. Hollow drops as soon as his teammate gets back up to 200. And Salefa goes down 50k in favor of Italy right now. 3 combos to 1.5. Makes that 2 now as Hollow recovers. Sir Waffle, Salefa trading.
This map just screams a Kame map, though. Like, this is the textbook definition of a Kame 79 DTFC map. I say that, but they're gonna want to miss it now.
Halfway done, Italy with an 82k point advantage. Salefa dropping right before that initial break. Hollow dropping as well, and that score advantage is now in the 6-digit territory for Italy. Third of the map left.
Getting to the point where it's looking pretty unsurmountable. Electro still trying their best. Full combo, by the way, still.
Arma dropping, but that's not enough. France needs an entire team miss here. Sir Waffle dropping, Hollow dropping, Electro losing full combo, and Electro losing that full combo. If there was any sliver of hope, it was cut away and sealed right there.
Yeah, and this one, just kind of running away with it, is Italy. But on the side of France, they're not down yet. They're down in this match. They end up losing this match, but they still have the losers bracket where they could still make a run.
Could still make a run. I'm looking at number 5 seed France going down to the losers bracket, and I'm just going, oh god, I feel sorry for whoever has to play them.
Yeah. Definitely one of the stronger teams that is going to be going into the losers bracket. But on the side of Italy, Sir Waffle. Sir Waffle just kind of decided to turn it up a notch today. And that was really the main difference in this match, I'd say, is that Sir Waffle had an amazing performance. And if they can replicate that next week, it's going to be a scary match for whoever they're against. And I know who they're going to be against is going to be between 2 teams. Either USA or Japan, depending on who wins that match. And me, myself, considering I am on one of those 2 teams, I'm not looking forward to that next week. That's going to be a bit of a challenge.
That's a bit scary, Andrew. That's a bit scary.
A little bit scary.
Just a little bit.
Yeah.
I don't think
Anyways.
anyone on their pick'ems had Italy winning 6-1 against France. I don't think anyone did. If
there's going to be someone.
If you did, I want to see the receipt. I want to see the receipt.
Somebody did it somewhere. But that is going to be the match from us. Italy moving on into the semifinals winner bracket. France going down. The next match we have in about 16 minutes going to be Chile versus China. 2 losers bracket teams. One of them will move on, play another match tomorrow. The other one will sadly be eliminated. I have been Sakre, joined by Elux, my fellow horse racer. Go play Umu Musume.
Banger game, banger game.
We'll see you guys in about 15 minutes for the next match.
Alright, welcome back everyone to the Oceanic World Cup 2025. We're still at the quarterfinals and we have another loser bracket matchup coming your way. Chile versus China. The lower end of the bracket is forming itself and this one is one that still needs to be done. My name is Elskefe, I'm joined by Elix. Welcome back Elix rather, onto the casting desk. Chile versus China, what are your thoughts on this one, Elix?
My thoughts, Chile is gonna about 6-1. That's my thoughts. Chile has coming in this losers bracket match, chip on their shoulder. Last week they lost to Japan. They're definitely wanting to become the demons of the losers bracket, and yeah, I feel kind of bad for China to have to be, in my opinion, the punching bag for their aggression from last week. But hey, China can prove me wrong.
Yeah, it's a problem being the 19th seed. You get into that slot in the loser bracket if you lose your first match where you face the 8th or the 9th seed. So Japan or Chile would have been a really hard matchup for Team China here. But then again, we've seen some really solid plays from lower seed teams, right? Australia most noteworthy, but also Singapore putting up a really decent fight against Indonesia as well. And Team China looked really strong in the round of 32, right? That matchup against Belgium where they well, they could have gone either way, really. That was a 5-3, but I believe 4 of the maps were within 15,000 points of each other, where most of those were won by Team Belgium. So that looked really solid for Team China. Then again, this is quarterfinals. The map pool has increased significantly in difficulty. So we'll have to see how they've been able to field rosters at this difficulty level, right? On the other hand, Chile, a veteran team, right? These players have been playing for years. You know they should be able to play these maps relatively comfortably. So it's a big question mark for the Chinese side on my end.
And it's as you said, as we see China banning Nomad 4, this quarterfinals pool, far cry away from round of 32 difficulty.
Exactly. This is insane in difficulty. Some of these maps are really difficult. And then you kind of think it favors the team that is just seated way higher, like a team like Chile. But then again, they're coming off a loss against Team Japan. I think pretty much an unexpected loss. Maybe, well, it's least for some of the outside viewers, right? Chile being a really good country in the past couple of World Cups. And it kind of looked like they were just really unprepared, in my opinion. Felt like they just didn't really know what they were doing in the round of 16. One of their members was just sleeping. The roster seemed to be... It just felt a little off. I'm hoping that is going to be different today. But then again, they're once again against an Asian team, so a bit earlier for them. I'm not sure what time it is right now in Chile, but I'm assuming like 11 a.m. something.
Yeah, it's 11 a.m. over here on East Coast United States, so it's roughly around the same time. Like 10, 11 a.m.-ish. But the main thing that you got to also consider is that it's winter over there in the southern hemisphere, and it's morning winter for them.
Right. I completely forgot about that, actually. Didn't even think about it. Those are some factors as well, some external factors. Then again, if Chile were to face any other team that isn't on the Asian continent in the upcoming rounds, if they were to win this one, that issue kind of solves itself, right? To some extent. Anyhow, we'll see how it goes. We see 2 bans coming out, so we see 2 Nomad picks getting taken away. Both teams decided to ban Nomad. Nomad 4 taken away by Team China. Taking a Comrade away against a team like Chile that has so much experience is a great idea. And Nomad 2 being taken away by Team Chile. A bit of a surprising ban, but then again, there's not really one pick that Team Chile always bans. Like there's some other teams that always go for the double time one, which is high, or the hidden 2 or something. Chile is not one of those teams. They just look at the other opponent and try to see what is their best map, and we ban it. And I think Nomad 2 is a really good guess for that one.
And speaking of hidden 2 enjoyers were on the come up. No more 100% ban rate. Let's go.
Yeah, surprised both teams. Sorry to cut you off there, Elix.
You're good.
Both teams leaving Hidden 2 open though. It's a really rough map. And, well, Chile known for their Hidden. But, yeah, if you're China leaving that open, is also kind of a statement as well. So I kind of like this ballsy.
Mm-hmm. And Lyak messaged me saying that he was not surprised about the 100% ban rate. Well, looks like you're gonna be surprised now.
As we see, Hard Rock 1 getting picked by Team Chile. The medal map being picked 3 minutes in length, if I'm not mistaken. Map by Dust. It's really comfortable Hard Rock, in my opinion. Don't be fooled, it's hard, but it's still, out of the Hard Rock pool, probably the most comfortable map to play. The thing is as well, it has a lot of combo. So it's easy to chain miss because of the streams, but it's also a bit nerve-wracking because you get to that 4-digit combo mark relatively fast if you're holding on to combo, right?
And by the way, Skefe, have you heard of the tragedy of the Skin Thief? This is a very, very tragic tale in this song. His mom didn't let him wear a coat in the winter. It's very tragic.
That is very tragic.
Yeah, he had to go outside in the snow without a coat.
I wouldn't wish that to my worst enemy. As we see both teams actually lining up here, a bit surprised that we don't see Dazzly on the Chinese side. Dazzly being probably their strongest player over the past couple of rounds, as well as in the qualifiers, so him not being in the lobby right now is a bit surprising. On the other hand, as we see Chilean roster, that is just, I mean, pure class, right? Aricio being here this weekend, he was not here for the past couple of maps last weekend. He's known to set really, really good Hard Rock scores, as well as double time scores. Especially last year during the World Cup, had some really nice scores on the Hard Rock, so this should be a walk in the park for him here. As we see on the Chinese side, Cyphos, Cornet, Miyaguni Akari being the three elected to play this Hard Rock 1.
And no players throwing on hidden here, all sticking with that default Hard Rock. And it's going to be a slight act drop from Cornet here. Cyphos going to be the first one to miss.
Yeah, early break, but as we said, the map is very, very dense. Plenty of combo for everyone to build up towards the 200 combo mark. But Chile getting started really, really nicely with 3 full combos. Miyaguni dropping the second full combo on the Chinese side. Only Cornet right now holding on to the full combo. And he's versus 3 people right now. Aricio, Peckrit, Stark having a great start right now.
Well, Pekko Rat was having a great start, and Stark as well. They both dropped double miss on the side of Chile. However, it is getting traded over on the side of China. Cyphos being the only one have yet to lose combo in this huge bunch of combo drops for China. Aricio, on the other hand, still holding on to a double S.
Yeah, very solid performance from Aricio right now. About 35,000 points in difference is relatively tight. We saw a couple of chain trades and chain misses on both ends. Now a drop coming out from Peckard and no trades, and that's creeping back towards China, right? Don't think it's enough just yet because of how dense this map is. Peckard's already above 100 combo, it just goes really, really quickly. But it seems like the Chinese roster is stabilized here in the Hard Rock 1, and they're trying to contest the Rizzle with that full combo right now, and stuck with a really nice supporting combo. Another trade coming out from 2 players, but Cyphos dropping that huge combo is giving Team Chile some leeway here.
Yeah, definitely halfway through, and I was paying attention a little bit to the score when Pekko Rat dropped. It looks like it's about a 15-16k point change whenever a player drops if all players are at 200 plus.
Yeah, that makes
so
it 2
that's
misses.
a testament of how dense this map is.
Yeah, exactly. 2 misses in front for Team Chile right now. On the back of that, still holding on to double S from the Rizzle. Peckard dropping 1, so that's going to reduce that to the singular miss. Everyone on Team China above 200 combo. Cornet approaching 4-digit combo as well. Really solid performance coming out from the Chinese roster in the Hard Rock 1. Definitely not to be underestimated
Stork
here.
dropped! Stork dropped!
Traded by Cyphos,
Oh,
though. Still close. Elix is
it is.
definitely playable.
It's 16k in favor of Chile right now. It's anyone's map.
Yeah, Rizzle doing so much for Team Chile here, but they're not in the clear. Peckard
Pekko
dropping
Rat
once
drops.
again.
Cyphos recovered up to 200. Miyaguni drops.
Each time when it's about to flip, someone on the Chinese roster ends up dropping. Trades coming out. Small combo advantage for Team Chile. Miyaguni finding another miss here. Cornet doing a lot here, but he has no supporting combos coming out from his teammates. And it's loading up for Chile. Stark with a supporting combo for Rizzle. Rizzle holding on to the double S. He's going to double S here, the Hard Rock 1. And we're at the end, actually. I didn't even realize it went so fast, but really nice double S. And Team China getting a 2.773 thousand team score is a really solid team score as well for a team that's seated 19th, right? And Rizzle having that double S did a lot of damage. Sorry, Elix, go ahead.
I was gonna just piggyback off of what you said, especially with the map coming down that close at that end. Like if China held, my man, we might be seeing China with the point.
Exactly. And the thing is as well, if you're Team Chile and you're going into your first pick and it's relatively close, even though you might have expected it to be not so close because, well, you're 10 seats higher, that's kind of scary as well. So as we see China go for the Mixed Mod 2 here, I really like this pick. I've mentioned it multiple times, everyone does it. As the lower seeded team, I think the Mixed Mod bracket is the most forgiving one because you don't have to field 3 players in one singular mod, and that makes it a bit easier to find rosters for your team. And so Mixed Mod 2, great pick coming out from Team China here.
Yeah. Though, one thing I will say, if you're China, you pick in anything that's in that lower approach rate bracket and mixed mod or hidden, you already know that you're going to have a juggernaut of a hidden player and let you that you're going to have to go up and face.
Definitely. Here, 8.4. It's a bit hard for the hidden players, right? It looks like well, you're an expert in the hidden on the lower end. Don't think that map is too easy with hidden.
The biggest thing with this map is it's kind of rough to start out if you've been playing anything even just slightly higher. We've been seeing a few players just getting caught out, just moving a bit too quickly early on in that hidden bracket. Last match, we saw Arma having an early miss super early on, just getting caught out, not being completely prepared to that BPM and that AR change.
Yeah, the positive for both teams is that their hidden player didn't play the Hard Rock one, even though we see some early drops coming out from Yui and Syphos. I think, yeah, no one on the Shilin side missed. Still holding on to 3 double S, but those are very early misses. The map is 2 minutes and 48 in length, so there's plenty of room here. Those shouldn't be deciding what's going to happen. But then again, Yui finding another break here a bit later into the intro, and that's going to hurt Team China's team score a little bit more.
And we're still seeing a 2-way double S on the side of Chile, but a 3-way full combo for them as well. And Stark making a liar out of me, dropping here. So that's going to stop the bleeding a little bit, but Syphos is going to trade it, so scored and combo advantage, going straight back over to Italy.
Or Chile.
It's Chile. I am still in last match. I talked about Arma at the beginning, and my mind defaulted to Italy. Chile.
Don't worry. As we see Leku finding a drop as well in the hidden, so no full combo. Yui's above 200 combo right now. And I think it's clawing back slightly towards China, but they need more drops. And here it is.
From Peko Rat.
Exactly. No full combos left on the Chilean side. I think Cornet is holding on to... I think it's a full combo. Might be a very early miss. And that's 20,000 points in difference. All 3 players from Team China above 200 combo. Yui ends up dropping, though.
Yui dropping again.
Struggling just a bit here with the hidden, which is to be expected, right? Hidden is definitely the hardest mod on this map.
See Peko Rat trading that, so China, 2/3 of the way through, still definitely in this pick.
Definitely, it's close. It's 1/3 left, 35,000 points. I think that's maybe a bit more than a miss.
Stark dropped.
And there we go, Stark providing that miss, and I think actually that might be enough for it to flip. Cornet with a 4-digit combo right now, very solid performance coming out from them, and there's definitely plenty of room still left in this map. It's clawing back to China. Stark is building towards that 200 combo mark. I think it's going to be
enough to flip.
I don't think it's enough.
I don't think it's enough. It's going to be super close. It is not enough.
There's still room in this map, though.
China just needs to hold, and there's the miss from Chile. China just needs to hold.
They have done it. They have done it. The map is ending right now.
Surely they've done it.
Really solid. Look at those combos from Team China.
Indeed, they will do it.
2 4-digit combos, and Team China here winning their Mixed Mod 2, and in what a fashion as well. 1 million score from Cornet, Cypher to the 980 or 975, I think. or 970 rather, 2 miss on the hard rock. Really solid performance coming in from Team China. Leku with a 1 miss, but that wasn't enough. And China takes a point here and tying the score. And honestly, Elix, looking at how China's been playing, this is a really solid start from them.
This really is. That, and it's a huge morale and momentum boost as well. I mean, yeah, winning your own pick, but you won your own pick against number 9 seed Chile. Like I said before this match started, I was thinking Chile was just going to come in and get like a 6-1, 6-2. 6-1 could still happen, but I mean, having that momentum already, China might end up surprising us.
Exactly. They seem to be a very, very strong team here. We saw it in the round of 32. We kind of were thinking maybe it's because the map pool is relatively easy, but then again, on this way harder map pool, they're still putting out really, really solid scores. But Chile is going for the hard rock 2 here, and this map is really, really hard, especially for those that aren't comfortable with some lower density hard rock and some higher CS as well. This is CS 6.11 after hard rock is added. The density is really hard to play with because it's just so sparse, and it's just, it kind of feels like you have no combo where you can build combo, and you can miss anywhere in this map, it feels like. So it's really hard. So I like the pick from Chile. I think this might be the hardest map in the map pool, or at least it's a contender for being the hardest map in the map pool.
It definitely is a contender. This map is the definition of a practice map. It is not something that players can easily go in just with like 1 or 2 attempts under their belt, unless you're God incarnate at this game.
Exactly. And we see Dazzle, finally. I was waiting for Dazzle to come in here. I think he's definitely the star player to look out for on the shiny side. I'm not sure if this is his map, or his type of map rather, but still, they are a very solid player, as they've shown in the past couple of weekends. On the Chilean side, we see Tydex making their first appearance, Oriziel, after that Hard Rock 1 FC coming back for the Hard Rock 2. No surprises there either.
And the good lucks are in the chat. 3rd map underway, House on Fire, Hard Rock 2. Is anyone going to throw Hidden onto this? And Oriziel hasn't loaded in, but I do not think he is going to be throwing Hidden onto this either.
If
no,
you're playing
he is
this
not.
with Hidden, you're a lunatic, Elix. I'm sorry, but you're crazy.
We saw Fido last match play it with Hidden. Though I mean, at the same time, it's Fido, but we did see it happen.
They're crazy. If you're even capable of playing this with Hidden, you're absolutely crazy.
1,600 point advantage in gaining to start off. Spinner advantage for Chile, plus some slight combo. Cornet dropping early on there. Dazule dropping as well. So make that roughly about a miss.
Roughly, yeah. A solid start coming out from the Chilean side, right? As you can miss anywhere in this map, getting towards the 200 combo mark with all 3 of your players here. As soon as I say that, their tide is going to be dropped at the 200 combo mark, but still, 2 players above 200. A trade coming out from Cornet as well. Syphos is above 200, Dazzle building towards the 200 combo mark, and still 3 FCs currently is really, really solid, actually. Surprisingly so. I don't think we've seen that in any of the previous matches where there's been 3 people holding FC past the first spinner in the map. Syphos ends up dropping though, and that's 2 full combos for Team Chile, and a really high supporting combo as well, and the score difference just booting up right now.
Yeah, Dazule being misses there as Tydex gets back up to 200 combo. So Chile still having combo advantage. Dazule missing there, and that score difference is already up to the 6-digit score lead in favor of Chile. 115k slowly going up more. Dazule, Cornet, Hikarat, all trading there.
Yeah,
Tydex dropping.
I'm probably going to jinx it here, but Oriziel still hasn't missed in this match. I'm just putting it out here, and he's playing really well here on the Hard Rock 2. 600 combo, really solid combo here. Syphos matching that, as in he's above 200 as well, but the supporting combos on Team China is just not there. Dazzle and Cornet really struggling here on this slider section. Every time it's dropping though, I curse it, yeah, but it was to be expected. Hard Rock 2, a full combo on that map is near impossible in my opinion. Still, damage been done by Oriziel, really solid score.
Yeah, we only have a quarter of the map left to go as we see Pekorat and Tydex drop in there, but there's no combos on the side of China to take any advantage from those Chilean misses. And yeah, unless there's a disconnect or we see a complete catastrophic all keyboards disconnected for Chile. China can't come back.
Yeah, exactly. Mostly on the back of Mauricio and Pekarat, two of them getting really solid scores here. Cyphers as well on the Chinese side, definitely not to underestimate. I think he's going to break the 900k or get close to it at least. But Mauricio, a 1 miss on the hard rock too, that's absolutely crazy as well. Really solid score, getting above 980, I think. That is, what a play that is. That's definitely the highest score anyone has gotten, I believe, on the hard rock 2 here. 2.7 team score as well, really solid from Team Chile. And that's the second point on the board. I think, well, China just got outscaled here in the precision. There's pretty much nothing they could have done differently that could have give them this point, but I think they might have expected it as well.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm looking up if I'm one of the Chinese players and I see Chile picking Hard Rock 2, I'm just going, okay, I'm going to tank this map for us.
Yeah, exactly. Just kind of felt like, well, if you're a Chinese member, you kind of just know that it's going to be really, really tough feat to beat Chile on a map like that.
Mm-hmm.
2 Hard Rock maps down. Hard Rock 3 still left. They might go for it after the Nomad 1 has been picked by China here. And I like the Nomad 1 as well. Like,
I do as well.
Yeah, it's probably the easiest map in the map pool, but it's still 7.3 stars. So it's they've changed the Nomad 1 dynamic a little bit this year. It feels like the scaling for Nomad 1 is way steeper in star rating than it is in previous years. And even though it's 7.3, it's still relatively doable because most people are accustomed to playing Nomad, but it's better in comparison to like previous years where it felt like you're just playing a 6-star in the quarterfinals, right? And this map, it's not to be underestimated. There's multiple places where you can easily drop combo, but still, it should be relatively comfortable. And then again, if you look at the Chinese roster here, Dazzler has shown that he's really good at Nomad in previous weeks. Cypher has been playing really, really well this match. Cornet has played the Nomad, I believe, on the Mixed Mod 2 and did a phenomenal job there securing the first port from China. So overall, the roster here seems really, really solid.
As we see on the flip side, Pekarat, Mauricio, and Stark still sticking in. And yes, as you said, this map definitely a lot higher in star rating than Nomad ones in the past, 7.3. You see Mauricio dipping out, perhaps wanting to play a little bit of the map, check a spinner out or two, or being subbed out with a player, and it's going to be Don't Play CTB Osun coming in for Chile, replacing his teammate Mauricio here for this Nomad 1.
Yeah, Don't Play CTB is, well, the Nomad king, right? He's known for his Nomad. His Nomad skill scales really, really nicely into the tournament as well. If you're looking at the finals, Nomad 1, that is just has Don't Play CTB written all over it. So no surprises seeing them come in here for the Nomad 1. But overall, I think both teams just feeling really, really strong rosters here.
Waiting for everyone to sync up. And everyone is. And I don't want to count my chickens before they hatch, man, but with China picking Nomad 1, like surely they have to be feeling extremely comfortable on this, so we could possibly be seeing a 2-2 match.
Yeah, I think that's definitely on the table here. The problem for China is probably going to be later into the match to find picks that they can pick against Team Chile, right? They're probably going to run out of picks. I fear rather, but I think Nomad 1 should be a really solid pick from them. I think I saw an early break coming out from Cyphos, but Don't Play CTB is rated that, and Pekka's also going to be dropping. Dazzler is also going to be dropping, so we see already there's only 2 full combos left, and we're barely 20 seconds into this Nomad 1. So that definitely shows how the difficulty is increasing compared to previous years.
No, definitely, and it's ever so slight combo advantage in favor of Chile here, but I don't think the score is going to flip, though. No, it's not. Pekarat, Dazzler getting back up.
400 points of difference. Actually, 1,000 points of difference, but it's going to increase. Don't Play CTB finding a second drop now. No trades coming out from Team China. All 3 of them seems to be really, really comfortable here on the Nomad 1, and that's going to give him a 1 miss advantage, right? A slightly more than a miss, right? Because before that miss, it was 1,000 points, and Becker's also going to be dropping. It's only Starklet for the Chilean side, and this is looking good for Team China here in the first quarter of the Nomad 1.
Yeah, this really is first quarter of the map done, and unlike previous maps of this song that we have seen in Catch, this upcoming part is not going to have a break as we see Stark dropping right on the long slider.
All three have dropped. They're 3 misses ahead. 3 clean misses ahead for Team China. But they see it though, and I'm a bit worried about the pressure that might be building on their shoulders. But then again, Zone Play CTB dropping again. No trace coming out from Team China. Everyone above 800 combo right now. Really solid performance. Cornet's going to be dropping once, but that shouldn't matter, right? They still have about 3 misses advantage, I believe. So 55,000 points, and it's really, really solid here.
Yeah, and with that longer break section there, not that quick flash. I do not count those quick flashing breaks as a break. China saw that they have a score advantage.
It's going to start getting nerve-wracking though for Team China. 2 players above 4 digits. Have a 4-digit combo rather. Cornet finding a second drop. But that should still be advantage Team China, right, Elex?
Should be, definitely, unless anyone from China drops there on that denser spot. But Cornet recovering through, back up to 200 combo. But Cornet, as soon as he recovered, oh no, I might have cursed him there, dropping. So that one's looking a bit scarier.
Yeah, it's going to get close. It should still be advantage Team China, but I think it's going to be less than a miss here. Cornet has to try and stabilize his catchers, has to try and build that combo. Basile and Cyphers are doing everything they can right now. Don't Play CTB is going to give them some leeway here. It's going to find another break. That's giving China some breathing room. But Cyphers is dropping a huge combo as well, trading with Don't Play CTB. 1 miss advantage for Team China here. They can see that they're only 20,000 points ahead right now.
A score inching over to the Chilean side. Don't Play CTB getting back up to 200 combo. Cyphos slowly making their way up there. Peko Rat's gonna drop. Dazule's gonna trade it. Cyphos back up to 200 combos. 2 combos to 2 combos.
Huge drop from Dazzle though, and Cyphers are dropping as well, and there's no trades coming out from Team Chile here. It's gonna flip Elix, they're gonna steal it right now. They're in the head. Don't Play CTB ends up dropping though, it's gonna flip back here.
You said they were gonna steal it. No,
they have to
not
go
yet.
down here. The ending section isn't that hard, it's just a slider. I think they've done it.
Peko Rat drops. Double miss on China. Don't Play CTB trades it. That score is wanting to inch over to Chile. Is Cornet? Cornet has a huge chain miss. Don't Play CTB trades. What is going on?
This is crazy. It's gonna be for China. It's gonna be for China. They held
on. It's for China. They held
Somehow.
on at the end. China made this a 2-2 match.
I forgot about the entire part of the last slider for some reason, and Stark with a 1 miss, and that wasn't enough. His teammates kind of falling apart here. Huge score from Team China.
That is huge for China.
Huge. What a play. I completely forgot about the end spike. I'm sorry, Elix. I completely fooled you there for some reason.
You're good. Yeah, it's a tied match, but in my opinion, momentum's on China's side. You just now got 2 points against the number 9 seed.
Definitely, and they're going right into the Hard Rock 3. They won Hard Rock 1, they won Hard Rock 2, they go for Hard Rock 3. But then again, Hard Rock 3 is a bit easier than Hard Rock 2. And it's more, I would say, like, standard, I guess. It plays a little bit better if you're a non-Hard Rock player. So I see more chance for Team China here. But wow, 2-2 here in China. They are looking really, really solid. They're building again on that roster, Elix, it feels like, right? The roster from back in the days, these are all completely new players, but they just seem to be able to field really solid rosters on most of these picks, and that's just a really good thing to see.
Is.
They're going toe-to-toe with Chile right now, right? The number 9 seed, the veterans, the guys that have been on the podium, I believe, a couple of years ago. This is the real deal right now.
I know Nagi is 100% watching. I don't know about Dusk or Crystal, but if they are, they have to be proud of this new generation of Chinese players stepping up in their shadows.
Yeah, they can build forward on that roster in the upcoming years, but they can build forward on that momentum right now as well, right? As we see, the same 3 players that just played Nomad 1 going to go for the Hard Rock 3. On the other hand, Rizal is going to be stepping in for Osun for Don't Play CTB. Rizal, well, had a 1 miss on Hard Rock 2, FC to Hard Rock 1, so by extrapolation, that should be a 2 miss on the Hard Rock 3, right?
Oh, man.
That was crazy.
I mean, I'd say Hard Rock is still favored Chile, but like, on one hand, China made this a 2-2 match, and it's like, yeah, we saw how Hard Rock 2 was played, but Hard Rock 2 and Hard Rock 3 are 2 totally different types of maps.
Yeah, definitely. No players choosing hidden. I don't think there are hidden enjoyers in this lobby, or at least not Hard Rock hidden enjoyers.
Yeah, so far that seems to be the case.
They still have one opportunity on the Mixed Mod 1. We can still see one hidden Hard Rock, but I don't think that's going to be happening either. As we see a small advantage for Team Chile here. Early drop from Cornet. The beginning section is a bit weird. It's a bit slow, and that can kind of trip you up, as we see for Cornet.
Desole gonna be dropping again before that 200 combo. Cornet trading it, so it's gonna be about miss and a half.
Yeah, it's struggling a little bit.
Maybe a little bit more.
But now the hardest section comes up, and Pekka's going to be trading one of those misses, so that's going to decrease that scoring by team. But a double miss coming from Cornet and Desole. It's Cyphos versus 2, and Cyphos are dropping as well. Stark and Arizio holding on to the full combos right now, doing a lot of damage. Look at the score, it's 150,000 points in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, this map is definitely more on the denser side. It is short as well, so any misses will be extremely punishing here. And as we can see, that score advantage for Chile in the 200,000s. Pekkarat dropping, but Desole and Cornet and Cyphos, just no combos at all to be had halfway through. And yeah, looking at the score lead, I think Chile's going to walk away with this one, as we saw with Hard Rock 2, but...
Exactly. If it's not Arizio holding on to that combo, we kind of think there's maybe a slimmer of chance here, a slimmer of hope to be held by Team China, but it is Arizio holding on to that combo, as well as Stark, who's also been playing really, really well, right? 1 miss on the Nomad 1, and they're just cruising right now. This is a complete blowout coming out from Team Chile. Even more score difference than the Hard Rock 2. Arizio is going to be finding a drop. Stark still onto the FC, but yeah, Team China is not able to hold on to any combo.
There was a triple miss right there on the side of Chile, but there's no map left at all to be played, so those misses can just pretty much be acted like they did not happen here. And this, again, China might have been going into this match just looking at that Hard Rock pool going like, if we pop off, but we more than likely just have to tank the Hard Rocks. And yeah, it's going to be 3-2 in favor of Chile. China's pick.
Yeah, the thing is as well, none of the Chinese players above 900,000 points. So you're capped at 2.7 million then, right? And then if you're looking at the Chilean side, they have 970,000 scores rather. And that's just huge difference maker. I mean, Pekkarat could have gotten like a 750 and it would have still been easily enough. So
Pekkarat could have gotten a 650 and it would have been enough.
Yeah, I mean, the support from Rizzo and Stark was just amazing. Really solid combos coming from both of them. Not being able to bring home the FC just yet, but still. Team Chile winning all 3 Hard Rock picks, winning all 3 of their picks. Team China. Now, this is the point where I'm starting to be like, where do you go for Team China? Hidden is still left open, but Chile is really
still
good.
Open.
Yeah, but do you risk it? That's the question. Do you? I mean, if it's maybe it's not a risk, right? If you're China, you're just triple F seeing all the hidden maps, and it's not a risk. But it's not.
They're gonna go Nomad 3.
Okay. It's weird as well. Like we banned Nomad 4, which is okay. It's a comrade, but it kind of plays relatively technical, and then we picked the Nomad 3, which is very technical. It's kind of a bit counterintuitive for me, but maybe just the map not being their cup of tea. But Nomad is exhausted. Hard Rock is exhausted. There's hidden double time and mixed mod 1 left for after this pick, so we're gonna see something new after this Nomad 3. I really like the pick as well, though. By the way, I think the Nomad 1 showed that they're capable of playing. Because you see Nomad, that doesn't really translate into tech Nomad, but overall, I think they should still be able to play this relatively fine.
Oh, definitely. And as you said, after this, the Hard Rock pool and the Nomad pool is exhausted, so you would think that Chile might be going into double time after this. So it's all a question of if Hidden's going to be picked at all.
Yeah, and if you're looking at the double time pool, double time 1, Aaron 9, double time 3, really dense. Those picks scream Mauricio to me, and they kind of scream Chile in general. So they can just go for triple hard rock and double time picks and just cruise towards at least a tiebreaker, right? If you're looking at China, it's way harder to find a proper pick. I'm just hoping that this Nomad 3 is that, as they do field the same roster. Cyphos, Dazzle, and Cornet have been playing relatively well, especially in the Nomad 1. So this should be the roster to take this Nomad 3 home. This map is really nice to play. It's Connor has some kind of magic to his maps. I don't know how he does it, but they just play. They're so technical and they're really hard, but they just play so nicely. As we see a couple of early drops coming out from Stark on the beginning nodes, a bit easy to mess up on those as we see. But there's, I believe, 1,800 combo in this map or something, so there's plenty of room for Team Chile or Team China to find further breaks.
Now, Don't Play CTB also going to drop, so that's going to give China about a miss and a half to close to 2 miss advantage here. Dazzle gonna trade that though. And the big thing about... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say the harder parts is coming up here, but Cyphers and Cornet seem to be just completely fine here. Aristo and Stock all in all holds a combo. One miss coming out from Cornet, no trades coming out from Chile, double miss actually coming out from China, and that's just kind of gonna flip it rather towards Team Chile here.
Yeah, and one thing to keep in mind, these slider droplets, they count for combo, but they do not give as much score as an actual no, as we see Dazzle and Aricio trading misses there. So that is one thing to keep in mind. Stark dropping, Cornet trading it.
Yeah, the Cyphers and Don't Play CTB holding on to combo. Don't Play CTB and some dropping though. No combo on Team Chile here. And Cyphers with an 800 combo is going to flip it on the zone, I believe. And that's going to be Team China taking the lead here. But Dazzle dropping in the big slider section. We've seen a lot of misses in this section, which is a bit surprising to me because, well, I mean, it's just standing still, right?
Yeah, but in between those sliders, you do have those longer jumps. Stark trading that miss. So China's still going to have score advantage.
But the hardest section is coming right now. Cyphers has to hold on. Cornet with a really nice supporting combo as well. Ends up dropping it though. No trades coming out from Team Chile. Just a triple miss from Team China. Oh, that's heartbreaking.
As soon as Stark gets up to 200 combo, one of those misses is traded by Stark. Aricio, a triple miss from Chile. Okay, I guess China's still in it.
They're definitely still in it. It flips back to them. All three of them are above 200 combo, and they're doing damage to the Chilean score. 1 quarter left here.
Aricio drops. Don't Play CTB drops. 3 combos to 1. We're approaching the ending.
Team Chile falling apart here at the ending. Team China just has to hold on. Cyphers a really incredible score right now. Only a 1 miss, I believe. This is incredible from China. Really solid performance. The entire hard section. Cyphers are dropping once, but it's still 40,000 points in difference. Chile needs another drop coming out from China, and I don't think there's that much time left in this map. If they just hold on for a bit longer here, they've secured themselves a lot of points.
Don't Play CTB trades it. I think as long as China holds, that miss from Don't Play is just gonna secure it.
It's gotta secure. Dazzle and Cornet just completely. They have seen the entire ending.
It's 3-3.
It's incredible from China. Really solid team score. Again, all 3 of them above 900,000. 2.82 million. That's a ridiculous team score for seed number 19. And if you're Chile, you're kind of like, what's going on here? Because this is scary.
This is scary. I'm casting this match, and I'm scared for Chile. China is going punch for punch, blow for blow with them right now.
Yeah, they've secured themselves a best of 5 here. Went from best of 11 and we're back to square one. Best of 5 now. Both teams still having 2 picks. And this is the point, right, Elix, where Heartken Nomad is depleted. There's no more Heartken Nomad, and you're just looking at the double time pool, and you see it screaming, Chile, please pick me.
Mm-hmm.
and I don't know what they're gonna go for really. I'm kind of surprised with how well Team China is playing here. They're playing way above their seed, right? Seed number
They
19.
really are.
Wow. And Mixed Mod 1 is kind of, well, it's very similar to No Mod 3, except that it's Mixed Mod. So if you just put Cyphos on the hard track, Cornet on the No Mod, and then, I don't know, one hidden, maybe Yui, maybe Dazzle, because it's high AR, that seems like a really solid roster again for a map like Mixed Mod 1. So maybe that could be the potential next pick for Team China here. It's looking good for Team China right now.
I said Chile's probably more than likely going to be going into double time here, but Chile took a little big with that pick. They took about a minute and a half until they chose double time 3 here. Man, China might have them a bit flustered.
They have to be flustered, right?
Have to be flustered. There's no way Chile came into this match going, oh yeah, we're gonna end up being 3-3 midway through the match.
And then on a map like Mixed No Mod 3, which should favor the higher seeded team like 95% of the time as well, right? Because it's definitely not easy to play. And it's not like Chile is putting out bad team scores, right? Maybe some of the winner bracket teams would beat them on like No Mod 3, but it's just China just completely popping off. 2.8 million as a seed number 19 is just insane, really.
The start coming in for Chile, rounding out that Chilean roster. Stark, Pecorat, Aristiel. Still waiting for that third player from China. Miyaguni coming in, Cyphos, Cornet. Are we going to see a possible breakpoint? All momentum is in China's favor right now. I don't care if it's tied. Momentum is in China's favor right now.
The issue here is that they have one of the best double time players in the world against them, right? Aristiel was really good in the hard rock bracket, but he's known for the double time. So he's gonna have a field day on this map, and it's a really hard map to play. It's definitely not easy. So I'm not sure if the 3 Chinese people are gonna be able to keep up with a player like Aristiel. But then there's Pecorat and Stark as well. Stark also known for his double time, so it's a really good Chile roster. It's a perfect pick for Team Chile. But as you said, the momentum here is on Team China.
Spinner advantage for Chile. Cyphos gonna be the first one to drop.
Yeah, early miss, but that shouldn't matter. There's plenty of combo in this map as well. It's really, really dense. Only 2 minutes 30. Well, only that's definitely long enough for a map with this many dashes and this much movement. Everyone else building up to combo really, really nicely here. The only miss was for Cyphos. Miyaguni is going to be finding their first miss as well. That's going to give Chile some more buffer here.
More buffer indeed, but Stark is going to trade one of those misses. Miyaguni going to be trading it back. Cyphos dropping as well. 2 combos to 1 in favor of Chile right now. Stark building back up to 200 combo. There it is, Miyaguni dropping. Pecorat's going to drop as well.
Yeah, 1 FC each right now. Cornet is dropping the full combo though. It's Aristiel versus no one. But the thing is, well, the supporting combo from Stark, it's just doing a lot for Team Chile as well. It's 80,000 points in difference. They're not running away with it just yet, but they need to find an answer against Aristiel. 800 combo and counting.
Ooh, Cyphos dropping right before this slower section. Cornet's gonna be dropping 1 combo, first 3 right now. Chile's starting to run away with this double time pick.
Yeah, really impressive team score coming out from Team Chile right now. Stark with a 1 miss, and I think Pecorat with 2 misses. Make that 3 now, but still, that shouldn't matter. 140,000 points. There's pretty much no combo on Team China. Cyphos above 200, but Cornet and Miyaguni have found some misses as well. And Aristiel, 1,200 combo. He's just cruising through this double time 3. Really impressive. This is a really hard section as well, and Cyphos being able to combo through it, but Stark and Aristiel above 1,000 combo right now, completely negating that previous combo from Cyphos and dropping it as well. No combo on Team China, and they've just done it. Team Chile have been able to revert that momentum, getting their 4th point on the board, winning that double time. And it kind of feels like they've found a weakness in the Chinese roster. 300,000 points difference, but then again, 2.93 million team score of FC from Mauricio, double S even, 4 miss and 5 miss from Stark and backwards respectively. That is an insane team score. And if you're
What
looking
does
at the
China
map,
pick?
yeah, what do they pick? And you know what the
Do
next
they
pick is going to
pick?
be from Chile, right? Double Time 1 is just screaming again, so it's rough.
And
But then
surely something. Surely they go into hidden. Surely they go into hidden. That or
has-
mixed mod 1. It's one
Yeah.
or the other. China is throwing if they go into double time.
Double Time 2 is different from the other Double Times, but it would definitely be risky to pick that. I agree. It has to be hidden. But then again, if you go for hidden 2, you're playing as Leku. Well, if you're playing any hidden map, you're playing as Leku. So
If
which
you
one
play
do you
mixed
go?
mod 1, you're probably playing against Leku.
yeah, and they're gonna go for a timeout. I like this as well from Team China, trying to. It also kind of tells a story, right? That they're kind of running out of picks here. They're not sure where to go.
Yeah, I do not blame them for wanting timeout for this. Few of their players probably dipping out of the lobby, going into solo play, seeing their locals if they don't have any sheets. Some teams are sheet teams. Some teams are, I'll just look at my locals and see how I feel.
What kind of team are you guys, Elix?
Definitely not a sheet team. When I have a core 3 like Lexi, Creeper, and Sekre, they just kind of do their thing, and I support them as much as possible.
Good point. Good point.
It's whatever they're feeling, they can pick, by all means, whatever they're feeling.
Yeah, still 2 more minutes in the timeout. If you're looking at the map pool, same as we are, kind of figuring out where to go, what to do, where is that point lying. You're kind of fearing that the next double time pick is going to be Chile face, so they need to find 2 picks out of the remaining 7 here that are going to secure them a tiebreaker. And then again, if you go to tiebreaker, you won Nomad 1, you won Nomad 3. I mean, there are possibilities there, definitely. It's just, the point is trying to get there. I think they might be considering double time too. I'm kind of fearing that they might be considering double time too, and they just don't feel comfortable enough on the hidden, so they're looking at mixed mod 1 and double time 2 is what I'm fearing.
Yeah, because I'm looking at Hidden 1, and Hidden 1 is definitely a map that more non-hidden players can do decently well on. AR 9.1, but it's a lot wider, and you have a bit more snappiness with that swing rhythm. Hidden 2 is just Hidden 2. It's a wide spacing rhythm hell. Then you have Hidden, Then you have Hidden 3. Hidden 3 is just a map that I can see anybody missing on. So that could be more of a coin flippy map. And then I don't know what China would go into here.
Yeah, if I were China, I'd probably go Hidden 1 and then keep Hidden 3 for their last pick. And they're going to go for Hidden 1.
Indeed do that.
Yeah. They picked Hidden 1 against Belgium as well. They lost that one by, I think, 1,000 points, which was heartbreaking for them. They had an FC, a 1 miss and a 2 miss, but that was round of 32, right? This Hidden is a bit harder, but then again, in my opinion, this Hidden 1 is probably the easiest map in the map pool. So that was kind of... Well, it kind of favors the lower seeded team in that regard. I think this is the way to go, Elix. It's a really tough decision, but
it's really
has to be the way to go.
And the question is, which of the Chilean players is going to be getting subbed out here? We see Lechu, Pekorat, and Don't Play CTB on the Chilean side. Stark is dipping out, letting Syphos come in. So it does appear as of right now we have our rosters on both sides.
Yeah, the main 3 for China. No Yui. Bit surprised because Yui played the Mixed Mod 2, but then again, Mixed Mod 2 was Air 8.4. Probably one of those people that just prefer anything that's below Air 8.5. which is unimaginable to me, but there are those types of people. Kind of seems to be the case for you. I remember they also played Mixed Mod 2 a couple of rounds ago as well, that lower AR Mixed Mod. But Cornet, Cyphers, and Dazzler, as you already mentioned, it's a bit more forgiving towards non-hidden players, right? So makes sense that these three are going to be playing. Don't play CTB coming back from that Nomad 1 way. Yeah, I mean, they did kind of struggle relative in comparison to the other players in the lobby, so maybe some pressure on their shoulders now as well, right? You kind of, well, I'm not going to say you let down the team because you didn't, but you kind of, well, you did kind of struggle on the Nomad 1 on your only map of the entire match, and now you're in here for...
Ooh, Peckle Rat!
Yeah,
Peckle Rat is not having a fun time at that start, and neither is China with a double miss from Cornet and Cyphos.
Yeah, 2 versus 1. Make that 2 versus 0. That's like it's only Leku. We're 150 combo in, and everyone has found themselves at least one miss, except for Leku. This is such a banger song to play as well.
It really is. Cyphos approaching back up to 200 combo for China. Pekarat, Cornet getting up there as well. Just Dazzle and Don't Play needing to get back up to 200 combo for their team. Cornet's gonna drop.
Yeah, Dazzle finding another drop as well. Pekarat trading once. Cypher was the only one above 200 combo for Team China. 2 combos for Team Chile. Don't Play CTP has stabilized. Leku still want to do full combo here. That's 55,000 points in favor. I think 2.5 misses, 2 misses in favor for Team Chile here. But this one is relatively lengthy, 3 minutes and 33 seconds. So there's plenty of room for both teams to find misses here. As you see Dazzle getting above 200, it's going to stabilize 57,000 points in favor of Team Chile.
And Lechu is going to find their first miss of the map. No more full combo for any players in the map. And that is low-key huge for China.
Definitely, and no trades coming out as well, right? It's decreasing. Chile still has 1 miss advantage. This is a bit of a different section compared to the other sections. We've seen people trip up or mess up on these other patterns, but it's not going to happen right now. Everyone else just holding on to combo really, really nicely. 24,000 points in difference. It's less than a miss, really. It was 57,
Don't
now it's
Play
24.
drops.
And he ends up dropping. Don't Play ends up dropping more misses.
Cyphos trades it. Oh, Cornet and Cyphos misses the cross screen on the slider.
And they can see it now, right? Dazzle, the only one holding on to combo for Team China. It's going to it's going to increase again for Team Chile, but it's still relatively close, right? It is within reach.
Don't Play trades one of those misses, but it's still 2 combos to 1.
Yeah, they need Leku or Pekra to drop.
I'd say they need both of them to drop here.
Maybe, yeah.
Cyphos, Cornet, Don't Play trading.
But it's 2 for 1 the entire time here. Dazzle doing what they can. Don't Play CTB definitely having a rough time here at the ending. He's keeping it close. Pekrat and Leku with some really high combos right now. And the thing is as well, as long as Pekrat and Leku hold on, but they don't let Pekrat ends up dropping with 70,000 points. They're approaching the end here. Cyphers also end up dropping 1. So even though Dazzle held on to a really, really solid combo here in the end, I think they're just kind of running out of time here. 64,000 points in favor of Team Chile, and they break China at probably the worst point in time in this entire match, right? Because now it's their own pick. They get to pick double time 1 or double time 2 to try and close it out here.
I think what really sealed the deal for China there was that miss on the cross-screen slider right before the break.
It definitely did.
That is just crushing for the mental, just seeing that combo advantage instantly being sapped away there.
Yeah, it's a complete morale killer. Because, well, I mean, you miss, and the immediate second after, you can see that you missed, your teammate missed, and none of the other members missed, right? And you saw it was close, and because of those 2 misses, they're running away with it. It's really unfortunate for Team China here. I like the pick. They were really close, relatively speaking. but it is a 5-3. And the thing is as well, if China was the team that could pick first going into this match, then it would have been their pick now, right? At the 5-3 scoreline. But now it's Chile's pick, and they go for the double time 2, which is a bit surprising to me. I mean, if you win the double time 3 by that much, I think the double time 1 would have been way, way better. But they are going to go for the technical lower AR double time here, which, in my opinion, is a bit more forgiving for people that don't play double time all too often. So, a bit of a risk that I didn't think Chile would take here.
Yeah, it's definitely questionable. This being down below 8.5, being 8.3 before double time is added on. We see Stark coming in, substituting Lechu. Miyaguni coming in for China, waiting for that third player. Dazule, Aricio, and Pekorat still sticking in.
I was going to comment that it's got to be Cyphers and Cornet, but it's Dazule staying in right now, so he didn't play double time 3, ends up going to be playing double time 2. Cyphers coming, Cornet being subbed out here. China back against the wall, right? Could be potentially their last map of what was a really eventful OC Catch World Cup for them. They had a really close round of 32 match. They're having a really close quarterfinals match, but it kind of seems like they're losing both of those, which is really, really unfortunate. Unless they are able to break Team Chile on this double time 2. They've lost all the hard works. They've lost the double time 3. Can double time 2 be the saving grace here for Team China?
Cough, cough, Chile throw for TB.
They got to. What's their PayPal?
Right, here we are, getting the good lucks into the chat. Possibly the last pick of the match. Chile holding on to match point, 5-3.
Solid roster coming out from Team China, though. Dazule, Miyaguni, and Cyphos. Don't count them out just yet. It's going to be an uphill battle here on the double time 2. Mega Man 2 medley, Mad by Dave.
And early misses across the board for China.
Yeah, those triplets, that's to be expected, but everyone else missing off of those triplets as well. That's giving Team Chile already a huge advantage. In fact, look at that scorebar loading up, right? Because they all three here.
Oh, Chile's already running away with this.
Oh, it's kind of a complete nightmare start for Team China. None of them are rolling on to combo. 3 FC still for Team Chile. Look at that, 200,000 points.
Oh my.
We barely even started. This would be the comeback of the century, ELX, if they can pull this off.
This would be the comeback of the century if they pull this off, but I do not think they are going to pull this off. Pekorat dropping.
It's a start.
But it's a start, but that's like slapping a band-aid on a gaping wound.
Definitely. And Cyphersense are trading it as well, so it's still above 200. Dazule trading another miss from Pekorat. It's still combo advantage for Team Chile. No combos on Team China. It kind of looks like Chile found one of their weak spots. The double time 2. I was criticizing their pick, but it looks to be working out. Still a double FC coming from Stark and Rizzo really solid here.
Yeah. Approaching the final third, and Chile has a 300,000 point advantage, and that's just going to continue to grow as this map progresses. Trades coming from Pekorat and Cyphos. Aricio finally drops. Traded with Miyaguni.
Yeah, there's only 1 quarter left. It's 300,000 points. Stark doing so much with that full combo. Really solid coming out from Stark here. And I think sadly ELEX first match points is going to be converted into a victory for Team Chile here. In what was a really hard fought battle. Team China putting up such an amazing performance here. I think they caught Chile off guard with those 3 first points.
They really did. Chile cannot say they were in the middle of the map. Chile cannot say that they were afraid. They can't say they weren't afraid.
Exactly. Stark bringing home the FC here, but they just kind of found a weakness of Team China, averaging 8-10 with your entire team is a bit too low on double time 2 in the quarterfinals, and that's going to be a 3 victory for Team Chile. But honestly, Team China, I mean, they had a phenomenal World Cup. I think if they qualified a bit higher, I think qualifiers might have been a slight mistake from them. If they were able to qualify a bit higher, they could have taken down so many teams in round of 32, in quarterfinals. But they were just unfortunate to get into that 19 seed slot and face against seed 9 here, Chile.
and Chile progressing through the loser brackets. They've confirmed themselves a top 16 position, and they are playing Sweden tomorrow in what is going to be a banger of a match as well, because Sweden looked very, very solid against the United States last week. Had a bit of a tougher match against Australia, but still, I wouldn't count them out against Chile either.
No, I wouldn't either. Even though they had a slightly match against Australia that went to tiebreaker. 6K point difference, by the way. If you guys have not checked out that VOD or that match, go check it out. It's amazing, that tiebreaker. But I told the Swedish team, I'm decently good friends with them, what happened today, happened today. You guys got the W. Tomorrow is a new day for new scores to be set. Just go in with a full mental reset.
Exactly. And we've seen really good stuff coming out from the Swedish team, so they can definitely put up a fight against this really strong Chilean roster, especially on maps like the Hard Rock 2. The Double Time 3 was really solid as well, Double Time 2 as well, so there's some really good picks for Team Chile. But Sweden, the one thing they got going for them, they can play hidden. Those are three maps that were left unpicked here in this match, and they can go for those, so it's going to be a banger match, but that's for tomorrow. We still have 2 more matches left today. Canada versus Mexico, another loser bracket matchup, and United Kingdom versus Peru, also a loser bracket matchup. And then as soon as those 2 have been finished, we know which 8 teams will be battling it out tomorrow in the loser brackets for those 4 spots for the semifinals, right? So in about an hour from now, 17:30 UTC, so about 1 hour 30, if I can count right, we see Canada playing against Mexico. Mexico, bit unfortunate with the draw, I think, because Canada, really solid team, even though they qualified a bit lower than usual. But that would be a banger matchup as well. Anyhow, huge congratulations to Chile. Also, huge congratulations to China for a beautiful World Cup. Not rewarded with not rewarded with the finish they could have gotten, I think, but still something to be very, very proud of. So go ahead,
and
Felix.
just want to have a little closing message for the Chinese players. You guys made that a match. It ended 6-3. You guys made that a match, and you have an entire year to improve. And oh god, I am scared to see what you guys can do with a year time for improving.
They can build on this roster. Really
they
solid.
They can 100%
beginning.
build on it.
Yeah. And with that, we close up for now. We'll be back in about 90 minutes. Canada versus Mexico. I was Elskefe. I was joined by Elix. And thank you everyone for watching, and we'll see you soon. Bye bye everyone.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Osu Catch World Cup 2025. I'm Snow Leopard here with Doland to see an ultimate North American showdown between Canada and Mexico. Doland, how's it going?
It goes quite well, and indeed, the ultimate North American showdown, as well as quite a close seed matchup. Seed 12 Canada, Seed 15 Mexico. Should be a great one, and Seed 13 Germany awaits the winner tomorrow.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of banger matches with really close seeding. We got Canada, who's a bit lower seeded than expected this year, but probably a bit underseeded, so going to be quite the opponent, but Mexico, no slouch either. Definitely can punch above their weight as well.
Yeah, Mexico have been playing catch-up since the beginning after falling to Colombia in the round of 32. They've been going on that lower bracket run. We'll see if they can keep it up here as we get the rolls and bans. It is going to be Canada winning this roll.
Yeah, pretty low rolls, but 35 will get the job done with Mexico rolling 10. Let's see how they want to start
Predictions are
out
live. Go ahead and gamba your channel points in the chat as we await the bans here. It's been quite a fun map pool for the viewers this weekend. A lot of throwback banger tracks on display in this map pool. We'll hopefully see if we can avoid getting those banned.
Yeah, I definitely like Hidden One. It's always a fun one.
Yeah, Hidden One, Double Time 3.
I'm curious about is if we're going to see the Hidden 2 ban. It is the AR8 Hidden. It's been a popular ban so far.
That is interesting, because, I mean, I feel like both of these teams realistically could ban it, but they could both play it, I feel, in my opinion. So it's kind of an interesting map in that dynamic.
Yeah, when we get to these higher seed matches, where you'd expect the map to perhaps come out a bit, and yeah, these two teams in particular both have some pretty strong hidden rosters, so definitely could be on the cards here, as Mexico is going to be the first one banning.
And they're taking some time with that ban. It's not an easy decision when you're up against a team like Canada, who, like you said, is somewhat underseeded. And it is going to be Hidden 2.
Hate to see it, but can't blame them.
So no low AR Hidden here. It's gonna... Oh no, Canada! What have you done?
Wait a minute, they said pick Hidden One. I assume they mean ban, but unless we're just missing a chat.
I'm hoping they mean pick.
There we go, let's go.
Okay, saved.
I'll take
saved. Canada with the top tier rage bait. I mean, some pretty sensible bans here, I feel.
Yeah, banning out that consistency Nomad 1 when you're the higher seed, both literally and effectively, with Canada being a bit underseeded. Makes sense, banning out that consistency map. It's the easiest one for your opponent to just get a nice through AFC and you to make a small mistake, and there goes your point. Going to be starting out with Hidden One, which we have seen this be a struggle for some teams. The swing rhythm does make it a bit difficult with the Hidden, even though stat-wise it's fairly normal. Your CS4 AR 9.1.
On 9.1, that's definitely one of those awkward ARs that you typically don't really see common in the quote meta when it comes to maps. And a lot of people do consider AR9 to be somewhat low. But
yeah, I guess these days it is considered a bit low. I'm an old head, so to me AR9 is like the standard, but
right.
But yeah, for the meta these days, 9.1 is starting to get into that low area, but I wouldn't quite call it low AR hidden.
Yeah, that's the thing, is you can't quite call it low AR, but you can't quite call it mid AR, you know, it's kind of somewhere on that line in between.
Yeah, definitely.
Looks like we are waiting for a substitution here for Mexico, having some difficulty getting into the lobby.
Hey, brother, what you thinking? That good old sound is ringing. They don't know what they're missing.
There we are.
Legs ain't got time to lay low. Your knees are bending, so it's time to get up and let go.
Yeah, we got Agamalpa coming in. Looks like that will be the third player for Mexico, alongside Cowboy and Firu.
It's hot when things get
With the good looks in the chat, I think that's going to be locking in Katsuragi, Red, and Unlucky W for Canada.
no right to say no. Tonight it's ready, set, go.
Going to be getting this North American showdown underway.
Baby, can you move around the rhythm so we can't get within
And 3.5 minutes here on this hidden one pick. It is a somewhat lengthy map too, so with that swing rhythm, if you lose your way, it's really hard to find it.
Yeah. We had some matches earlier on, actually one Friday for the North American time zones, and saw this map come out, and it was a bit of a struggle. It was a crazy map. Swung the score right at the very end, so these teams are a little higher seed than that previous match, but still plenty to trip them up on.
Definitely, but an early miss for Canada here is going to give that lead to Mexico as Agamalpa trades Red and Unlucky W. You see some struggles already here, and now it's only Katsuragi and Firu holding the full combos out of the intro.
you thinking. Leave that on record spinning. You feel
Yeah,
free
Agamalpa
going.
dropped below 75% accuracy, is starting to recover on this slow section.
Knees are bending, so
From what I see, from what I was seeing, I think the chorus section is going to really start to trip people up, even if they're okay on these slower sections. It gets into really fast wiggles with a ton of hypers, and it's really easy to just slip out of that rhythm.
We do see a complete team wipe here from Mexico, only traded by Katsuragi on the Canadian side of things, as Red is above 200 and Unlucky W is right there. Canada are going to start running away with this.
Yeah, a lot of struggle coming out in this chorus section, but Red holding on super well. Unlucky W was as well. Does find a single miss, but recovers.
And it's only Red, really. Everyone else is kind of holding the same combo and missing at about the same rate.
hey, brother, what you thinking? That good old sound
Back into a bit of a slow section, help these players build up some combo, but Agamalpa continuing to struggle a little bit, hasn't quite cracked back into the 90%.
so it's time to get up and let go. Hey, brother, listen steady. Put down
And Red outperforming their teammates by 100,000 points. Looking really comfortable on this hidden one pick.
tonight it's ready, set, go. Baby, can you move around the rhythm so we can't get within
Back into the swing, and it will claim Red as well as Agamalpa once again. Firu and Cowboy seem to have finally found their footing, but unfortunately being matched by Katsuragi, but all combos down except for Firu now.
Yeah,
But
holding
it's-
on through this course is really impressive, but you can see it's just claiming so many misses.
And like you said, Agamalpa down to 400,000 points. Despite a brilliant performance here from Firu on the back half of the map, it is going to take a collapse of epic proportions for Canada to lose this one.
Yeah, and they would need at least two players to be completely collapsing, since Agamalpa has been struggling to hold the combo. Agamalpa could clutch it up at the end, then could be a bit closer if we do see a bit of a meltdown for Canada, but time is slim.
And Katsuragi back up to 200 combo to stop the bleeding. Will find a miss though, but again, there's just not enough time here, as the score gap is actually widened somewhat due to the struggles for Agamalpa. Cowboys miss, stealing it for sure. A solid opening point here for Canada. And now all eyes really on Red to see how high that score is going to climb to 928,000.
Yeah, beautiful play from Red there. Did find 6 misses, but on a map like this, that's still very impressive. Firu with 8 misses, so pretty much matched it in the latter half of the map. Just had some earlier misses, but either way, a convincing 1-0 start for Canada on their map pick.
And again, we'll have to see how quickly Canada reach for Hidden 3, because it's a different beast than the other Hidden maps, for sure. But the question is, where do Mexico go with their opening pick here? Nomad 1 taken away by Canada.
Yeah, and I don't think that map alone is going to define this match, because it's a particularly difficult map, and I think suits Canada a lot better. Even though Mexico does have some hidden players, it's a very particularly difficult hidden map. So Mexico still has plenty of shots to get their points back here, as they take us to what their first map pick is going to be, and it will be Mixed Mod 2. 10, my beloved.
You don't typically see teams ban a Hidden 2 and then reach for Mixed Mod 2 immediately.
Yeah, they're opting into the low AR hidden. Not quite AR8 low, but it is 8.4.
Yeah, a lot of high density patterns in this map. Again, it's all about the reading on Hidden with the AR 8.4, and with Hard Rock, it's, well, typical Hard Rock test precision. That's always the name of the game with Hard Rock. CTB White Cat checking in. Will relieve Unlucky W.
Yeah, that's Fuhi, isn't it? Yeah, it's Fuhi.
No, that's CTV White Cat.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, you're right. My hero.
Hui? This is what I came to see today at the top of my screen. CTV White Cat and Milk 16.
Some solid names, honestly. Not quite like a name collab level, but it's getting there. Getting some lore built.
Definitely. You got to build the team lore. That's how you truly become legendary.
At least Canada isn't hitting us with WWWWW names this year, so commentary is saved.
Unfortunately, some people like to become legendary in the wrong sense.
I like the Netherlands route.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the prime example. Rest in peace, warm-ups. But here we go. It's going to be round 2 on the Mixed Mod. It's going to be Katsuragi and Firu contesting Hidden. CTB White Cat against Milk on Hard Rock. And Red against Cowboy on Nomad.
So far, pretty good start. Red did miss early, but as I say that, Katsuragi and Red both missing.
The start immediately goes awry for 4 of them as Firu now finds a miss. So it's only the Hard Rock players, funny enough, holding on.
Yeah, that is interesting. I mean, Hidden, fair enough. You would expect the Nomad to have a bit of an easier time than the Hard Rock players. But so far, it's the Hard Rock players from those last 2 full combos.
And again, it is still AR 8.4, so if you just played the previous map, transitioning to a map like this is going to be difficult given the density. Firu and Katsuragi will trade, but Milk is going to find the first drop on Hard Rock, and that is going to be an advantage for Canada as Red has recovered quite nicely on the Nomad, as well as Cowboy. This one's still very close. Only a 1 miss game, 32,000 points here halfway through.
Yeah, everyone were covering up their combo, but
Ooh,
with these difficult patterns, Katsuragi gonna find a miss. I was gonna say very easy to slip up. Cannot be caught sleeping on this. And Firu gonna be
Fear
the next to fall.
trades. As well as Milk, and that's a team reset for Mexico. It was looking good. But unfortunately, they've fallen apart in CTB White Cat and Red. Comboing brilliantly here into the final third of the map with 75,000 points of advantage. Oh no, what is that miss? That's so unfortunate. Jinx.
Does stem the bleeding a little bit and actually starts to ever so slowly swing the score back towards Mexico, but it will not be enough on its own. We are getting low on time. Time is there, but Canada needs to miss a few times here.
Yeah, we're going to need to see a double miss here out of Canada real shortly, and it does not look like that is going to happen. Oh, wait, there it is! One is traded by Milk. Is it going to be enough? I think they need more, unfortunately, and Canada are going to take the break point, it looks like. Yep, they will. Into the spinner. They have it by 30K. What a close one.
Wasn't for the trade by Milk, it was maybe possible. I think it still would have just barely gone Canada, though. There wasn't quite enough time to fully capitalize on that, but man, it was close. Got a little scary.
Really impressive stuff out of CTV White Cat there on the one miss, nearly 1 million points. And even out of the hidden players who were the lowest scores in the lobby, you had 870 and 895K. Some pretty respectable hidden performances by Katsuragi and Firu. And Hidden 3, yep, they're going to waste no time going right back into the mod that works for them.
Yeah, not a huge surprise there. This one going to be the highest approach rate for the Hiddens, 9.4. I think that's definitely standard approach rate. If you're calling it 9.4 low, then you're just wrong. So
that ain't right.
I suited Creeper, and then, you know, fair enough. The man plays like AR-11, so.
Yeah, then it's still low. But a much shorter beat map here, so again, as long as Canada can get a good launch here, they should be alright. But I do worry, because of all the hidden picks, this is probably the one that Mexico would be most likely to be able to contest, given that it's more focused on mechanics rather than the reading challenge or the low approach rate.
Yeah. It is quite mechanical, so it does raise that difficulty level in general a bit, and still has some density despite the higher approach rate. But yeah, I do think this is probably the most competitive hidden map for Mexico. So Canada closing out the hidden pool, but not without any risk. It is also only 2 minutes, so if they have a little unlucky run, could easily swing over to Mexico.
Looks like Mexico having a couple connectivity issues. They are going to be having a few more substitutions coming in. Looks like we are going to be getting Daxaraz, as well as Kami, potentially, for Mexico. As a quick reminder, if you want to support any of these teams that you're watching this weekend on the Catch World Cup, you can get a banner in the Oz store on your profile for $2.50. They look amazing, and they go to support the tournament as well as the players of the team that you get the banner for. And if the team you buy the banner for wins the whole tournament, you get to keep it for longer, just for the bragging rights.
Got a lot of money to spend. You can go with the tried and true strategy of just buying a banner anytime a team wins.
You could just get all 32.
You can buy as many as you want. Yeah.
Yeah.
We have seen we've seen some interesting things with the profiles. People building patterns out of the banners. Always a treat to see. So definitely check those out. One of the coolest ways you can get a little decoration on your profile. I myself have a Sweden banner. Still need to buy the US one.
Oh man, the joke's still going. We love it.
I'm a Swedish plant this whole time. Cowboy gonna find a really early miss. Like first 5 combo.
It is going to be immediately traded here by Katsuragi and Unlucky W. This is what we were referring to, Snow Leopard.
Yeah. This is the type of map where it's, yeah, you no longer have that kind of hidden skill set advantage for Canada. It's just a straight up duel, and Unlucky in red finding some misses, getting quite a sizable lead for Mexico at the start of this. We're already a quarter of the way through as well.
Yeah, it's not looking good for Canada here at all, as Daxaros has come in and is popping off along with Fear and Cowboy, and Canada really struggling to find any consistency here.
Yeah, that lead just continues to grow. Already at 160k, another miss from Katsuragi. Will be traded by Daxaros. That's a team wipe now for Canada, so it's going to continue to extend.
Yeah, and a near team wipe for Mexico as well. Only Firu holding combo. And is the lone full combo, and at the break, Mexico are going to see that they have a sizable advantage heading into the back half of this one. A prime opportunity for them to get a break point and get right back into this game, as Unlucky W is going to go down in the slow section.
Firu finally going to drop that full combo. Whole team down for Mexico. Canada going to reclaim some of that score back, but Unlucky W and Katsuragi just not holding on to the combo. It's up to red right now. And that is a huge lead to try and come back from.
Yeah, they're going to need to regain form and find footing pretty soon. And red going down is not a good sign, as well as Katsuragi. Fear and Unlucky W up to 200. Fear will go down, but this is not enough for Canada. And Mexico, despite losing a lot of this lead here in the ending section of the map, are going to hold on to win it. Still by 100,000 points.
Yeah, I think that really techie section at the end there kind of favored Mexico. Even though they were dropping a lot and actually lost a lot of score lead, it made sure that Canada didn't have enough combo to actually make a comeback. This cures the point. So breakpoint to breakpoint. Now 2-1 and Mexico's pick. They have a chance to tie it back up here.
And that was a prime example of why free combo in a beat map just matters so much. Canada finding the early struggles, and Mexico were just able to capitalize. Found no misses until the final difficult sections of the map. And even though Canada outperformed them on the back half of the difficult sections, it didn't matter. The lead was just too big by that point.
Yeah, if you saw the miscounts, it was actually fairly even across the board, but Mexico holding all those misses until the end in those more difficult sections, where Canada still was finding 1 or 2 here and there. It made the whole difference, so very well played by them. And luckily for them, Hidden Pool completely off the board now. There is a Mixed Mod 1, but that is the only map left that could force them into a hidden battle again. And even then, just in a 1v1.
Yeah, so the question remains, where will Mexico go with this second pick? And it's a very important one. They have to consolidate this breakpoint, tie the match.
Yeah, I'm expecting either Nomad or Hard Rock. Canada also no slouches on double time. Could see them heading there next when they get their pick back. And it will be Nomad 4th. They're going to go for the convert.
Switching it up from mechanics to tech in a different way in the convert pick of the map pool. 2.5 minutes. AR 9.5. So as far as converts go, this is a pretty standard stat line you're looking at here. But again, that's if you play converts.
Yeah, other interesting note for this map is it was a song custom created for us, but not for CWC or even OWC. It was actually for Corsace Open 2023. So, getting some extra use out of it with the CWC version. Shout out to the original mappers, Ariel and Nakano Itsuki, for allowing us to take this in, make it something of our own.
Five and a half stars. Again, star rating especially deceptive on a convert pick. Looks like we are going to be getting 0 substitutions though, Snow Leopard.
Yeah, gonna be staying that same roster, which, I mean, I don't blame Mexico on that. The roster had a really nice showing there, especially with Daxaraz coming in. Showing up big immediately.
Yeah, but I mean, also the fact that Canada are not switching it up and, they're able to keep the same roster in after that performance, it's really going to test Canada's adaptability and the mental game here to put that tough breakpoint loss aside and come back at it on the convert and try to get yet another breakpoint to regain that 2-point lead.
Red will be the first to fall, right around 100 combo. Does recover in that miss from Firu. Well, there's misses all over, but I think that favors Canada in the end.
Oh, but the final miss comes out from Canada. Only one full combo remains. It's Daxaraz. Top of your screen on the right side for Mexico. And it is going to be Mexico finding their footing here earlier on the convert. And though Daxaraz does give up the FC, Firu has reached 200 combo and is the only one there. Katsuragi breaking 100 now for Canada.
Yeah, Daxaraz holding the torch in the beginning, getting that lead. Firu taking over just in time. There's a nice 90k lead for Mexico so far.
Oh, but not for long as a double miss comes out from Cowboy and Firu. Instantly eradicating 20,000 points of advantage. And that will continue to shrink as the map progresses as another miss comes out from Cowboy 2 here, but traded by White Cat and Katsuragi. CTB White Cat with another miss here. And that is going to give Mexico some life.
It was looking really sketchy for a second, but misses coming out from Canada will save them. It's Firu back up to combo. Cowboy well on his way. Will make it as well. Firu drops.
I mean, Mexico have provided Canada several opportunities, but unfortunately they have found one too many misses. Right when the opportunity arises, here's a trade. 2 on the side of Mexico, traded by 1 from Canada. That will narrow the score margin as Cowboy finds yet another miss traded by Katsuragi.
Yeah, it's all over the place. No one's holding the combo for too long. Red is above 200. The only one to be there until now.
Oh, big miss from Daxaraz and Firu. Just what Canada needed.
Cowboy, the team wipe.
They are running out of time, but the misses are coming out. They could still do this if they hold form. 50,000. CTB White Cat drops. Not what Canada need. They still have 2 combos. Mexico need to stop the bleeding. Double miss comes out. Red falls. And that's not going to be enough. Canada needed that last combo to hold.
Mexico just building up that lead of, I believe it was nearly 100,000 at the peak. Help them weather that storm in the end where it got very scary.
And a job well done from Mexico to consolidate the breakpoint, tie the match back up. And now we have a game on our hands. And now I would say this might be advantage Mexico here, because now you've got a tie game and no more hidden maps remaining.
Yeah. Canada does still have the double time pool, so that is something to contend with, but the pool is dwindling in terms of stuff that's fairly Canada favoring, so definitely a competitive match. I think Mexico, they got the points they needed on those early hidden picks to secure themselves a good shot at taking this match.
Yeah, they've definitely given themselves a chance with that breakpoint and consolidation. But now the question is, where will Canada go? Likely double time, but actually it is going to be a timeout called by Canada. So So they're going to use
Yeah.
their 1 2-minute timeout here.
I think that just goes to show that the pool is looking a lot harder to pick now.
Well, yeah,
Exhausted all those hidden picks.
and they acknowledge just how serious the situation is because they know that despite their advantage on the double time maps, that Mexico can probably contest these no mod and hard rocks. And there's that mixed mod still hanging out there. So they know that Mexico, in theory, have enough maps in this pool that they have an advantage on to take this one to tiebreak at least. So
Yeah, and with that said, that means that Canada can't afford to give away a breakpoint. If they do, that could be Mexico closing it out without us even getting to that tiebreaker. So makes a ton of sense here. They're taking their time out. They need to choose their next steps very carefully and make sure they don't give any breakpoints over.
also probably a smart call as a captain for Katsuragi to just step in and call the timeout now after they go up 2-0 and then unfortunately can't maintain that 2-point advantage, and now it's a tie game. You saw one of the Canadian players leave early after the end of that last map, so maybe trying to just calm the team down, get the players settled back down, and lock back in.
Yeah. There's a time to lock back in, and it is definitely here. Mexico looking like they're starting to lock in themselves, so Canada need to be able to match that energy.
We'll see. And again, we're probably starting to run out of time here on this timer. I imagine we only have about maybe 30 to 45 seconds left.
Yeah.
So Canada are in the midst of a very tough decision right now.
Look at the double times. Wonder which one they would... I imagine they're going to pick a double time. I just don't know which one. Perhaps double time one if they're feeling a bit shaken and they just want to go with the consistency pick, ease into it. That being said, they may be more favored on double time 2 or double time 3 just because of the higher difficulties.
It is going to be
double time 2
VT2.
picked.
So yep, as you correctly assumed, double time, and this is probably where Canada's going to reside here for much of the remainder of this match in terms of picks.
Yeah, and this map being 3 minutes long before double time does actually coincide with it being 3 different songs. So 3 different tracks from Mega Man 2. So we will see some BPM changes twice throughout the map, so could throw some people off as well. Definitely the type of map where you want some practice on it. Do not want to be jumping into this blind.
It looks as if Mexico are going to keep the same roster in the lobby. It will be Unlucky W, Red, and CTB White Cat. Here we go. Good luck's in the chat. Round number 5. Now underway after the timeout. We'll see if this was the right choice after much deliberation. Early misses coming out from Daxaraz and Red, as well as Cowboy.
Yeah, slight advantage to Canada, but not quite as large as you would hope. But going to be a team-wide miss for Mexico there. We'll finally see that lead extension that Canada was hoping for.
Yeah, now we see Red and Fui really starting to lock in now and settle into this double time pick. Mexico finding their footing, have regained all their combos back to 200, but 71,000 points is the margin. It's going to be at least 2 misses, and Daxaros is going to put them further behind with that drop.
See a drop from White Cat. Not going to hurt the lead too much, though. It was it was basically a trade for Daxaros.
And that'll keep things right around 70,000 points. Another miss here from CTV White Cat. Now starting to chain miss. That'll give Mexico some points back. And Unlucky W will trade with Firu.
That could be enough to start making this scary.
Yeah, Cowboy
saves him.
Yep, Unlucky W will trade, but now it's around 1.5 miss advantage for Canada here, about 40,000 points. Could take a little more than 1 miss here, but the double miss is going to be absolutely devastating for Mexico out of Daxaros and Cowboy. It's all red into the final sections.
Daxaros finding a miss again. Firu finally dropping as well. That was the team leader. And that score difference just balloons over to Canada at the end here.
Oh, and Red will find the drop. Unfortunately, no full combo here, but the job has been done for Canada. 130k. They'll regain the lead 3-2.
Yeah, it's always interesting when the score difference jumps a lot at the end there, because if you don't have teammates like watching the stream or letting you know, they might assume that that was kind of just a blowout, but really it was fairly close until the end. So still favoring Canada as to be expected, but a little closer than maybe you'd expect. Does get the job done though. Mexico gonna go over to Mixed Mod 1.
Yeah, not
more
too big of
Canada
a
mapping on the board.
surprise.
Surely Canada's strategy all along is to get us to tiebreaker so they can play the Yoshi Green map. It wouldn't be a CWC without a Canada tiebreaker, so.
Right, gotta have a Canadian tiebreaker.
And also Canada, they won their double time 2 pick, so no trolling to be found. Overall, looking pretty good out of Canada, but we're still in that pretty tense situation where Mexico has plenty of picks. Canada starting to dwindle on theirs. So break points want to be avoided at all costs for both of these teams.
Yeah, in Canada, again, they still have 2 more double time picks, but the main problem is that, Mexico is probably well aware of what they're going to pick, and, there's always that chance that they have a player or 2 in the background practicing those double time maps right now. This has definitely been a popular pick this weekend. Going to be going with the flow here. It's going to be CTB White Cat against Daxaros on the Hard Rock. Red versus Firu on Hidden. Unlucky against Cowboy on Nomad.
We're loading into it. Pretty much, yeah. Same squads. Popped slots around a little bit, but it makes sense for the mixed mod. Daxaros is going to be taken Hidden alongside the Hard Rock. Always interesting to see, but with AR-10, it doesn't matter as much. You're pretty much looking at the top edge of your screen anyway.
Yeah, and I think for some players in that instance. It just helps them focus on that region of the screen. So
Yeah.
definitely a preference mod for sure. And someone who's not skipping the intro.
I think that is Dexteraz. He's the only one not
I
moving.
think so.
he's hanging out. He's having a good time.
Well, I guarantee you one of them's forcing that intro to be played. That's so funny.
Yeah,
The
maybe
mind
he's trying to
games.
ice Canada out. Yeah. To sit
I mean,
there
that's
and
a
stew
fair
on it.
plan. Instead, it backfired if it was indeed Daxaraz. Early miss comes out from Dax as well as Cowboy and Unlucky W.
Yeah, Mexico trying to go with the flow, but flow heading over to Canada so far.
Oh, Fear, that's a nasty miss there. That took a couple points of
Really fast
accuracy.
wiggles.
Yeah, a couple of these hypers, if you miss them, you're going to end up missing a whole section. And despite the early struggles from Mexico, the lead is now, well, just now starting to take off because that miss from Daxaraz. It's going to park right around 90,000. Oh, but that double miss is going to make things a lot worse.
Yeah, the difficulty of this map may have been a bit of a fumble to be picked by Mexico. Had plenty of hard rock and nomad to go for, and could just be an unlucky run, but 160k is quite decisive for Canada right now.
And we're not even halfway through the map, too. That's what's even more alarming. The level of consistency Canada is on right now is pretty good. Hard to beat that.
We're in a flow state right now. And it's what they need to try and close this out before going to tiebreaker.
And this will be
Halfway through.
absolutely huge. They've kind of been, even though they've been ahead on the scoreboard for most of the map, ever since that early break point from Mexico that they consolidated, it kind of took the wind out of Canada's sails a little bit. This will definitely get them pointed back in the right direction.
Before the seeding results came out, you would expect Canada to be one of the favored to reach the podium, if not potentially win it all, but double miss out of Mexico, extending that bleeding even further, almost at 250k.
Yeah, that is going to put Mexico well out of contention here as a drop finally comes out from the Canadian side. It's from Unlucky W, but it will not alter the fate of Canada here, as it's all Fooey and red. CTB White Cat will drop. I have cursed Fooey. That's on me, brother.
Yeah, there's these really small kind of anti-flow wiggles catching a lot of players out. Pretty much everyone but red has fallen to him now.
Will the lone full combo in the lobby hold through till the end? Final section coming up. Dense stacks. Yes, red.
Red holds on. Beautiful score.
Near double S on the hidden. 1.017 million.
Yeah, that's a strong contender to be a top score for the weekend on this map.
No doubt. How
Potentially
crazy
even
was
team
it?
score, but
Wait a minute.
definitely
how
individual
is the
score.
worst score on Canada the Nomad?
Yeah, that's actually
That's insane. Dude, poor Unlucky W living up to their name today.
yeah. The true classic, but Canada getting the breakpoint they need, I think that's gonna help the nerves a lot. It's now their pick. They're one away from match point, and plenty of options still available for them. Well, I guess not too many. They got the two double times, and I think they can still put up a fight on the Nomads and perhaps even the Hard Rocks, but the pool is thinning out a bit, but they just need to get one more to at least lock them into tiebreaker, so that should be some weight off their shoulders.
Yeah,
They can
break
get that
point-
next point, then that's a lot of pressure off.
That breakpoint was absolutely devastating for Mexico. It worked so hard to even the match after going down 2-0 at the start. Now find themselves down 2 points again, and it will be Nomad 3, the pick for Canada. Into our gimmick pick of the pool.
Another Canadian map.
I'm noticing a pattern.
Sounds like we have a lot of Canadians on the pooling team, but rest assured, no funny business going on here. And also, this one is another OS original, this time specifically made for CWC this year. Love to see it. And if we can get to tiebreaker, we'll get to see the second one for this week. We got 2 of them. So Canada probably wanting to close things out here if they can before we get there, but I personally would love to see the tiebreaker. So we'll see if Mexico can go the distance. Stealing a breakpoint here would be huge. And they're going to need to steal a breakpoint. At least, I think 2 breakpoints if they want to bring us the tiebreaker. At least 1.
Just 1 breakpoint right now at the moment.
Actually, yeah, you're right. Yep. Have to win all of their picks and get 1 breakpoint out of the next 2 Canada picks. Math is
Here
hard.
we go. Math is hard. Yes. Early miss out of Firu here. Definitely won't be the deciding factor. Check out these long sliders. And then it goes right back into some, dense stack patterns.
Yeah, these hyper droplets, easy to throw you off, but so far, being navigated fairly well.
But Canada navigating them better as misses coming out now from Daxaraz and Firu.
Another miss coming out for Daxaraz. Canada looking really solid on this. 3-way FC.
Three-way FC and 2 of them still rocking double S's at that. But we're still a long way from home here. And CTV Whitecat is going to drop.
As well as unlucky W.
Firu. It's the start of something. Red holding a nice 800 combo here. But unfortunately, there's just not much combo on the side of Mexico.
Yeah, Firu and Cowboy both found misses around the same time. So Mexico not really able to capitalize on anything. Only change here is FC's lost.
Yeah, they're really going to have to lock in on the back half of this map here and hope for some misses out of Canada. Daxaraz and Red will trade. And that was the largest combo on Canada down, but Firu also is going to match it.
Now with Cowboy down, there's no combo for Mexico. Whitecat has come back up to combo as well as Red. We just extend that lead and it's another massive score lead. Quite possibly insurmountable at this point without a complete meltdown from Canada.
Yeah, I'd say this one is pretty much insurmountable at this point. Canada going to go up 5-2. Be on the verge of match point. And Mexico, man, they have a long road ahead of them back into this match. As you said, they have 2 picks that they have to win, and they have to get a break point off of Canada to force tiebreaker. It is going to be a long road back.
Yeah, and unfortunately, this was a Nomad pick as well. So Canada still has some double time picks up their sleeve for the next pick, but that was Canada's pick. So Mexico, they get the next pick. Hopefully, they can secure the point there. After that is where it starts to get spicy. It'll be Canada with their final pick of the match, and Mexico with the challenge of trying to take a break point on that to give them the opportunity to have their final pick.
And these 6 players have remained in the lobby for the past 4 maps, I believe.
Yeah. Surprising to
not-
see no roster swaps. These teams both have a pretty decent roster that they can rotate through, but these 6 players kind of feeling it, I guess.
Feeling the flow.
Yeah. Could also be just the remaining team members are more of those kind of specialty picks. They just come in for their key talent maps and then let the main core handle the rest. Will we see Hard Rock coming out? Doesn't seem like either team has been wanting to pick it. Mexico will start it out.
Until
Hard Rock
now. And, I guess Mexico just figured that, you know what? No one's picked Hard Rock yet.
Gotta be a reason.
Gotta be a reason, right? And, well, it's definitely not because these teams are uncomfortable on Hard Rock. The problem here is that both of these teams are comfortable on Hard Rock.
Yeah.
So it's kind of been a big game of chicken in terms of that Hard Rock pool. But Mexico, with their backs against the wall, they know they can't go for double time. And Nomad 2 is quite dense, which the dense maps have not gone their way as well today, and that just leaves Hard Rock left in the pool. Which, if this works, that could open the door for Hard Rock 2 or 3 for their final pick if they can break Canada.
Yeah, I think, well, even if Canada wasn't at match point right here, I think the result of this map will really kind of spell out how the rest of the match could go.
Yeah, this is definitely going to tell us a lot here.
Also, the first metal song for this year of CWC, so love to see that. Get some good song variety.
The stream consistency Hard Rock pick. Some wiggles, some light anti-flow. I'd say it's pretty standard, but, definitely noticeably more difficult than previous Hard Rock ones.
Yeah. It is the quote-unquote consistency pick, but tons of streams, which can always get a little sketchy with Hard Rock. Stat-wise, everything is fairly standard, so nothing to be worried about there.
But the streams themselves, what makes this map unique is it's the variety of the different streams you have in terms of the width, right? Because some of them are quite wide, but some of them are not wide at all. And it really is a map that can keep you on your toes as a Hard Rock player, so it's going to truly test these 6 individuals who are still remaining in the lobby with no substitution, Snow Leopard.
At some point, you're just going to start getting tired, especially with these difficult maps. This map is the second highest star rating in the pool, 7.2, just behind the 7.3 of Nomad 1.
Yeah, this will definitely reveal any signs of fatigue here. You can already see things start off pretty tame in terms of the patterns of the streams. You'll see that they vary in width. And that
Daxaraz is going to be the first to fall.
He's going to claim Daxaraz, unfortunately. Will be traded by Fui, by CTV Whitecat there. But Cowboy also following it up will keep the advantage with Canada.
3 FCs left in the lobby. Firu, Unlucky W, are in red.
Oh no,
Firu's
they're
going to drop.
Firu. And now things
Canada
are
in
looking
the driver's
pretty
seat.
grim. Yep. and it's not looking good for Mexico. There's several misses behind, approaching the halfway mark. They're going to need to see a collapse here, a double miss from the Canadian side in the back half of this map. But it's going to be Mexico themselves finding the double miss from Daxaraz and Firu, and it could be over now if Canada continue to hold.
Yeah, that 60k lead, that there is some room to come back. Still technically is, but 100k is starting to look less likely.
Oh! Unlucky W finding a big miss there. It is not going to be enough for Mexico, but it will at least keep their hopes alive somewhat.
Yeah, it's in this slower section, which is, I wouldn't call it quite free combo, but compared to the rest of the map, kind of free combo, which means Mexico, they're going to be able to fully capitalize on it. Lucky back up to the 200, and that was a full point worth of damage.
Oh, another
done.
one? Right out of
miss,
unlucky.
rather.
Yeah, and that's what you
Yeah,
hate
we
to
might
see,
win
right?
another.
There goes another 20,000. But again, Mexico are still going to need to see probably one or two more misses. They're holding quite nicely. They're doing what they need to do. But again, if the misses don't come out, they just don't come out. And that's going to be all she wrote for Mexico. Will it happen?
It's all up to Canada now.
And they're running out of time. Red will provide one. They might need one more. At least one more they'll need. But it's CTV White Cat and Unlucky W holding nicely. Firu trades one of them back. And that could be the nail in the coffin. Daxaraz is the nail in the coffin. And Canada clutch it up after the timeout and rattle off 4 unanswered points to win this match 6-2 and advance to face Germany.
Yeah, it was a really nice performance out of Mexico at the end there. They all three were holding very well, getting up to 1,000 combo, but fortunately Canada just clutching up, really. Showing a lot of consistency at the end there. Will be our winners. Bit unfortunate, but that does mean we need to say goodbye to Mexico. This was a lower bracket match, so Mexico gonna be eliminated in the quarterfinals. But Canada, they're not safe yet. They have not surpassed the quarterfinals. So they now have that following match with Germany, as you're saying.
Indeed, yeah. They got to go toe-to-toe with the Germans, who had an impressive showing against Hong Kong, 6-1, as you see there earlier. And that will be for a spot in top 12 if they can pull it off.
Yeah, and Germany, seed 13, just right behind the Canada seed 12. So if anything, it's going to be a harder match. And if you just go by the seeding, it'll be a harder match than the one against Mexico. So Canada, still plenty of work for them to do this weekend, but we'll have to see that later, because our next match is going to be the United Kingdom versus Peru in about 30 minutes.
Indeed, and that's going to be our final lower bracket match of the weekend. Before we get into our 3 remaining winners bracket quarterfinal matches, you see Russia, Finland, United States, Japan, Argentina, Poland. Those matches happening tomorrow, as well as some more lower bracket matches. Again, the schedules will be updated shortly at some time by the staff. But we're going to see you back here in 30 minutes for the next one. Snow Leopard, it was a pleasure as always.
Pleasure as always. For all you out there watching, go ahead and get some snacks, buy your banners, use the bathroom, and we'll see you back in 30 minutes for the final match of the day. Thanks all.
Baseline. can feel you in my heart, you in my arms. I can hear your voice, I can hear you through the silence, through the silence.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the 2025 Osketch World Cup quarterfinals. We've got one more lower bracket match today to take care of, and that is the 11th seeded United Kingdom against 7th seeded Peru. Or 17th seeded, rather. My bad. Very important. I'm Dolan, and I'm joined by Sekret.
Hello. Yeah, this one, again, honestly, probably one of the bangers of the loser bracket this week, in my opinion. Peru, they have one of the strongest 3/4-man rosters. We haven't seen much of Lunaticid since the qualifiers. Maybe he's here today, but even without Lunaticid, Boltico, Morisi, and Islux, definitely one of the best trio teams that we've ever had in the World Cup, for sure. Meanwhile, UK, they're up on the up and coming. You know, they have a lot of new players and a lot of old players like Fab Ninja and Matt H, who kind of came back for this, and they're making their biggest run in quite a while, I'd say. Or at least they're hoping to, you know. I do see in the chat the rolls did come out. UK did win the roll, choosing to pick second and ban first. On the side of UK, probably not sure what they want to ban. I'd say maybe Hard Rock. Oh, no mod 4. That's a bit surprising to me. I was thinking maybe something like the Hard Rock 2 could have been a good ban against Peru, because Peru has some pretty consistent Hard Rock plays from what I've seen overall. But no mod 4, also still fine in its own right. On the side of Peru, probably gonna get rid of one of the hiddens, I'd say. Whether it's hidden 2 or hidden 3, really depends on how they feel.
Yeah, Peru is notably strong in that Hard Rock pool throughout the tournament. So we'll see what they go with on the bans here. But I haven't seen the No Mod 4 banned a lot this weekend, so that is a surprising ban to me.
If you feel weak on the converts, of course, there's only one of them, so it's good to ban it. But they do ban Hidden 2. Makes complete sense from Peru, because, you know, not many teams wanting to play this week's Hidden 2. Very difficult. Probably if you feel like you're not good on it, you're probably going to lose it. So, end up banning it, get it out of the way. And it's going to be Peru's first pick coming now. I have a feeling Hard Rock 1 or Mix 1. Mix 1, also pretty decent of a pick for Peru. They have one of the better mixed mod teams, in my opinion, especially in this like kind of rank range. All three of them are pretty good at each individual mod.
Yeah, mixed mod has always proven to be one of their kind of stronger suits, especially in these mid to early rounds. Probably going to be iLux on the hidden here.
players in this lobby. And we actually do have no mods on the top. Hard Rock's in the bottom right.
We got trolled by the ref.
Yeah, true. We do a little bit of trolling here.
All right. So it's going to be Nathaniel against Luna on Nomad, Matt against Ilux on Hidden, and Darned Urchin against Boltico on the Hard Rock. Finally getting this match underway.
I'll say part of me believes that Lunaticid might not have the setup just because he's playing Nomad. I feel like if they were in the best position they could, they would have played Hard Rock, because it seems like something they'd FC like last year, you know? But we'll have to see how they do based on their performance. You have some misses from the Hidden players early on, not too surprising. This map's really brutal with Hidden.
And misses easily recovered from by both of the Hidden players. Oh, Matt is going to actually falter right before 200 combo there, so advantage will be on the side of Peru.
Traded out with Islux though. That's 2 misses actually from Islux. It's going to go back to UK here.
Oh, but Matt is going to keep it dead center. Darned Urchin going down as well. Back in favor of Peru. Oh,
they all fall.
A full team wipe for the United Kingdom. Luna and Boltico carrying on with the full combos.
Oh, that's a double miss from Peru, but one miss is traded out by Matt H. They're still going to have a pretty sizable lead. I think it's going to be like 2 misses advantage for Peru now. The only FC left in the lobby is Lunaticid in that top right spot with the SS even.
Yeah, but as Matt H's combo recovers back up to 200 here, that lead will stop shrinking right around 50,000. That's pretty much 2 misses right there. Maybe a little less than 2 misses. 2 might swing it back over to the UK.
That miss from Darned Urchin though, not going to help. Traded out at least with Islux, so still staying around that 50k. That's another miss. Top
the
players
Nomads
trade
go.
miss on Nomad.
Yep, and now no FCs remaining in the lobby. Only Matt and Boltico with combo. Darned Urchin finally back up to 200. Nathaniel goes down as well. Not looking good for the United Kingdom here into the final quarter. It's still very close, but these misses are just being traded.
They need more misses from
Oh,
Peru.
Boltico!
That's some.
But Matt finding a drop to trade it might eliminate the United Kingdom's hopes here on this one, as well as Nathaniel.
It's still super possible in this wiggle heavy ending. See trades again from Boltico and Nathaniel. Matt H doesn't get traded out just yet from a player on the side of Peru, as well as Darned Urchin. That one is traded out with Islux though. Actually, no, wait, they got traded by Boltico. So it's still 100k-ish gap at the end. But Peru, Lunaticid didn't look like he missed a step. Only 1 miss. Best score in the lobby by quite a margin.
Yeah, by well over 40,000 points over the next highest scorer in Boltico.
And you know, that is such like an aura moment to have, really, is on the side of UK, you're probably going into this match thinking, okay, we're playing against Islux, Boltico, and Marisi. That's the roster that Peru has been running since round of 32. They ran it for the past 2 weeks. And then on the first map, you just see Lunaticid come in, 1 miss the map, on your own pick. That's like maximum just aura right there that you can have. It really plays into the minds of the UK at that point. It's like, oh, he's here.
We got to deal with this guy.
Score. Yeah, we got to deal with this guy now.
And immediately going to pick Hard Rock 2 here, so the UK seemingly unfazed here.
I don't know if I like this. I feel like if they didn't have Lunaticid, this could be fine, but this just screams Lunaticid just destroying this map. And Boltico just put up a decent performance as well on the Mixed Mod 1 Hard Rock.
Yeah, true, but like you also mentioned, you know, Lunaticid also has a capable Hard Rock player. So were they
Yeah.
putting Lunatic on the no mod because it's a suboptimal setup?
I don't know, but I mean he did good, so we'll have to see.
The mind games continue here. Fab Ninja checking in for the United Kingdom will be the lone substitution so far. Looks like we're going to see one from Peru as well. Wait a minute.
Wait,
a minute.
something feels off here. There we go. Yeah, Marisi stepping in for Islux on the side of Peru.
Looks like this is the lineup we're going to have for Hard Rock 2.
Yeah, big thing about Peru is last year they kind of got third man gapped on most of their maps because their 3 players that they had last year, Lunatic and Boltico and Islux, could have really only played 2 out of 3 mods. Somebody would fall off in one of the mods, no matter who it was. But now, Maurici really caught up this year in terms of ability, so they can really actually have a 4-man roster. And this is the first time we're really seeing it happen with Lunatic Kid playing in this match. On the side of UK, we have Fab Ninja and Matt H, 2 of the veteran United Kingdom players. They've been here for better half of a decade, probably close to a decade for both of them actually. Darndurch and one of the newer UK members.
Couple early misses here from some of these Peruvian players in Lunatic Kid and Maurici. So far, the British looking quite comfortable on the intro. Matt will find a drop here, as well as Fab Ninja, so Peru will be right back in this one. They will take a nice advantage.
Darn Urgent drops on the slider, which is so unfortunate. That's going to be spelling a pretty decent lead for Peru being built up here.
Maurici will find a drop to trade that back, but again, shouldn't be the end for Peru here. They still have a little cushion here, at least a 1 miss cushion, and it'll increase with the miss from Matt H.
Yeah, now we're looking at even the 3 miss one.
This is getting pretty ugly pretty quickly.
Yeah, this map is not that dense either, so all these misses, especially a double miss as well from the UK, really not looking good. This is their pick, by the way, as well.
And man, Peru look a whole lot different with Lunatic Kid in their lineup.
I mean, even then, they've had some... Their first match was really close. I believe it was against Colombia. And it was not like they were weak at all. They're still really strong, even with Maurici. Maurici's still holding better than all of the members of Team UK right now on this pick. And even though he's the weakest one on Peru, still doing better than everybody else.
That was Sweden they faced in the round of 32. He just came up short in tiebreaker on that one, so, you know.
Yeah.
And again, that was without Lunatic Kid, so. But a couple misses coming out here. We missed a complete team wipe here from Peru.
Yeah, but it's so much of a gap. They're going to need at least a few more in these last 2 seconds.
Yeah, they're going to need like another team wipe to happen, essentially, like right now, and that miss from Fab Ninja won't help. Should be a point for Peru here. A solid break point. They'll go up 2-0 with the pick. Looking good. This is how you want to start the match off as the seed underdog.
Yeah, definitely. And Peru, after seeing the performances on that one, I feel like you just go straight into either Hard Rock 3 or Hard Rock 1. Honestly. Stick with the Hard Rock.
That's definitely not a bad strategy.
It's so nice waking up to you.
I just can't imagine either of these teams wanting to go into the hidden pool.
Definitely not. I mean, Peru.
Not that they couldn't, but it's just
Peru's
that I don't.
not bad at it.
Yeah.
Like they could pick a hidden 1 type map and still be okay, but the UK as well, I'm not sure if they want to do that either. I feel like we're gonna see it just kind of ignored for this match.
Yeah, probably ignored until, one team's back is against the wall and they're trying to find a way to change up the match.
Yeah, it's like that button in the glass to break in case of emergency.
In case of emergency, exactly. Exactly. Lone Digger, go!
Yep. That's pretty much it. It's like, alright, we have nothing else to do. Might as well just throw it out there.
Just like your game plan is expect the unexpected.
It's like rolling a d20 to find your pick.
I mean, at that point, just don't pick and let the ref decide.
I don't know. I haven't seen that actually ever happen.
New idea for World Cup. No picks allowed. It's all, you get one ban and then just random picks.
Oh, that's actually pretty cool. I'm down to play in a tournament. That's just random.
That would
picks.
be interesting.
Hey, somebody make it happen.
Let's go. Idea. Free idea.
Hard
Rock
3.
3. Yep. I think
I like
they're
that.
listening to you. Yeah.
I like it. I like it.
Apparently, Peru ran out the
bit
timer
long.
there.
Yeah. As long as they keep it within, fixed times for later ones, should be fine. Now this one, bit more hard rock patterns than the other two maps. Bit more mechanical as well, but again, it is on the shorter side compared to the two. So that's kind of the trade-off that you get with this one.
Very short hard rock pick here. 2 minutes, 17 seconds.
I wonder if we're going to be seeing any substitutions on the side of the UK. We do see Islux come in for Marisi. On the side of the UK, we see Nathaniel hopping in for Fab Ninja.
Looks like that's going to be all for now. Good luck, have fun's in the chat.
Yeah, I was honestly pretty surprised that we didn't get Nathaniel playing the last map. I do believe he is the United Kingdom's best player overall. One of the players, multi-mode players that we do have in this game, coming from Taiko, top 50 there, making their way into catch top 100 here too. So definitely a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah. Then you've got Matt H, the longtime speed player, the longtime veteran for the United Kingdom. We'll see how they fare here. Isluk's going to take Hidden as well for preference. But it seems to be a well-scouted pick here from Peru, considering how that last Hard Rock pick went. But there will be an early drop from Islux to start this one out.
As well as Baltico missing before the 200 mark. Not really where you... That's definitely not where you would expect to miss. Double miss from the UK. Following up with one more from Nathaniel, and Peru's going to take this lead right back.
And that was right at the 200 combo mark where that all kind of unfolded, and now it's Lunaticid and Islux holding combos here, only being rivaled by Darn Dirch and Matt H finally getting up to 200 to stop that bleeding.
Yeah, Nathaniel's having a hard time finding his footing on this one so far. Some of the misses are being traded out by both Baltico and Lunaticid though.
Oh, Islux struggling.
Baltico. Yeah. Both Islux and Nathaniel down below 98%.
And it seems to be like who's going to struggle worse between the two. Another miss from Islux, traded by Nathaniel yet again. The other four players finding their footing and locking in here. But Darn Urchin is going to go down, and that's a big miss on the stack. And Matt, that's basically a complete team reset. And Peru now, only traded by Islux, will run away with this one.
And they still have the Rock FC still holding with Lunaticid in that top right corner.
And it looks like this one is going to slip away here from the United Kingdom at the end. unless a double, triple miss comes out right now from the Peruvian side, there's really nothing the British can do.
Yeah, no, it's too much of a gap. It's 120,000 points, still rising ever so slightly. Now it's not going to rise anymore due to score caps, but you can't win this one anymore. And it's looking like Peru, with that last miss from Islux, going to be able to take this map right on the final spinner. FC from Lunaticid. Lunaticid is back, and Lunaticid is kind of being lunatic, if you could say. These FCs.
Going crazy. He going crazy.
Also, big thing is Boltico as well, only a 2 miss. Huge score from Boltico. Dardarchin, 1 miss total, well 5 misses total, but only in one section. Tried their best, but it just sadly wasn't enough for the UK. And we're going back to the UK on their second pick.
And Boltico's having quite a nice match as well. Which, man, that really changes everything for this Peruvian squad. Once they get their full roster all together at one place, they're a force to be reckoned with. A team that's also slightly underseeded, I think many people would agree that Peru's kind of just been a sleeper team over the past 2 years, been quietly sneaking up in the rankings.
Yeah. I mean, they had a really good showing last year, and that's kind of when everybody really noticed Peru. Was like, wait, these guys actually are pretty good, you know? And this year, they didn't have Lunaticid at full power for qualifier, so their qualifier score went down a little bit, I'd say. I'd say they're honestly a top 12-ish potential team. So at 17, a little bit of a misnomer. I'd say these teams are pretty even, all things considered.
And then the winner of this match advances to face Belgium tomorrow, which... Oh, you gotta imagine poor Quentin's watching this stream right now. Not Lunaticid.
Yeah. Oh, no.
Not Lunaticid.
Yeah, somebody go check on Mr. El Skefe.
Yeah. But this will be the last of our lower bracket matches for the day.
You know what I also just realized? They broke the glass. The glass has been broken.
Yeah, I was about to say.
One.
Yeah, we're on hidden one. They reached for it quite early, which makes sense. It's gonna bring Withered Lotus into the lobby, and you want to talk about a player who has really gotten better over the past several years. Withered Lotus absolutely is just a great hidden player, and the consistency really is something to be noted as well. But this is a different beast altogether, Sekre. This map is brutal when it comes to swing rhythm.
Yeah, this one, honestly, if you're not a hidden player, it's relatively tame, so it's relying a lot more on that mechanical skill. But I mean, if you can't play hidden, you can't play hidden. That's just how it is. But compared to like hidden 2 or hidden 3, a little bit less reliance on it. You kind of just hold dash, pray, you know. Might be able to hit a bit. These players should be relatively fine. I think all of them pretty decent on something like this still.
Yeah, and this one is definitely not about the AR. It's more so about the platter control, really.
Yeah.
And the way that these kind of streams kind of vary in width somewhat. Miss out of Nathaniel is going to give Peru a slight edge with a Lotus dropping as well, traded by Maurici.
Maurici actually missing a few times as well, so it's not as far of a gap as you would expect. Nathaniel did say before the map started that it was an update that apparently is causing him some issues with the game, so hopefully it doesn't cause too much of an effect. Down Urchin as well, missing on the slow part.
Yeah, Maurici will find yet another. Yeah, like you noted, only 2 FCs, and they're both on the side of Peru right now. Looking pretty good with about a 20,000 point lead, but that's still less than a miss. Withered will trade with Maurici. Nathaniel following it up. That is going to be a consequential one, but Boltico is going to find their first drop as well. That'll keep Peru from running away with it, but again, slowly building the score lead is Peru, up to 40k now.
Maurici not having the best of times on this one. You can tell they were kind of like Get in there and do your best. Islux and Boltigo, they got you. I mean, those two have the two highest scores in the lobby. Dark are not that far from Boltigo, at least. Actually, slightly ahead, but Islux still on the FC. That's kind of what you expect from Islux on a map like this, for sure.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And Marisi doing good enough to keep Peru in it here. Thankfully, a couple of other British players are struggling, and they're not too far behind, only about 10, 20k off of Withered Lotus. Oh, but there's another one. That was a relatively big miss there. That was a couple no's, but Darn Urchin also with a big miss.
Oh no, not right before the break.
Oh.
That's the worst place to miss.
Yep, and you look at the scores, and Marisi is now kind of struggling even further, but again, it's Boltico. His teammates are just carrying him. They're the top two scores in the lobby, even though Marisi is the lowest. It doesn't matter.
No, Islux falls. The FC is gone.
It's gone, but the damage has been done. Still over 100k, and there's not much combo on the side of the United Kingdom. Not able to capitalize off of these misses from Peru. And there is a miss from Boltigo, but it's immediately traded. And it looks like Peru are going to go up 4-0 here. A valiant effort from the United Kingdom. Decided to try them on hidden early, and it is not going to go their way. 2.759 million for Peru.
Yeah, still huge showing from both Boltigo and Islux. One miss and a two miss. Can't really ask for much better.
And now the straights are getting pretty dire for the British here. It's Peru's pick, and if they consolidate this, they'll be at match point. DT1 is the pick.
DT1, Peru going back to the double time. Something that Peru has been pretty well known for over the past few years. And this one is just screaming, oh, can you play Air 9 DT? Can you? Okay, you're gonna do good. Can you not? You're not gonna do good. That's kind of how this map goes. But on the side of United Kingdom, they do have Matt H, one of the OG AR9 players at least, AR9 DT.
Yeah, they're definitely well equipped, but they're facing a 4-point gap here on the scoreboard. We are going to see Upbeat for their first time. Here we go. Round number 5. The UK desperately searching for a point. Peru looking to put this at match point. Looking to put this one away early. Oh, but a very early double miss.
Yeah, not what you want to see from the side of UK on this one. But I mean, if there's any players who could bring it back for the UK, I have full faith in both Darnarchin and Matt to be able to pull out still a decent performance after missing early.
And again, there's still plenty of map left, and the misses are very early, despite it being a 42,000 point lead. It's just because of how short the map is. But oh no, those misses are going to be far more consequential from Upbeat and Matt. As Peru still hold a 3-wave full combo.
You know, the person I'm looking at for Peru, Lunatic does miss, but I wasn't going to say Lunatic. It was going to be Marisi. I was wondering to myself, how well is Marisi going to hold on Air 9DT? That's something we haven't really seen them be tested on, and they're holding as good as you could expect them to, you know? Still full comboing, 600 combo win. 100,000 point lead for Peru now. Only one miss so far from Lunatic. That's going to be that miss, though, from Marisi, yeah.
Yeah, will finally go down. But they're still in a great position here. The UK still down by over 90,000 points, despite the fact that they're pulling back some of that score as Boltco and Matt will trade. It favors the United Kingdom slightly. So they're still going to be eating away, but they're so far behind and Upbeat missing on the stack. But it's traded by a double miss from Lunatic and Marisi out of nowhere on nothing.
It's still doable, honestly, for the side of the UK. Darned Urchin is holding an amazing combo right now. Very good recovery. They just need to hold these combos and maybe hope for, I think, 2 more misses from the side of Peru might be enough to swing it. It's going to be so close.
Yeah, 2 more would be enough as the combos recover from Peru above that 200 combo cap. And now that's going to hold still at 58,000 points. But Lunatic drops. There's one. They just need 1 more untraded miss and they're right back in it. We're approaching the ending, so that's going to need to happen sooner rather than later.
Yeah, we're getting to the point where they're going to need 2 misses at this point.
Oh, there's one! Traded by Upbeat, though. It's unfortunate they need another miss and they need it now, and they might need 2 very shortly. Peru looking to close this out and put them up 5-0. Boltico in style says not today. 2.823 million. The winning score out of Peru. And now the straits are as dire as they could possibly be for the United Kingdom. You're down 5-0, back against the wall. You need 6 consecutive points, or else your World Cup journey ends right here.
And this isn't really, I don't think this is the spot that UK expected themselves to be in at all, really. You're coming in to seed number 11 in the quarterfinals losers bracket, and you're down 5-0. It's such an honestly unfortunate series of events for the UK. They do pick Nomad 2 as their kind of last hope. The break glass in case of emergency part 2, I guess is what you could call this one.
The backup plan.
Yeah, they gotta have a few more glasses ready to break, I think, at this point, because they're gonna be in an emergency for the rest of the match.
Yeah, they've been in an emergency. They've been calling Mayday for the past few picks now. It's now or never, though, for sure. And again, this is just not a position you would have expected the United Kingdom to be in at the start of the tournament. Here they are, the 11th seed, having to go up against a relatively somewhat underseeded team in Peru here in top 24, and potentially could be eliminated in top 24 with one of their best rosters they've ever had, arguably.
Yeah. Definitely looking like that is the likely scenario, and I mean, Lunatic coming back for Peru, we can't underrate how much of an impact this probably has had for Peru, in both Peru's mental and the United Kingdom's mental.
Yeah, because like you said, with Lunatic in qualifiers, Peru probably qualifies somewhere around that 12-14 mark.
Yeah.
know?
If not even higher, honestly.
Yeah.
Lunatic did play some of the qualifiers, but they just weren't on a good PC at all, so they kind of had very mediocre scores compared to what they could do, you know? But now, I mean, it doesn't seem like it's a problem right now, so...
Well, backs up against the wall for the United Kingdom. It's going to be Nathaniel, Darned Urchin, and Matt H, the roster to try to keep them in this match and get a point on the board. The same trio for Peru that has brought them here. Boltico, Lunatic, and Islux.
And here we go into possibly the final point of this match. Peru up 5-0. Hoping to take this home. It's not going home to the UK on this one, though. They need about 6 more if they want to bring it home. Peru, on the other hand, just need this last one to be able to make it happen. Anyone going to miss on these 1-8 doubles in the intro? I know some matches we had a few people missing on them. Doesn't seem like it so far, at least, though.
Here we go in the build-up to the first Ki. Darned Urchin is actually going to find a drop here in the intro. That will be traded by Islux.
Yeah, Islux missed a little bit later, so it's going to be a little bit more penalizing, but that trade is from Boltico and Matt H. All of Peru's down, by the way. They missed every note in that section, pretty much. And we actually have a massive lead for the UK off the backs of Nathaniel and Downed Urchin building back that combo.
A good start here.
70,000. Yeah, Mannequins missed there as well. Traded, but okay,
everybody but Boltico's dead.
I can't speak that fast. Okay. Hey, I said
and,
stop.
And now everyone's dead. Everyone's just dead. Okay, so that's going to keep the score advantage in the side of the United Kingdom. A lead by 70K.
All that, it's still a decent sized lead for United Kingdom. It's still staying around that 70,000 mark even after all of those misses. I guess if you keep missing, you're not gonna build score, you know. I guess that works. You're not gonna lose it. You're not gonna build it. As long as it stays there and you have the lead, that's okay.
Whatever gets the job done in the end, and that lead now going to balloon over 100K as the Peruvian players recover back up to the score cap of 200. But they're going to need to see basically a whole team wipe and then some from the British. And Islux finding a miss is not going to help their case. It looks like the United Kingdom will finally get a point on the board in this match.
Braided out in the ending with Islux and Darn Urchin, but a huge recovery from Nathaniel, and on this one, after having their PC issues for their first few maps, coming in with over 900,000 points, as well as Darn Urchin and Matt H, all over 900,000. Everybody on the side of UK beat Peru's best player, Boltico, even though it was just a little bit for Darn Urchin, but they still did it. We're so back. We're alive. We're kicking.
Better late than never.
Yep.
But now is where it gets difficult. Now they look up and see just how much farther they have to climb to get to the top of this mountain.
It's a very high mountain.
About as tall a task as could possibly exist in a World Cup scenario. But now it's going to be Peru's pick here. Their first chance to close this match out on their own terms. Again, they've got Hard Rock 1 still open. As well as Double Time 2 and 3. It is going to be Scarlet Rose DT3.
Why is that Peru didn't go through with the Hard Rock 1? We saw how they did on both Hard Rock 2 and Hard Rock 3. I mean, DT3 also fine, but I would have thought Hard Rock 1 would have been a nice little finishing blow, you could say.
Yeah, definitely would have been right up their alley, but I think they just feel that as good as they are on Hard Rock 1, I guess they just feel that the UK is going to struggle more on DT than a Hard Rock 1 pick.
And even in the worst case scenario, they still got it in their back pocket. And I mean, hey, we get to listen to Scarlet Rose. So,
That's true.
Who's really complaining?
And you know, like you said, worst case scenario, they're going to have at least one, if not one more opportunity to close this match out on their terms.
Yeah.
So
At least 2 more picks for them.
see. This is going to be, I believe this is the final match of the day
think so.
by UTC time. But after this, yeah, this is our final top 24 match, essentially, or top 16, I believe, cut off. Yeah, top 16. Roster's going to be the same, except for Fab Ninja checking back in. And we'll be taking Hidden.
It wouldn't be Fab Ninja without the Hidden, that's for sure.
No, it wouldn't.
This one, quite a bit harder though, especially with Hidden. Very vertical based.
And we see both sides struggling early on. But Peru...
Yeah, we only have one FC, by the way, still, I'm pretty sure, with Kid. Already. Oh, wait, no,
Yep.
Darn Urchin fell. Yeah, only one.
Only one. Yeah, Darn Urchin missed like right at the beginning, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But it's only 20k, so it's still anyone's game. Fab Ninja going down. Barisi traits. Boltico as well going down. That will narrow the gap.
Still very much alive for the UK.
And Morisi missing yet again. Will put the United Kingdom in front.
Yeah, Darn Urchin and Matt H both doing very well. And Fab Ninja honestly still not behind, even though they missed quite a few notes in the intro. Peru is just not getting the combos that they need.
Yeah, and the UK finally able to find some footing and lock in, but Darn Urchin and Fab Ninja will both drop. That's going to hand the lead right back to Peru. But at the break, they're going to see just how close it is.
Yeah, that might be the kind of feeling that you need to be able to lock in for the ending. Still 20,000 point lead for Peru. They swapped that one over just a bit, but it's only one miss difference, I believe, still at that number.
Yeah, it's still anybody's game. One, maybe just more than one miss. I don't know. It's going to be very close, but it's going to park right at 25k into the final corner. And still no misses coming out. Matt H goes, though. And that is going to hurt. That could be it.
Locking in.
Peru. This is insane. The British need to see two. Now a team miss out of
not
Peru,
that.
essentially.
Oh, that's one. That's
And
two.
Will Boltico
we
go?
make it
But Fab
three?
Ninja goes!
It's still really close. And Latikin is kind of collapsing. Marisi misses too. Hold up here. Hold up.
Hold up! Can Boltico hold on for Peru? Will the
Where is he?
British hold on? Oh my goodness! A chance for the UK! They've done it! They stay alive! Are you kidding me?
Never say GG.
Never say
GG.
GG!
I'm looking at you guys in the chat. Never say it because anything can happen. Everything is possible. Last minute comeback for the UK. They take their second point in a row. They need 4 more. But hey, they got a little bit of momentum now. It's still alive. They're still kicking.
They're still here. And this time they get the pick. A crazy collapse at the end gives the United Kingdom a chance to live another round, and they're going to go right into Nomad 3, the gimmick pick. They want to make Peru as uncomfortable as they possibly can, and I think that's not a bad idea given what's left in the pool, Sekre.
Yeah, honestly, really not too bad of an idea if I say so myself. I mean, the only problem is that Peru looked pretty strong on Mixed Mod 1, especially compared to the UK. And Mixed Mod 1 is the closest thing we have to this map, both mapped by Connor. So they kind of have somewhat similar styles. This one also being one of our OS originals for this round. Absolute banger. Glad we get to see this one, at least for this batch. Now we do see probably some roster swaps from the side of the UK here. We got Darn Urchin left in the lobby. But on the side of Peru, you might be sweating up a little bit.
definitely have to think it's definitely possible for UK here. I mean, even though you were down 5-0, to be able to get 2 points in the situation they were in, it's completely massive. See Matt H coming for the UK. Probably going to get one more person. I don't know if it's going to be Nathaniel or not. Nathaniel does step in. Peru sticking with this trio of Boltico, Lunaticid, and Induslux. Seeing if they can close it out. They still have 4 more attempts to close it out. And we just gotta hope, if you are a UK fan, that Nathaniel's issues are at least a little bit remedied, hopefully.
We will see.
Here we go.
Indeed.
Pray for Nathaniel.
If Peru can take, or my bad, if the United Kingdom can take this point, that will definitely start to make Peru sweat for sure.
I mean, they're already sweating, I feel like. You know, you're up 5-0, lose 2 points, it starts to kind of sink into the back of your head. It's like, all right, we can't let them do this, you know?
Right. But, you know, this is their pick for Peru. No, it's not.
This is UK pick.
I don't know why I had that mixed up in my head. You're right. They might be sweating.
They might be sweating just a little bit.
We'll see an early miss here from Ilux, a second one as well.
2 of them.
And there was a very early miss from Boltico as well, but a double miss is going to come out from Nathaniel and Matt. That will throw the leader right back over to Peru. It's only Lunaticid and Darned Urchin to hold full combos through the intro. You know,
pretty decent recoveries. This is when I say the map starts getting pretty hard in this section over here. A lot more of these smaller wiggles that you have. But Islux breaks, yeah.
And the hyper droplets, everybody hits that. The back 4 slider across the screen. But Lunaticid and Darn Urchin will trade. Yep. So 20k. Boy, has that been the story of the past few maps. And that was a pretty big miss there from Darn Urchin, getting caught out on that hyper at a really awkward time. But thankfully, won't lose too many points off of it in the long run. Peru will take over the score lead.
It's going to be dead even. It's dead even.
It's dead even, yep.
It is so dead even.
It's 500 points.
That's a few banana. Oh no, it's not dead even anymore.
No.
Not anymore. Lunaticid breaks.
Kind of on one of the easier sections of the map too, so the United Kingdom...
Yeah. I mean, this one is the hardest section, though. This is the hardest section of the map. I don't know if anyone's going to hold. Boltico is the only combo left, really. Lunaticid has a small one, but Boltico, 1.2k.
But the UK completely crumbled.
Boltico is holding it.
And I don't know what Boltico is on right now, but that's absolutely insane, and that has produced the biggest lead of the map. Quarter of the map left. Lunaticid able to hold as well was absolutely gargantuan. And now the British, well, their backs are really up against the wall here, Sekre. They need a miracle.
Yeah. I mean, just look at Boltico, though. Still FCing. Lunaticid falls again. There have been so many breaks while Boltico has just held strong. Everybody breaks again.
Except for Boltico.
Still going. Complete rock here.
It looks like that is how this one is going to end. Boltico putting his name on this match in style, over 1 million points on Nomad 3, and Peru will close this out.
He didn't FC though. He didn't FC though. He missed like the first note.
Oh, you hate.
Oh no. You know, it's an FC in our hearts.
In our hearts. In our hearts.
You know, the UK isn't coming, but Boltico is definitely coming at that point because he is coming for the round of 8. Next round, semifinals is where he is going. Actually, no, they got one more losers bracket match.
They do. They do. Belgium has something to say about that, and that is
coming for Quinton.
He's going for Quinton. Check on El Skefe, bro.
Yep.
No, but that should be quite the match, honestly. Belgium, Peru, that could be the banger of the losers bracket, honestly.
Yeah, honestly, this match still, we had a bit of a run from the UK towards the end there, getting 2 points, but sadly, it just wasn't enough to overcome Peru, especially with Lunatic making their reappearance in CWC 2025. It's always good to see.
And we are now officially down to just 12 teams in the Catch World Cup as we say goodbye to the United Kingdom. Unfortunately eliminated here today in top 24. And now things are going to get interesting here. We'll cut 4 more teams between now and the end of the weekend. And we've also got 3 more winners bracket matchups, including Sec Race to play.
Yep. That is all going to be tomorrow, though, starting fresh and early at 10 UTC. Then a little bit of a break, and then we got like 3 matches all at 14 UTC. You don't want to miss being around for that time, because those are all the winner bracket matches, by the way. All of them between 13:30 and 14 UTC, so make sure you are here.
Indeed, and then we're going to wrap it up with the rest of our lower bracket matchups to qualify for top 12. Chile, Sweden, Canada, Germany, Peru, Belgium will end the weekend. Those are also going to be some great matches. You don't want to miss them. Don't forget to get your banners in the OS store to support any of these teams for $2.50 and make your profile look amazing. And Sekre, I believe with that banner plug, we're done with our mandatory work.
I believe so. We will catch you guys tomorrow. Have a great night.
Bye-bye.
I watched it fall away. It slipped right through my fingers.
Alright, welcome back everyone to the OCCast World Cup 2025. It's Saturday morning, it's already quarterfinals, it goes by so fast. Second match actually of the weekend that we are presenting to you, Indonesia versus Singapore, a loser bracket matchup. We had Taiwan beat Colombia earlier on, last night I guess. A bit of a spoiler there for those that didn't see it yet, but we are in the loser bracket as well with those two teams, so Taiwan will be playing another match this weekend. I believe that is tomorrow. But let's focus on this one. My name is Elskefe. I'm joined by Maito. Welcome, Maito, on the casting desk. Indonesia versus Singapore. What are your thoughts on this one, man?
Well, this is going to be another exciting match, of course. We're back with some more quarterfinals action for a similar flagged matchup here between the 7th and the 20th seed, of course. Last week, Singapore faced Iceland in a very convincing 6-0 victory in their first losers bracket match. Maybe a surprising result to some. Indonesia bowed out 6-2 against a really strong Polish performance. So for Singapore, this is kind of a nothing to lose match. You're up against a much stronger opponent, and they have made it all the way to quarterfinals. Well, for the Indonesians, of course, this is a must-win, absolute must-win following last week's results. So, yeah, excited to get into this one. And we're actually here on time for the rolls. Unbelievable. Wait, no.
I think...
That's not the captain.
I'm not sure either. Anyhow. Indonesia being one of the top 8 seeds, right? Qualifying really, really high this year. A bit surprising even. But then losing out to the 10th seed, so they're dropping down to the loser bracket way earlier than they anticipate. So this is definitely, as you said, a must-win match for them, right? They're I wouldn't say it's backs against the wall because the 20th seed, the seed discrepancy between these two teams is relatively high. But still, if Indonesia were to lose this one, it would just be a complete, being 7th seed and getting knocked out in the first match in the quarterfinals, exactly, complete disaster, really. So there's some pressure on them. As we see, first ban coming out, Double Time 1, AR9 DT getting taken out. It's one of those standard bans, right? Hidden 2 and Double Time 1, if you can't read the low AR hidden or the high AR DT, those get banned quite often, especially by lower seeded teams. So we see Double Time 1 getting banned by Team Singapore, so no surprises there, really.
Yep. Expected ban from Singapore. They're definitely less confident on double time as compared to the other mod pools, so not overly shocked to see DT1 come out. The kind of consistency reading DTs keep continuing on in their difficulty as the map pools get closer. Well, I guess they're kind of reaching the quals difficulty now, so yeah, it's AR9. It's tough, and it's a no mod 1 ban from Indonesia, which is not too surprising either, considering that that's probably one of the avenues Singapore will have the most consistency on.
Exactly. I think this is a very good ban coming out from Team Indonesia, especially because Hihang wasn't there last week. Hihang's probably Singapore's strongest player. He is there this week, right? So the Singaporean team from last week had a relatively easy matchup against Iceland, and they did really fine without their best player, but they have the best player now, so that's a bit scary for Team Indonesia. They're gonna go with Hidden 1. This is completely expected, by the way. This is completely following the game plan here. Indonesia being one of the strongest hidden teams in
Indonesia on Hidden?
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
no way.
You don't even have to guess what maps they're gonna pick, right? It's just they just follow the game plan. But Indonesia having a really, really solid scores on the qualifiers pool, which is also probably the main part why they were seeded so high. So they're just gonna go with the Hidden 1. Map by Spectator, Caravan Palace, Lone Digger, absolute banger of a song. The map itself, in my opinion, probably one of the easier maps in the map pool. So that's a bit risky going against a lower seeded team. But, well, looking at the qualifier scores, for example, Indonesia's Hidden is, well, significantly better, so that might just solve itself there.
Yep, they're in powerhouse for sure, and they have such versatility for this Hidden to do. Pretty much all of their players can jump in if need be. Usually one of the three is Venks, Minang, or Marika usually coming in. It's actually going to be Chroneko, who doesn't quite feature as much, but really anyone could jump in. I mean, just look back at their scores. There's such basically everyone has been on a hidden map at something in the tournament so far. So yeah, I mean, last week I would say was a bit surprising that kind of their performances, but I doubt that's going to happen again. So here we go, hidden one, first map of this losers bracket quarterfinals match between Indonesia and Singapore. Here we go.
Yeah, Axel, Eon, and Hyang for Team Singapore. No surprises there either. I think players to watch out for are Hyang and Madoka. Those seem to be the strongest hidden players. I think Hyang should have a field trip on this one, a field day rather, but a bit worried for Eon and Axel. Not too familiar with their hidden skill sets, but overall, I think we're in for a banger match and a banger map here on the hidden one.
Yep, here we go. A couple of early drops out of those two that you mentioned in Yun and Axel, and Kroneko also goes down. So it's an early lead to Indonesia, trading 1 to 2 in their favour, but another drop from Axel going to put Indonesia for a bit more than a 1-miss lead to start this off, of course. No one reaching 200 just yet, but it's a good start for them.
Exactly, and this is a swing map. It's a very common theme on a quarterfinals hidden one, right? Very swingy patterns. But the thing is, if swing patterns just come and they keep going throughout the entire map, so if you're not comfortable in the beginning, or you're just not comfortable in general, you're gonna have a really, really bad time. As we see Axel, Eon, and Kroneko, the three players that have already missed once again. But it's advanced Indonesia, right? 2 FCs versus 1. Hyang still holding on strong, but so do Madoka and Ipan right now. So 2 versus 1.
Oh, just as you say that, though, of course, if Pan does find that first miss, it's now just Madoka versus Hyang. The expected lineup, like you said at the start, these two still holding on to their FCs at the moment. It's 90k though for Indonesia. The support has been much stronger for them, and of course the captain of Singapore always being at the front of most of their scores, and well, he's doing it once again, but need some support if they want to bring this one back.
And he ends up dropping though, but Kroneko ends up trading it, so 1 for 1. No FCs on Team Singapore, but they shouldn't bleed any score right now. 2 combos above 200 for each side. But then again, it's 90,000 score difference halfway into this hidden one. That's just giving Indonesia quite a comfortable buffer. Madoka still holding on to the FC, only a single droplet miss. Eon missing, but Madoka as well. Koneko's on 2 misses versus 1, so this is gonna. Oh, actually, Axel also drops to 2 versus 2 even. Small combo advantage for Team Indonesia, especially from that second miss coming out from Eon. And that's just a 100,000 score in favor of Team Indonesia. And my cursing powers are phenomenal today. I'm so sorry.
Hey, you're going off already. It's only the first map, but we see this time again from time and time again from Indonesia. One of their players maybe finds a little bit of a fault, but they always have another player right there to back them up to continue the combo. Kroneko drops, but look at Ipan now in the slower section. Madoka also building back up. They just continue to increase their lead. Hidden consistency, not a problem for them all. For really any of them here, they've all been able to be pretty consistent. Kroneko falling a little behind, but Singapore just don't have those supporting combos for Hyang, and this is going to be a pretty convincing win in the end. Good first pick for Indonesia.
Yeah, Hyang, Madoka, and Ipan, I think all 3 of them are on 1 this run right now. Getting above 960, maybe even 970k here, all 3 of them, but especially the supporting combos from Team Singapore just weren't matched to that one, to those of Indonesia, right? That's the biggest difference maker. 2 A ranks from Eon and Axel, definitely showing some struggle on this in one. Convincing win for Team Indonesia, but then again, was their first pick, right? So getting into the match and not winning your first pick convincingly is, well, could be detrimental for the mental, right? So, but that's not the case here. We see a very comfortable win coming out from Indonesia. Pick now goes to Singapore. I think looking at the map pool, maps that they could go for are the mixed mod bracket, maybe the double time 2. I believe they're a really solid double time team as well. Maybe some of the nomad, but the nomad 2 and the nomad 3 have already scaled quite highly in difficulty in this map pool, so it's not an easy pick right now for Team Indonesia, Team Singapore rather.
Yep, it's hard to pick into Indonesia. Singapore have actually performed superbly well on mixed mod the last couple of weeks. I believe they were kind of in the podium spots on mixed mod 1, round of 32, and round of 16 on mixed mod 2. I think they were top 3 as well. So they have a strong roster for that. And
You're
hey,
right.
what do you know? It's mixed mod in the end. So there you go. Bang on the money. There, finally I get a prediction right. I always do some like complicated analysis, and then it's like a low IR hidden pick when I was saying hard rock. But no, finally something goes right, and it's an expected pick here for Singapore, and they'll probably field their regular roster.
Yeah, you've been
Maybe
spot
I'm
on
back.
with this one. Especially, as you said, Yang being back here, that's just guaranteed hidden slot, right? I'd be very, very surprised if he's not playing hidden. And then you're looking probably at Eon, Nomad. Ooh, okay, don't see Yang a lot. We'll see how it ends up, right? On the other hand, for Team Indonesia, Netamaru being one of the best players in the world, or at least, I believe he's still top 10, right? Or maybe top 15 in solo leaderboards. So he's just really, really good, especially on the hard rock for a map like this. And then you're looking at Madoka, who had a really nice score on the hidden one. Same with Ipampan, so I think both of them could go for the hidden, but Madoka's a bit known for being a low AR hidden player, so probably going with the hidden here as well. And then Ipampan just filling the Nomad. So I really like this roster from Team Indonesia. It's a really scary roster as well.
Yeah, it definitely is, and maybe contrary to popular belief, kind of expecting Hyang to be in on everything. This is actually Singapore's usual mixed mod roster, with XF usually jumping on that hard rock, Axel being their hidden player, and Yun usually on the no mod. So Hyang actually usually steps out
Bit
for
surprising.
this, and it's Excel who picks it up on the hidden. It is, but it seems to have worked for them so far in the tournament. They've done pretty well, so interested to see if they can continue this, but of course this quarterfinals map pool is a lot more difficult, and it's already a drop out of Yun there. Very early advantage to Indonesia, but minuscule too.
That's going to
Ooh,
increase now,
that's a
though.
tough
Yeah,
miss.
exactly. But traded by Madoka, so it should be tight. XF also finding some early drops on both ends right now. A bit struggling to get into this Air 8.4 mixed mod 2, right? A bit harsh on the lower AR hidden. XL actually coming out really, really nicely, holding on to the FC, but we see drops coming out from XF. It's going to increase that lead for Team Indonesia, right? On the back of the Sus FCs coming out from Ipampan and Netamaru.
Yeah, Axel doing well, actually. Far better than Madoka right now, with a fantastic combo matching Ipampan and Netamaru, those two FCs for Indonesia, but the support yet again for that bottom right corner is just not there for Singapore. XF and Yun finding a lot more struggle. It's already a 6-digit lead here to Indonesia. It's not even halfway through, and they are looking dominant, although there is a miss from Madoka. Singapore need to start building, which is what they're doing, but they also need to see some more misses. Netamaru on that hard rock. We know how good of a hard rock player he is, and XF is struggling to match.
Yeah, definitely. The biggest difference right now is the hard rock, right? I think Eon and XL might even be beating Ipampan and Madoka, but Netamaru just cruising, holding on to the SS here. 7 on combo. The map is not that very long, right? We're over halfway here. Finding a first drop though, but he has done some really nice damage here, and Team Singapore has to start holding on to those combos. XL also dropping that last FC on their end. Eon, there's no combo Team Singapore right now. I think there's a small combo advantage for Team Indonesia, and they're just loading up that score bar. More breaks coming out from Team Singapore, and they're just kind of falling apart here in the second third of the map here.
Yeah, only one combo above 200 for Singapore. Yun and XL only reaching 100 now. Netamaru not holding the FC, but honestly it doesn't really matter at this point. Of course I have to mention the name yet again, and there's another miss, but 180k to Indonesia's advantage. Singapore probably not coming back from this point. There's less than a quarter of this map to go, and they are just struggling to find any consistency. Yun now with a good combo, but they can't find that three-way max.
Exactly, and if we're looking at each match separately, Ipan Pan is beating Ian by about 100,000 points. Madoka has overtaken Axel. X is also not winning against Netmar, so it's just a clean team victory, right? It's not that one person really carried, even though Netmar scores really, really nice. Same with Ipan Pan's 950Ks on the Hardrock and the Nomad, really solid from both of them. But still, it's just an overall team gap here. And it's the first breakpoints. Indonesia getting a 2.82 million team score on this Mixed Mod 2 is also really, really scary team score as well. So I like to pick from Team Singapore, but sadly they were just not matched to the Indonesian skill level right now.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, overall, it's not a bad performance from Singapore whatsoever. They're all above 800k. Yun and Axel with a really nice score on Hidden, I have to say too.
Yeah.
You know, for a map like that, they do solid, but the pool might just be scaling a little too high now. And what do you know? Indonesia go right back into Hidden this time. It's the Hidden 2.
Yeah, I think the thing here as well, Maito, this map is completely different from the Hidden 1, but it's way harder in my opinion. Not because of, well, partially because of the AR8s, that's just a big factor as well, but just because of the patterning as well. So if you're losing to a team like Indonesia with 250,000 points on a map like Hidden 1, it's really grim for a map like Hidden 2, especially because players like Madoka, they're just going to have a field trip again on this. And Koneko is probably going to struggle a little bit, I think. But then again, if you're looking at the other hand, Axel a really solid performance on the Air 8.4 Hidden, but I'm not too sure if Ian and Hyang are just going to enjoy themselves on a map like this.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a struggle, to be honest. Elskefe, I think they're going to have a bit of a rough time here against Indonesia. They want to prove a point this week. I feel like they're fielding a super strong roster in Koneko, Pum Pum, and Madoka. Axel, I think is going to do well, but it's yet again just kind of a second or even third or even second player issue here for Singapore, where the support is going to be difficult to find. Of course, we'll have to wait and see. You never know what might happen, but it's going to be an uphill battle.
I think we're going to witness a bloodbath here because this map is just really, really hard. And if you're not a low AR Hidden player, you're going to struggle. You're definitely going to struggle. There are these types of maps that are Air 8, and you can just try to kind of, because of the map patterns, you can try to kind of like wing it, and it goes fine from time to time. But this is not one of those maps. But then again, looking at Team Singapore, a really solid start. Actually, all three of them getting above 80 combo, and some of these patterns were already quite harsh. And I'm surprised right now. Double miss coming out from Team Indonesia, and you might have to disregard everything we just said, by the way. Hold on. No FCs left on Team
what
Indonesia.
Is happening?
And
Another
FC from Singapore. What?
Yo, what is going on? What is happening right now?
I take back what I said.
Hockey falling apart. Hey, Singapore are absolutely cruising right now. Yun loses the FC. I think Hyung had a super early miss. It's another drop from Yun. Finally, Indonesia are getting their combos up a little bit more. But oh my goodness, what a start here for Singapore. Axel and Hyung are just still holding basically 2 FCs.
I'm 100% sure there's teams in the winner bracket right now that can't do what Singapore is doing right now. This is absolutely crazy. It's still a double. It's 180,000. You're beating Indonesia on Hidden 2 by 180,000 points. They have no combo, by the way. Madoka's the only one above 200. Still increasing for Team Singapore. Hyang and Axel are just absolutely destroying this. And I take back what I said. I'm very sorry. It's crazy, Maito. This is crazy.
A drop from Hyung finally loses that functional FC. Axel, though, is just destroying this map. I mean, still, 600 combo finally finds a miss, of course, as I say it. But look, Indonesia has absolutely nothing for those drops from Singapore. Nobody has combo. And that start basically defined the entire map. Singapore are going to break back. It's a certainty now. Hyung drops. It doesn't matter. They're 260k ahead. There's no coming back from this deficit. And, I mean, I'm honestly kind of speechless. I don't know what more to say. What a performance here from Singapore. And honestly, a little bit of, well, not a little bit, a complete underperformance from Indonesia, you have to say.
Yeah, Indonesia's definitely struggling way harder than I anticipated, but that kind of doesn't matter because Team Singapore is just getting probably like a 2.6 million team score on a map like Hidden 2. That's a really solid team score. That's like 870, 860 average per person. That is incredibly high. Excel getting a 923 on a map like this. It's really impressive, and that is just wow. I'm completely speechless with what just happened here, and I want to take back everything we said before the map because Team Singapore that's absolutely crazy. That's absolutely crazy. That's going to be probably one of
a little bit by saying it's going to be a bloodbath or something.
It was a bloodbath, but it was just like a reverse bloodbath, right? And I think the team score from Singapore is going to be one of the highest this weekend, really. That's a really solid team score, especially for the 20th seed.
I mean, 922k from Axel, that is ridiculous. That is a ridiculous score on a map like Hidden 2. This is the first map that we've seen, which is AR 8.0, like on the dot. The reading is so difficult, like you said, and to put on a performance like that against one of the best hidden teams in this tournament, I mean, that is one of the scores, one of the team scores this tournament, one of the best we've seen.
Definitely. I think there's a couple of teams, probably like maybe United States, right, the first seed. Trying to think of other hidden teams, but maybe Chile, maybe Argentina if they kind of go ham on something like this, but I don't see that many teams beating that team score. That's a really solid performance from Team Singapore, and they're going to go with the hard rock one. So they're going to go with the, I believe it's called Depth Metal, right? This type of genre. It's a really nice map. It's a bit of a stream with some precisions as well, but just a pure consistency that's here in the hard rock one slot. And this should feel comfortable for most players, right? Most players play deep types of maps with hard rock, so not expecting that many struggles. If we're looking at individual players, I would definitely say we have to watch out for Netamaru. This is just something he completely obliterates, right?
Yep.
That's just Netamaru stuff, right? He's known for his hard rock, and a map like this is just perfect for him. I think Hyang should also be relatively fine on this.
Maybe don't say anything. No.
Yeah, actually, maybe I'm gonna stop predicting stuff here. And
honestly, watch after what just happened. I think we need to just see the teams perform because I'm kind of scared to say anything definitive. You know, like
true.
Obviously, on paper, Netamaru is one of the best hard rock players in this tournament and in the world, obviously. And on a map like this, I feel like you really can't see anything else than like a high 900k from him. But I mean, Singapore, it is their pick, of course. Clearly, they're feeling, you know, kind of rejuvenized after those first 2 points lost and getting that breakpoint back. They're going to put in a confident roster here. XF, McButt, and Hyang. Expected lineup for them, and who knows what might happen. But I feel like Indonesia still kind of have a little bit of an advantage on this one, regardless.
Yeah, definitely. But they should have an advantage on most maps. I just had a quick look. None of us two are in like the top 15 in pick'ems, so that explains why we had Hidden 2 completely wrong. Yeah, we're struggling over here. Me and my toe, we're struggling.
Yep, we're washed. We're absolutely washed.
Definitely.
Get us out of the
so good at it.
I know. Well, here we go. Bang a map, bang a song. Hard Rock 1 from Singapore. Can they equalize the scoreboard? It's a good start for everybody. Everyone reaching 200 combo with no qualms. But, of course, a lot more map to play here. 3 minutes of tough, dense streams to go.
Yeah, there's a lot of combo in this one. As we see, first up coming out from Kaneko. McButt also playing his first map here of the match. Except trading that miss from Kaneko, so things are tied again. But the second drop, actually small advantage for Team Indonesia. We still see 4 full combos at the bottom, but McButt's going to drop one of those. McButt's going to trade as well in this heavier stream section. And as we mentioned, Netamaru and Hyang, the 2 players holding on to the combo as we expected. Another drop coming out from Kaneko. I think it's going to be relatively close here as everyone is building up towards that 200 combo mark again.
Yep, it's the captain versus arguably the best player facing off once again here, both still holding on to their double S's. And it's less than a miss of a difference here to Indonesia at the moment. Everyone stabilizing their colors, just going to stay at that 10k mark, but it's another trade from Panpan and XF. Still everyone holding on. The Panpan Hyang trade again though, and that is not traded, so Indonesia will gain the advantage. That is a big miss from Singapore.
Yeah, that's more the only FC left in the lobby above 4. And as soon as I say
Oh my
that,
God.
they're dropping, but traded with XF. It's only 25,000 points, a bit of a combo advantage for Team Singapore. They're going to crawl back that score a little bit, but they need one more drop for it to switch. We're over halfway here, and this is still so close to anyone's game right now.
McButt has really picked up the combo as well, up to 800 now, and it's only a 1 miss difference to Indonesia. Singapore are keeping them fully within grasp. They're just waiting to capitalize now, all back above 200. They just need a miss, but it's going to come down for their captain, Hyung, finding another drop. The lead is going to increase to around 2 misses now, but it's traded back. Marie Panpan yet again, and it's still within a single miss, a quarter left to go, and this is anyone's point coming into the last sections.
And McButt, 4-digit combo right now, really solid performance coming out from them. With traded misses again, but expensive dropping as well. No trades coming out from Koneko and Netamar. Koneko also with a 4-digit combo, 35,000 points, but combo advantage for Team Indonesia. We're approaching the end here. Koneko ends up dropping. It's 1 versus 1. McButt versus Netamar. Is it enough though? I don't think it's enough. They need one more drop coming out from Team Indonesia, and we're approaching. And there it is. Koneko ends up dropping. It's going down 8,000 points. McButt's holding on. Everyone's holding up to Singapore. Spin to win. It's a spin to win. 1,500
Spin to win! Are they going to overtake? No!
I don't think they did.
They hold on.
2,000 points.
1.9k to Indonesia. Oh my goodness. What a
McButt with-
point there.
What a run from
A
McButt.
1 miss from McButt. That is a monster score. Almost the top of the lobby, I believe, or maybe if the scores are not entirely accurate. So close for Singapore. That is heartbreaking, but I mean, you can't be mad at a performance like that.
Definitely. I think Netamar's spinner was better because he ends up beating McButt even though he has 3 more misses. So probably had a bit of a better spinner there. Even, yeah, they have the same amount of drops as well, so it's definitely the spinner difference. But that's a 3-1 instead of a 2-2. That's absolutely crazy. Some very solid performance once again coming out from Team Singapore here. McButt coming into his first map of the match and just getting a 1 miss here. Very solid, but that's just... it's heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking for Team Singapore here. 2-2 and 3-1 is just completely different storyline here.
Yep. Absolutely. If just one more miss would have come down or something went slightly more awry for the Indonesian team, that would have been a point for Singapore, and they would have evened it out, and then things would get really interesting. But Indonesia escape just, and they go right into Hard Rock 2 here. Going to be Slam Bamboo. House on fire. And, well, yet again we have another mod pool, same as the last pick, but of course a very different map here.
Definitely. This song is so good, Maito. I really love this song.
Yep.
The issue is that the map is just really hard on top of the song. It is the precision test here. It's CS 6.11 after hardcore is added, so relatively small circles, and the patterns are just very sparse. There's just not that much combo inside of the map, which is probably the point, right? Because of the precision, but it's really hard to be so precise, and I'm definitely expecting lower scores from everyone in comparison to the Hardrock one, right? We saw 988 and 989 from it, but if they can replicate that here on this map, that's just an insane performance. Surely not, but
Surely
then again,
not, right?
we've been wrong before.
We have. We shouldn't say anything.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking once again at the tomorrow, but maybe also at McButt. I was a bit surprised by his Hardrock 1. If he can keep that momentum going into his Hardrock 2, that could just be really nice for them.
Yep, I've mentioned before, I think it's kind of a half well-known community fact. McButt has been one of the greatest improving players that we've seen up to this point. Has kind of maybe plateaued a little bit, but yeah, what a score there. I mean, of course, it's one thing to improve in your own solo scores, but to put on a 1 miss on a quarterfinals Hard Rock 1 is something else. So good things to expect from that Singaporean. But yeah, on precision, I mean, CS 6.1, this is so tough. So tough of a map. So it's going to be hard, but don't rule Singapore out. They have been fighting so well so far, and anything is possible.
Yeah, we see 2 misses coming out from McButt, so he has already got more misses than last map. We see a lot of misses coming out across the board. Svenx also making his first appearance, I believe, in this match, finding an early break there, but it's only Hyang holding on to the full combo, right? So 3 misses coming out from Team Indonesia, and just it's going to switch towards Team Singapore. Hyang, the only one getting above 200 combo, and there's not that many well, it takes a while to build your combo on a map like this. Double miss coming out from Singapore. There's just so much happening, which is expected on a map like this. It's really, really hard to play.
Yeah, yet another trade there up the top. Kroneko and XF going down, and this is basically tied Hyang with the only major combo in the lobby right now. Zvenx with another drop. Captain battle handedly going to Hyang at the moment. Of course, as I say it though, does drop full combo, but still trades, and this is really anyone's point at this stage. I mean, it's only 3k to Indonesia, and it's going to swap yet again. McButt and Kroneko trade, and XF back up at 200. Nenamaru finally building up as well, as you would expect him to do now, finding more, and Indonesia with about a 1 miss lead.
Yeah, McButt and XF now missing twice here. We see 2 combos with 200 for Indonesia the first time in this match. Ends up dropping, one of them ends up dropping Svenx, but Tomar with a 4 in a combo. Negated by Hyang, right? But the supporting combos right now are higher on Team Indonesia. And that's 50,000 points, which is overcomable, right? But they need to start holding on to combo. Trades coming out again from McButt. Svenx, Hyang also dropping. And then Tomar and Kaneko above 200 combo are doing a lot of damage right now.
Yep, these veterans finally coming through for Indonesia. Kroneko and Nenamaru, they've been around for a long time, and they're showing their experience. Nenamaru finally on the Hard Rock, putting forward a fantastic performance here, but does find a drop. It's 2 misses for Indonesia, but Singapore lose all of their combo, and it's still Kroneko with a 400, and it's probably inescapable, the loss here on Hard Rock 2 now for Singapore. I mean, it's 90k. Kroneko does lose that combo, but it's too little, too late, I think. Unless
it's decreasing fast here.
Completely collapsed. Is there enough time though? I'm not sure.
Yeah, they had to keep holding on to the combos. McButt trading with Svenx. Hyang also ends up dropping the Tomar and gaining access combo. And we only have the final spin here. It's only about 70,000 points in difference, which is relatively small, but Team Indonesia, it kind of felt like in the second part of the map, they were just... It was unlosable for them. And especially with a 927 coming out from Tomar, that is just a really, really nice score coming out from him and doing a lot of... Right, if he gets the same score as Hyang here, I think it's like 5,000 difference between these two teams. That's definitely a difference maker here. Really solid performance. That's a 4-1 score lead for Team Indonesia, but then again, it's only a single breakpoint, right? Singapore only lost the Hard Rock 1. They broke each other once, but currently it's just a 1 breakpoint difference. So Singapore to pick next. And I'm curious to see where they want to take this, right? They've got relatively close in the Hard Rock. They seem to be evenly matched on it. Mixed Mod 2 wasn't the pick, Hidden 1 wasn't the pick, Hidden 2 was amazing, but it wasn't their pick either. I'm not sure where they want to take this. They haven't won their own pick this match, Singapore, so they just have to really get this one right now.
And they've been doing well. They really, really have. They've been fighting so hard. I feel like that mixed mod was kind of a red herring for what their actual performance would come through to be in the end. The last 2 maps have been super solid from them on Hard Rock. I mean, Hard Rock 3, yet again, a different map, but considering their performances, I wouldn't be entirely surprised. Still, Mixed Mod is definitely on the cards for them. I feel like they can put forward a good roster on that, but maybe a little spooked after their Mixed Mod 2 performance. I'm not sure, but probably between those pools would be surprised to see a tech pick, but maybe something on converts on the Nomod forum. I'm not sure. They're thinking.
Maybe DD2?
They're thinking.
Maybe DD2? DT3. Okay, they're gonna go for DT3, and
Oh my god,
this
it's
is
DT.
it's interesting because I was gonna comment on the next pick from Indonesia, like why are we not going double time 3? Singapore banned double time 1. Double time 3 is, well, the R is a bit lower, but the map itself might be a bit harder than double time 1, so it could be a good pick for Team Indonesia. And now Singapore picks it, which is surprising to me. So they must be able to feel a really good roster.
Yeah, I'm also a little surprised to see a pick like this, but clearly thinking for a while maybe they've kind of run out of their most comfortable maps here, and they're just sort of putting forward obviously what they think is the next best option, but maybe feeling a little more uncertain in general about the pool now. Of course, this is, as always, the high density map, double time 3 Scarlet Rose here, mapped by Des9, and they're going to pretty much keep their exact same roster, I think, from the last map, the last couple of maps actually. McButt, Hyung, and XF on high density, which is really not too surprising, and Indonesia are also doing the same, so kind of seeing a core emerge here for both teams as they're trying to get ahead of the other.
Yeah, definitely. I'm a bit surprised to not see Ipan Pan in this one, but Phoenix must be feeling really comfortable in something like this. The map is high density. This is just a really high density. Has some precision parts as well, some low spacing streams. It's relatively hard, really. It's very hard with the dash hands, right? You have to dash a lot. Most people tend to be more, well, I guess, trained on their movement hands, right? If you're playing like one hand movement, one hand dash, because not everyone is doing that. But the dash hand is going to struggle on something like this, so that could also be a factor, right? The stamina needed for a pick like this, it could run out for some players.
Yeah, well, I guess we'll see if that is the case in the end here already. An early drop yet again from McButt, but traded by Zvenks. Singapore actually with a early lead here, but going to be less than a miss, so still very early days. Nadamari actually going to drop yet again. Zvenks also going down, so Singapore having a clear advantage now. No combos for Indonesia. XF dropping there, but still it's 2 max combos versus none on the side of Indonesia, and what a start here yet again for the Singaporeans.
And when some dropping for Singapore as well, there's pretty much no combo except for Netamar, and he's decreasing that score on his own right now. There's no one else with combo. McButt's building up to 200 again, but Phoenix is kind of struggling on the bottom here. But trades coming out from Hyang and McButt, I think, is decreasing. There's 2 combos above 200 from Team Indonesia. It's only 20,000 points, and Netamar is just doing so much work right now.
Yeah, what a performance here for the first half of the map from Nadamaru. Pulling through when he needs to. Big drop there from Hyung. Singapore with no combos, and the situation has essentially reversed at the halfway point. Indonesia having nothing early on, but they've built up well and they're looking much more comfortable. Nedamaru and Zvenks just building that consistency. Zvenks does drop, but it's still a comfortable lead.
Yeah, just Netamar and Koneko right now. Both of them with 200 combo, the only 2 in the entire lobby, and they're just doing so much. Netamar is 800 combo right now. Ends up dropping it, so double miss coming out from Indonesia. No trades coming out from Team Indonesia. Team Singapore, actually.
Okay.
And this is the hard section, and they're just cruising right now. 1 drop coming out from McButt, but traded by Svenex, but Netamar and Koneko as well, holding out to combo. That's why it's for dropping. This is getting close, actually, except for above 200, but it's negated by Koneko right now. And relatively close by 2, actually.
Oh, XF though drops that big combo, and there's no combo on the board yet again except for that player, Net Amaru, who is just popping off here, head and shoulders above the rest of the lobby. 300 combo, ending this one out, and in the end, Indonesia takes it to match point. It was getting a little dicey near the end there, but ultimately too consistent, their best players showing off yet again, and was kind of a third player battle, as well as kind of a first player battle. I mean, Nedamaru far ahead of the Singaporeans, and it's their pick on match point.
Yeah, Netamar is MVP the last 3 picks, right? The Hard Rock 1, the Hard Rock 2, the Double Time 3. He's just feeling himself right now. Really solid score here in the double time. 4 misses is really good, actually. I don't see that many people seeing a map like this. And that's the third pick from Team Singapore that they've lost, sadly. And now it's Team Indonesia that can just look at the pool and decide what they want to win the match on, right? There's hidden 3 left. They've picked hidden 1 and 2, maybe Nomad. I'm not sure. They should.
I'd like to see Nomad too, but I doubt. I mean, I actually wouldn't be surprised. Indonesia is strong, relatively solid tech team, I think, and they have a pretty clear advantage, I reckon, against Singapore. So you know, what Singapore's suggesting, then I wouldn't be too mad to see a Nomad 2 come out here from Indonesia, but really, I don't think Singapore have any comfortability left here, so Indonesia really just having a full pick of the bunch to decide their opponent's fate.
It seems like
they're just going to pick 2.
Oh, no way. They're going to go for the
Oh my
Nomad 3, no?
goodness.
Oh, Nomad 2. Okay.
Oh? Okay.
Nomad
Oh, wait.
3. Nomad 3. Okay.
Wait, hold on. Can you switch like that? I guess you can. Damn it.
I like this. I like this from Indonesia. That's fun. But then again, you still have a match to win, right? You're just rolling to pick a map. That is kind of wild, but I like it. It's ballsy. They're gonna go with the Nomad 3. As you mentioned, Indonesia should be better on tech. This is tech to the next level, honestly. This map is really fun to play, but it's really techy. It's near AR 9.4, which is a bit forgiving. Most of the times the Nomad 3 saw this like AR 9 or below. Thank goodness it's not AR 9 or below, because otherwise many teams just wouldn't be able to play it, in my opinion. But AR 9.4 is the only forgiving part about the map. The rest of the map is very technical. A lot of wiggling, a lot of very snappy patterns. Pretty much you can miss on anything. And then there's the sliders, right? With the big droplets, so you can't you can't avoid them. You have to catch them as well, and it messes with your brain. It's really hard.
Yeah, those long sliders for sure might catch some people out here, I reckon. It's going to be hard to keep combo in this one, honestly. It's tough. Of course, it's our original, one of our originals for this week. An absolute banger, by the way, I do have to say, by Connor here. And yeah, this is another great song too, so I'm very happy to see this one coming in. And well, here we go. It could be Singapore's final point of the tournament. They are down 5-1. They only need one more point here, the Indonesians, to take it home to move on into the second leg against Taiwan. So let's see if they can close it out. I think Yun coming back in here after a little bit of an absence. Hyung and McButt staying in, and Ipan switching for Zvenk. So those are your rosters for Nomad 3. Let's get into it.
Yeah, this slot, Nomad 3, was also mapped by 5Ws last year, the Culprit Jungle Asset map. Indonesia also played it against my team, and they beat us quite confidently as well. So I'm expecting a lot from this team, right? I think they even feel the exact... So these are on a Nomad 3 mapped by www. But then again, this is a different map, and I'm looking as well at players like Hyang. He should be really... Well, I'm not going to say comfortable, but I don't think he can be comfortable on a map like this, but he should be relatively good at it.
Yep, for sure. And it's actually an early lead to Singapore off the back of a few misses from Ipan. Finally gets a trade from McButt. Getting a little mixed up on the sliders here. Of course, not too surprising to see a few misses on this section, but everyone else doing pretty strong. Yun, Hyung, Nenamaru, and Kroneko still holding their FCs, so it's less than a 1 miss lead here to start this off for Singapore, but it's going to flip over now to Indonesia with that miss from McButt.
When someone got to combos really, really nicely, double miss coming out from Team Singapore. This is going to increase that lead for Team Indonesia, but okay, Kroneko's going to trade one of those, but still Ipan and Tamara and hold combo very, very nicely in the beginning. I ended up bursting 2 of them though in the Tamara combo. The player that's been feeling himself over the past 3 maps has been performing really, really nicely. Once again, Seoul FC standing here.
Yeah, Singapore finally get another combo above 200, and it's only a couple of misses in Indonesia's advantage. That's going to go right down, although the slider ticks catch out 2 Singaporean combos, and now it's all of them. No combo here for Singapore, and Kroneko is building up yet again. Indonesia have the other player to back them up when one falls, and Netamaru building back up yet again, but it's now down to a 1-miss lead.
Exactly, Kroneko the only combo left. Well, the highest combo left rather in the entire lobby. This is one of the harder parts, very dense. We see drops coming out from Ian, but also the Tamaru, but Macbeth also dropping, and Ipampan also dropping. Everyone's dropping except for Kroneko, and that's huge, right? This is the second time in the match that there's one player from Team Indonesia holding on to combo when it's needed, and that's giving them a 90,000 score buffer. Ends up dropping it, but there's no combo on Team Singapore to kind of crawl back that score deficit here. They're just struggling on these wiggles as well. Hiang above for Team Singapore. And for Rookie at the other side here, Netmore has built up his combo quite nicely. That's 130,000 points going into the last quarter here.
Yeah, this is going to be really tough to catch at this point for Singapore. They need to... They really can't afford any more misses from this trade. Hyung has that combo, but the question is, will he have the support? The clock is winding down. Netamaru and Kroneko, those core 2, ending out this map in stellar style. Neta with a combo above 700. Kroneko drops at the end, but it's going to be an Indonesian victory. They take it 6-1 in a dominant No Mod 3 performance. In the end, 180k, and they will move on to face Taiwan. But I feel like the scoreboard doesn't entirely show how much effort and how close some of these points were for Singapore. They have to be proud of themselves, have to hang their heads high, and look forward to next year.
Definitely. Overall, really solid Catch World Cup coming from Team Singapore here. Getting into the 17th to 24th slot, so winning a single match. But, well, honestly, they show what they're worth in this match, right? They really saw performance, especially the Hidden 2 is one of the plays of the weekend already, even though it's a match. I can already call it right now. That was very, very solid coming out from them. And they were a bit unlucky in the sense that they had to play against the 7th seed, right? Normally the 7th seed wouldn't be in the loser bracket right now. So, yeah, it was a really tough task for them. They were able to win a point, which I think is maybe a tiny win for them as well. But then again, your winners here on the screen, Team Indonesia is Fenex, Madoka, Netamaru, Kroneko, Ipampan, and Minang. We didn't see Minang play today. Might be coming in tomorrow against Taiwan. I believe it's 30 UTC or something. When they... It might be earlier, I'm not sure. Anyhow, they're playing Taiwan next tomorrow for a place in the semifinals next week. So we already have 2 loser bracket matches finished.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well done here to Indonesia. Good luck to them for their future matches, but that will be it for now. However, don't go away. Don't leave your screens for too long, because in around 40 minutes we'll have a really exciting matchup, I think, between Sweden and Australia. A matchup that we have seen quite a few times before in the Catch World Cup, and you don't want to miss this rematch yet again, so stay tuned for that one. But for now, I have been Maito, joined here by Elskefe, and we will see you all soon.
Bye-bye, everyone.
私だ私を信じるなんてバカだあなたを殺したのは私だ私を信じるなんてバカだ道を忘れる世界で笑うシミュレーションではないことを
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Osucast World Cup 2025. We are back in the quarterfinals, having watched two great games already today, and we're bringing you another banger here. Sweden, seed 16 versus Australia, seed 22, in the losers bracket here. Unfortunately, we're gonna have to say goodbye to one of these teams, but only time will tell which one it'll be. I am Anchor, also known as Hypnospira, and I am joined by Maito. How are you, my friend?
I am doing very well, and I am so excited for this match. Probably one of the most anticipated matches, at least for me, in this Catch World Cup. And Catch World Cups in the past, these two teams have some history behind them. Some might not know, but the last 2 years in a row, they have faced off in the round of 32 in the first round, and Australia has beaten Sweden 5-1 both times, so Sweden looking for their revenge this year in a much later round, now a harder pull, and very excited to see how this one goes. We've already had the rolls, and it's a hidden 2 ban from Australia.
Yeah, which, I mean, it makes sense. Sweden, very, very solid hidden team. Showed that against the US last weekend. So I think that ban makes a lot of sense. And yeah, the history you mentioned between these two teams, as we see Sweden ban Hard Rock 2. Unfortunate, I love that song actually. But makes sense against Australia. But the history here is very interesting. Sweden coming off of 2 losses against Australia, really gonna want to break that streak that has been formed here.
Absolutely, and well, they're finally higher seeded. They yet another seed 16, but Australia dropping down a little this year from the past couple, and yeah, Sweden have just been super consistent the last couple of years. They put on an incredible performance, by the way, last week against the USA. Taking 3 points against them in maybe one of the upsets, not in terms of a win or a loss, but in terms of just the outcome in the end being the score 6-3. So Sweden are a scary team, and I'm excited to see how they go. But it's a Hard Rock 2 ban from Sweden, and it's Mixed Mod 1, their first pick.
Yeah, Mixed Mod 1, the Connor culprit map. And I think this is a very interesting pick. This is on the longer side in the pool, and I think there's definitely an element of consistency needed for this map, and I think it makes a lot of sense for Sweden to go into this. Sweden has a lot of very consistent players, and especially one on each mod. So I do like this pick.
Yeah, absolutely, and we're going to see the pretty normal roster. Actually, normal roster's coming in for both teams. It's going to probably be Asion, Kujibo on the Hard Rocks, Satomi, Nene on, I believe, just Nomad, or is it? And then I think it's, of course, Amni SD going to be on the hidden, and Nando. So, kind of expected players here. Across the board, we saw some really good double performances from Satomi and Amni SD last week. Amni SD especially popping off on a lot of maps, finding, I think, 4 FCs. So, a scary player for sure, and a really good mixed mod team. So, I think it's a good pick from them.
Yeah, I completely agree, but need to remember Australia is not a pushover on any map. I don't think that this map can still go either way. Australia showing a really promising roster on their own here, so should be very interesting to see where this goes, as we are already getting into the map here, not wasting any more time.
Yep, here we go. First map of this match. And
have some intro enjoyers, it seems here.
Long-awaited reunion. Yep, definitely. Someone is not skipping here, and oh, it's actually Nene and Satomi on the hiddens, and it's MESD and Nando on the Nomads. So interesting, little bit of a swap up, but
yeah, I was about to say when I looked at it earlier, Satomi is the player you expect to see on hidden, even though Sweden has a lot of high performers on hidden. Satomi, as I mentioned last week, you're gonna have to force that mod off of him, and even then, that's gonna be a struggle. And we are getting into it here, finally skipping the intro.
With the flow, 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 with the flow,
go with the flow.
Yep, there we go. Finally, into Mixpod was a little bit of a wait there to talk a bit more, but we're getting into this map finally, and no early misses actually. Everyone building up well from these early wiggles and long sliders. No one actually finding misses all the way up to 200s, except as soon as, of course, as I say that Quijibo going to be the first to drop, so a 1 miss lead to Sweden.
Yeah, and that's right at that 200 combo mark, so unfortunate timing for the miss as everyone else is holding on. Quijibo about to find their footing again. But beyond that miss early on here, the players are showing good signs.
Still only a single miss advantage to Sweden, but that's going to increase now. Yet another drop from that Hard Rock player on the side of Australia. Quijibo going down once again, and Nando also falls. Sweden gaining a lot more of an advantage now. The no-mod trade is finally there for Sweden, but they have a really nice lead secured at the moment. It's only Nene who is picking up the pieces for Australia. Quijibo building back up, but misses again, and Sweden are just going to continue increasing their lead.
Yeah, Sweden looking good on this pick so far. Very, very good pick indeed. As of right now, Nene is going to lose that full combo on Australia. So the only full combos now is Asion actually. Satomi missing as well. Amni SD with that solid supporting combo, as well as Chicken Nando on the side of Australia.
Yeah, Asion is on a monster score at the moment, and combo to go with it. 900, probably going to reach 1k unless some sort of disaster happens halfway through, and Sweden are looking very comfortable on their first pick. A long spinner to go with this advantage, and they keep it around. Might even increase it slightly. Lots of misses coming after the spinner break. 2 from Australia, only 1 from Sweden, and Australia completely falling apart. Amni SD and Asion, who's still holding on to that full combo, by the way. What a, oh no!
Asion losing that full combo, but making the map look almost easy with Hard Rock here. That's very impressive. And yeah, Sweden have a pretty significant lead in this first map. As we approach the end, we're gonna have to see an absolute collapse from Sweden to see Australia take this back.
Yeah, well, there's less than a quarter to go, and Asion does find another drop. Amni SD. Oh my god, I just can't speak without misses coming down. Satomi is holding on to that hidden though, and regardless of what happens at this point, Sweden is probably going to take this looking just a little bit more comfortable. Quijibo finding a lot of strong on that Hard Rock, actually. That really has been the difference maker. The no-mod and hidden scores have been pretty up to par with their Swedish counterparts here for Australia, but Quijibo just a rough start for him, and it's going to be a first point to Sweden in the end.
Yeah, and surprisingly, Asion actually ending up being the lowest score on the side of Sweden with that insane starting combo. But looking at it, I mean, Satomi and Amni SD especially recovered very well. And Chicken Nando, shout out to the 950k plus score there, very, very impressive.
Yeah. 2 solid scores from Australia. Quijibo definitely going to be a little disappointed with that one, I know for sure, but it's yeah, first point to Sweden, but early stages for both, and I think that's relatively good signs for Australia. They kept up relatively well. It was just kind of that third player issue in the end, so still shouldn't be too diminished from that, but interested to see what they go for here. Could be a Hard Rock.
Yeah, I am curious what direction they decide to go in. Hidden feels very scary against Sweden, as we alluded to earlier. Their match last week against US on Hidden was very impressive. The match overall was very impressive, but especially the Hiddens. Hard Rock is maybe where I would expect Australia to go, but it is hard to say.
Yeah, definitely. And what's kind of funny about this as well is that we have a Sweden and an Australian in the booth too. It's kind of like it was meant to be, you know?
I agree. I mean, there was no other caster lineup reasonable enough for this, I think. As we see them go into double time 3, the absolute banger.
Okay. Yep. Scarlet Rose, it's the density double time as always. Saw this last match. as well. I feel like it might be quite a popular map this weekend. It's definitely a map that you can get pretty consistent on and just completely outperform your opponents. And I think Australia this week seem to have their strongest players kind of really stepping up their game. Crimson comes in for the first time, three-peat winner of the Australian Open tournament. One of their best players for sure, and we'll definitely see some swap outs from Sweden too, I believe, for this double time. Amnesty staying in, but Aesion as well, but Dada comes in, unsurprisingly.
Yeah, Dada Pata, the high AR player here, and we've seen some Osu classics having been mapped for this World Cup, and I would argue that there are few songs that are more of an Osu classic than Scarlet Rose. And this map is like you said earlier, this map is probably going to be quite popular. It is definitely more of a comfort pick for a lot of players as we are getting into this double time map. Lineup's going to be Aesion, Datapata, and OmniSD versus Crimson Please, Nene Sakura, and Chikinando.
Yep, Australia looking for their first point, but it's not going to be easy against the Swedish roster, and we have more beginner rain time enjoyers, I see, but it's actually going to be a first miss out of the new player in Data. Datapata actually finding a lot of early drops there, so it's going to be probably around a 1 miss lead here to Australia, despite no one reaching that 200 mark just yet, and it definitely will be a little more than that now, with yet another miss from Data, just struggling to get into this one initially.
Yeah, Datapata there with the early struggles, not going to help Sweden. Everyone else though holding on strong, as Data's going to find another couple misses. Nene's going to trade one of them though at least.
Yeah, but that's actually a complete combo collapse there from Australia. Pretty much everyone missing in this part except for that single player in Aesion, who is having another lovely start to a map. Finally drops that combo, brought the score back a little bit. It's yet again Data who is really struggling through this section. Nene has brought that lead back up to around 60k, and finally Australia stabilizes through that part halfway through, and they have a 70k lead, very comfortable.
Yeah, Datapata finding these struggles, surprisingly so, I want to say. And the lead for Australia was approaching the 6 digits, but now I believe the combo advantage is slightly with Sweden.
Absolutely it is, and Aesion doing his best here, but going to need a little more support yet again. Data goes down. OmniSD finally up to the 200. They have maybe a little if Australia completely capitulates to capitalize on that, but look at Nene go 700 combo. Crimson falls. The score lead is dwindling down a little bit, but it's yet another drop from Data. Big misses there, and Australia keep their convincing lead toward the end. OmniSD loses the combo, and it's going to be eclipsing 6 digits finally. Australia looking to put this one away.
Yeah, Australia have taken their grasp on this map, and it's probably going to be 1-1 here. I mean, that combo from Aesion is very impressive. Approaching the 1k combo. The struggles from Datapata here, like the third man on the last map for Australia, Datapata unfortunately struggling a little bit on this double time 3.
Yeah, absolutely. I think quite a lot of people know Datapata as a good DT player, as a strong, confident double time player. So a little bit of an unfortunate score there for them, in my opinion. But yeah, what a performance from Aesion, of course, beating out the entire lobby. Even Nene, who was on an incredible run, but just didn't quite have the support yet again. The third player issue, which I feel like we might see a lot with these two teams, kind of around the 16-22 range. They just don't quite have that third player for a lot of maps, so might see some back and forth with that being the main issue. But it's Sweden's pick next up, and let's see what they go for.
Yeah,
surely Hidden.
Hidden is where I'm expecting. It's Lone Digger, right? I would love to see Lone Digger. That is a map I think they can perform very well on. Plus, I mean, that song is also a banger, so just a good song to listen to. But while we wait for Sweden to make their pick, don't forget to buy your banners, guys. If you haven't already, what are you doing? Like, what are you waiting for? They look so clean. They look so clean on your profile, and you get to support your favorite team. What's not to love?
feel like you're the real MVP for the banners this year so far. I feel like you're definitely winning in the banner shout out competition. And absolutely, I agree. The banners look awesome. So while we're waiting, it's finally Hidden 3. But if you want to support your teams and the game, of course, go get one. But here we go. Hidden 3.
Gonna be Hidden 3, the Villamoto map. And I was slacking last year a little bit on the shoutouts. It was always my my commentator partner who got to do the shoutouts, so picking up the slack from last year. But this pick makes a lot of sense. You could see them go into either Hidden 1 or Hidden 3, both of which make sense to pick. And the roster here is not going to be a surprise. Shamimaru coming in for this first time this match to see them. And it's going to be Crimson Please, Nene Sakura, and Shikanando for Australia, it seems.
Yep. Expected lineup for Australia. Nothing changes from the last map. They keep their exact same squad. And a couple swap outs for Sweden expectedly. Satomi coming in. AmniSD, yet again, has played every map so far, including this next one, it seems to do as well. Sweden, pretty confident pick for them still. It's still early stages, and I think this is pretty good map for them. The hidden kind of mechanics pick. There's a lot of pretty reasonable density, and it's also AR 9.4, and I think this is a map that they can do pretty well on, but I definitely wouldn't rule these Australian players out. I've seen some pretty nice scores on this type of map from them before, so I think this could be a good point.
Yeah, definitely. Australia are not out of this map by any means. As we are now getting into it, Chicken Nano is going to be the first to fall, but it is a very early miss.
And there's a trade from Shamimaru, so early on, it's just a simple one miss trade. Everyone else making their way up to that max combo mark. And Nene is actually going to be the next one to fall here, however. So, keeping it in Sweden's advantage, although Satomi goes down once again. Another miss for Sweden here. And only AmniSD left with a full combo. Nando also goes down.
Yeah, Amni with the only full combo in the lobby, making the big difference here as Nene and Crimson are gonna fall again here. It's gonna increase the lead for Sweden quite significantly, having the grasp on this map as we enter the second half of the map shortly. Shamimaru is gonna trade one of those misses, however.
Halfway through, and Sweden still looking very confident. There is a miss from Satomi. Australia getting a little bit of combo, but then losing all of it. They have absolutely nothing looking at this break. They can see they are entirely behind against that monster combo from AmniSD, still holding the FC. We might see another incredible performance from him coming down. Nando drops. Crimson going down too. It's only Nene with a bit of combo for Australia, but it's 160k in the lead for Sweden. And it's going to be really tough to catch up at this point for Australia. Sweden probably have this one in the bag.
Yeah, it definitely feels that way. Satomi's going to find another miss here. But I think the thing we're looking out for is Amni going to hold the full combo, as Shamimaru and Satomi are finding misses, as well as the rest of the Australia team.
This is an insane score from AmniSD. I mean, unbelievable. Everyone else is just finding miss after miss, but he is the beacon of light right now in this lobby. 1,000 combos still holding on. I mean, it has to be an FC. It is. What a score there from AmniSD. Unbelievable. Almost a million score and almost an SS as well. Only a single droplet dropped. What a performance.
Yeah. The young gun on the side of Team Sweden, AmniSD, bringing out the full combo here, showing some signs from last week here. Performing very, very well on this map. That is impressive.
That is probably one of the best scores we have seen so far, and might be one of the best at the end of the weekend too. I mean, it's a difficult map to FC. We saw everyone struggling to hold their combo there, except for AmniSD. And that was a massive win for Sweden too, almost 300k in their advantage. It is Australia's next pick, and they're actually going to go to DT here. Yet again, it's another double time pick from them. Clearly, they are feeling really confident on this mod pool this week. And it's the reading consistency pick this time.
Yeah, it's gonna be the AR 10.3 double time here. Datapad are gonna come back in for Team Sweden here. Hopefully gonna be able to rectify that double time 3 performance, which we know that he can do. And Quijibo coming back in for Australia, it seems here.
Yep, Quijibo finally enters the ring once more after a little bit of an absence. Was there on that first pick, of course, on Mixed Mod 1, but kind of absent for the last 2 maps. But unsurprisingly, coming in for the consistency to ET, you'd expect him to be in for this map. Shamimaru staying in, as well as OmniSD, who looking like he might snag an MVP at this rate, has been really, really consistent for Sweden so far. And
yeah, I was about to say, I was curious if Asion was going to come in for this. Asion is a very consistent tournament player overall, but is a big fan of that double time mod. So not surprised to see Asion come in. Maybe a little bit surprised to see OmniSD leaving the lobby, however. But this is the lineups they're going for, and obviously they trust them, so the least we can do is reward that trust with some trust of our own as we're getting into this double time 1.
Yep, here we go. Going to be Australia's next pick, looking to even that board right back out. It's actually an early drop yet again from Quijibo. We saw a shaky score from him earlier, just maybe not feeling this match quite yet, but it's only going to be a minuscule lead to Sweden. Everyone else going to build up their combos without much trouble, it seems. So kind of just waiting for the next drop, which is actually going to come from Shamimaru. So lead back in Australia's hands, but only barely.
Yeah, and Shamimaru, the only player on Team Sweden to opt for that hidden mod, whereas Nene Sakura and Crimson Please are both going to add it on. As Shami's going to find another miss. 2 full combos on the side of Sweden. And Crimson Please also missing, actually, so the lead is going to go into Sweden now.
Yep, it's about a 1 miss advantage to them, maybe a little more, but this is still anyone's point at this moment, and Asion just didn't move for that pattern on the side there, and loses that big combo. However, traded by Quijibo, so it doesn't matter too much. Crimson builds back up to 200, but Data is hopping off at the moment, still holding that FC along with Nene, them both facing each other at the top. Asion dropping Shamimaru 2, might just flip over to Australia here. They have the combo, but there's a double miss! And
yeah,
Sweden maintain their lead just barely with that combo from Data.
Yeah, but Asion is also going to miss again, so is Shamimaru, so it's going to go back to Australia. But the performance on DT3 from Datapad is a memory long gone, but it's going to miss on those standstills. I'm so sorry. As the lead is going to stay with Australia in this little bit of a slower section.
Yep, Data and Crimson trading that exact same note there, but it's going to favor Australia. Shamimaru finding another drop. Finally, the Australian players finding some consistency. Nene and Quijibo both building up, but Quijibo loses that combo, just didn't hit the hyper move too early. However,
that's a team miss from
Sweden and Australia are going to increase their lead even more. Nene and Crimson hopping off at the end, and they might just hold on.
I do think they're going to be holding on, and it's going to make it 2-2 here, and these teams cannot take a point off of each other. It's not even really that close in the end of the maps on any pick here.
Nope. They have both picked absolutely perfectly. It's another great team score overall, and good performance from Australia here. Just yet again, a little bit of a third player issue. Shamimaru finding a bit more struggle than Quijibo there for Australia, and a really, really impressive score, of course, from Nene. Data not even able to match that, so very well done. Great pick from them, and it's back to Sweden, and this is looking like a really good match here, Hypno.
Yeah, it's looking like a very, very good match. Very excited to see where this is going to go. And of course, big shout out to Nene for the MVP on that map. But I also want to give a shout out to Datapad getting the 950k after that performance on Double Time 3. Very impressive bounce back.
And yes, we see Hidden One, Let's Go. It's finally Lone Digger by Karen Pellis, an absolute classic of a song. Such banger, probably one of the best in the pool. Good to see finally coming in here, and it's an expected pick from Sweden.
Oh,
as
absolutely.
Well, the hidden one.
Absolutely. Seeing Datapada leave the lobby on a hidden map, if you know anything about Swedish players, Datapad on hidden, not the prettiest sight. So seeing Omni SD and Satomi coming in for Datapad and Asean makes a lot of sense. I mean, we saw Omni on the hidden 3, and Satomi, arguably the highest level hidden player on Team Sweden.
Yeah, we actually see Tixite coming in for the first time. Tix has been a solid player for Australia. The pool maybe being a little bit too much of a scale for him across the board, but seems that Hidden One is not too much of a challenge. So that's going to be Australia's roster. Nene and Nando still staying in. It's actually only Nene who has been in for Australia this entire time, I believe. So here we go, Hidden One, Sweden with a very dangerous roster here. It's going to be hard to beat them, but not impossible.
Yeah, it's going to be a couple early struggles here. Chicken, Nando, and Nana Sakura finding a few misses early. Omni and Shamimar are going to trade those though. The only full combos are Tixai and Satomi in the lobby as we reach 100 combo.
Yeah, it's actually Tix who is holding on to that consistency of the first appearance of this match, and it's only 12k to Sweden at the moment, and it's basically just a waiting game to see when the misses will come down next. Combos probably going to be able to build up a little in the slow section, but no, it's actually going to be Satomi who drops and giving Australia a very narrow advantage. Shamimaru going to increase that a lot more now. Another drop, and Australia fully able to capitalize with those combos, but here we go into the Ki, and it's 2 drops from them, only 1 from Sweden.
Yeah, but Shami and Omni are going to find misses as well.
God.
This is going to increase the lead for Australia as Chicken Nando has a very solid combo.
Yeah, this is a great performance from Chicken Nando early on. 300 combo, just way above the rest of the lobby at the moment. 60k to Australia as well in general, and they are keeping up, not just keeping up, but beating Sweden at the moment on their pick, although that is a really unfortunate miss there for Tix. It's going to send that lead dwindling a little bit down towards Sweden's side.
It is going to go back towards Team Sweden, but they're going to have to see a couple more misses to get the lead back, but that miss from Tixside is what they needed, or part of what they needed, rather, as we are now in the second half of the map.
Yep, Sweden have the combos. They are ready to pounce on any Australian misses to come up. It's 30k. It's going to sit there until the next misses, and they come all right. 2 from Sweden, 1 from Australia. Tix also drops. It's Nene versus Omni SD, and that combo falls as well. Nene Sakura, the only combo left in the lobby above 200, way above it, in fact 500, and Australia increased their lead once more. What a performance we're seeing here from Nene for Australia, and they keep their lead.
Yeah, Nene Sakura playing incredibly well for Australia on this map and is making a big difference, but the Australia team, they're just outperforming Sweden on this. There's not really much else to say, as we are entering the last KI very shortly.
Yep. Here we go. Back into some more difficult sections, and Nene still holding on to that combo. Probably just enough time if there's a collapse from Australia for Sweden to take this back. The score is dropping a lot. It's only Nene who's keeping it alive for them. Can Nene hold on long enough? Is that combo enough? If there are any more drops from Australia, it's going to
misses on Australia.
There's 2 misses. Statomi is holding on. There's barely any time left
enough?
or any combo. Is it enough? It's not.
It's 1k win for Australia.
What just happened? Australia hold on by 1,000 score. with that score from Nene pulling through in the end, just barely, and they get the break point. Unbelievable.
What a close point that ended up being, and I think it really shows how close the match as a whole is. And check the MP link, the win ends up being by 2,200 points, but that's not much still.
No, it's basically nothing. I mean, that's way less than a miss would give. So much chaos at the end of that point, but it rewards Australia in the end, and they don't waste too much time going right into double time yet again. Both the hidden and double time pools now exhausted entirely, and they're looking to consolidate that really clutch breakpoint.
Yeah, going into this double time too, I think makes so much sense for Australia. They've performed very well on the other double times and are looking to do the same here. Mega Man 2 medley, by the way, another banger in this pool.
Yep, absolutely. It's a pick for Australia, where I think maybe they have a little bit less security, which is why I think they're going for this DT more near the end of their choices. The control is usually a little more shaky for them, but clearly feeling it's still their next best option to consolidate that break. So here we go, Crimson in, Nene, and Nando as well against Shamimaru, Amnesty, and Aseon.
Yeah, maybe a little bit surprised to not see Datapad on this, as Omni's going to find an early miss. That's actually going to be a few early misses from Australia as well. Sweden take an early advantage here.
Yeah, about a 1 miss lead, and it's going to stay around that. Trades from Nene and Shamimaru, struggling to find a bit of combo. It's just going to stay around that 23k margin, which is about a miss to swap it at this point, as everyone finally finds some more combo. Nando and Crimson, as well as Omni and Aseon. Another drop there though from Nene, and nothing traded on the side of Sweden. They are going to increase their lead quite a bit more, out to around 2 misses, but there's 2 from them.
Yes, indeed, and the lead is gonna go back to Australia. And Chicken Nando with a very, very solid combo here, above the 500 combo mark, but Aseon also holding on to very strong. And Crimson Please actually completely missed that.
Yep, it's only 10k to Australia. Another really close point brewing. Aseon Nando trade, it's going to stay around that margin, although Aseon does find a follow-up miss. And another one there before the spinner, although the spinner catches Crimson Please out a little, and it's only 15k to Australia. Crimson yet again another drop. This time the second drop favors Sweden. They are basically going to even out this entirely.
Yeah, but Aseon's going to deny that. Crimson is going to miss again though, and Nene Sakura, but Shamimaru's going to trade the Nene miss, so it's going to stay very close there.
Oh my god. 2 misses from Australia there. Shamimaru loses that combo. Another drop from Shame. This is getting really, really close towards the end. Yet again, it's less than a miss of the difference towards Sweden at the moment. And the SD holding on to a big combo, 700 against Nende's. Oh, that is absolutely tragic for Australia. Yeah. Nene also drops, and they will get the break point right back here, Sweden.
Yeah, we're back to square one. It is all tied up, and Sweden are going into their own pick. And what a match this is. This has been so back and forth and so exciting to watch.
Yeah, this is this has the potential to be one of the best matches we've seen so far in this tournament. There's been a couple good ones, that's for sure, but 3-3, all evened up. It's back to completely even footing. 2 breaks in a row, and Sweden the next to pick, and they don't waste any time shooting right for that no mod 4 convert.
Yeah, I was sitting here and I've been kind of hoping that they'll find an angle to get Worm Sniffer onto a map here, but if it's the convert, it is not where we're gonna see Worm Sniffer, unfortunately. The debut player on Team Sweden. And it wouldn't surprise me if the current roster for Sweden, yeah, Satomi coming in, makes a lot of sense to see here. These are very, very strong convert players.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw, I believe, I could be mistaken, but I believe a really impressive convert score last week from Sweden, and especially from AmniSD here, who is super solid on converts if he gets that practice. But Australia just maintaining this really key 3-man roster kind of core in Crimson, Nene, and Nando, staying in from that last point. A solid convert team too, I think. This has, well, I dare to say it, but the potential for another close point, 3 in a row it might be.
Yeah, this should be really exciting to watch. Ladies, gentlemen, and anything in between, make sure you're hydrated for this and maybe have some snacks to enjoy this match with. It has been a banger so far, expecting it to continue to be.
Yeah, well, we've seen teams run away from this position before in terms of the scoreboard, but still at least half of this match left to go, and we are getting into no mod for now. Shawimaro, MNST, Satomi against Crimson Nene and Nando on the convert. Here we go.
Yeah, and comparing this to last week, this is definitely on the more technical side, as we're going to see a couple misses early here, but it's on the more technical side from last week. It's also shorter, as Strick and Nano is also going to find a miss here. Satomi following suit, so Shawimaro and Nene Sakura, the only full combos in the lobby.
Yep, spacing definitely a factor in this one. You can see on those notes, and Australia finding a lot more struggle on that in general. Anti-phone Wiggles also in here, and there's absolutely nothing for Australia right now. Shawimaro still on a double S, Satomi with a 200 supporting combo as well. Sweden looking like they have the clear advantage at this point, although that is a miss from Satomi. Shawimaro is still holding on to the full combo.
Yeah, the full combo from Shawimaro is very impressive. This map is no walk in the park, as we are finding a team miss again from Australia. Satomi and AmniSD are gonna trade that though, but they're gonna see the full combo from Shawimaro with this break.
I mean, that really has been the big difference maker at this rate. Satomi losing the combo yet again in that slow section, but Australia really finding a lot of trouble building up really any kind of combo. Shawimaro finally loses the FC, but Australia doesn't really have anything to capitalize on it. Nene has the 200, but look at Crimson and Nanda, they are nowhere close. And it's 200k to Sweden's advantage. They almost seem to have this one locked away already.
Yeah, now Shawimaro is playing the role of supporting combo, but did more than enough of a job to get a very, very solid lead as we get into this tougher section, and Australia are not keeping up enough on this.
No, they just simply can't find any combo. Yet another team drop. It's a trade from 2 of the Swedish players, but at this point it doesn't really matter. It's going to be a large blowout, over 300k. Now the biggest lead, if that holds, that we have seen all match so far, and just a perfect pick from Sweden. Maybe fearing Australia's convertibility a little bit now, but definitely not anymore. If there were more converts to go for, I'm sure they would. But some convert-ish maps, kind of convert-similar maps, might be something they want to look at in the future. But what a performance there from Sweden. Comfortable win.
Yeah, Shawimaro breaching that 900k mark. Very impressive on a map like this. And it is back to Australia's pick, and they definitely don't want to let Sweden run away with it here.
No, 100% not. But they still have a chance, of course, as you said, on their pick now to choose their destiny. And I wonder what that future holds for them for this next pick. Wouldn't be surprised maybe to finally see a Hard Rock pick, although Kujibo wanted their Hard Rock. Well, there you go, it's Hard Rock 1. Didn't even have time to maybe deliberate. It's just straight into the metal map, the high density stream map. Really excited to see this. I think has a lot of potential for another good point, dare I say.
Absolutely, and I think going into Hard Rock makes sense here after having exhausted the DT pool. One thing I can say though is that while this doesn't determine performance necessarily, this is a song that almost the entire Sweden team is a big fan of. So they're at least going to be jamming out to this.
Okay, well, fun little bit of trivia there. Maybe the song diff will propel them forward, or we'll have to wait and see. But yep, Quijibo finally coming back in has had a subpar performance overall, I think, by his standards. In general, could see a little bit of frustration from him in the chat, maybe some cold fingers not warmed up enough or whatever, but regardless, has not really been able to get into this one entirely, but third map now for him coming in, and Nene and Nando staying in Sweden. Aesion is being brought back as well as Dada. Satomi, the only one remaining after the previous, and putting on that hidden hard rock as well. So here we go into Hard Rock 1. Australia looking to equalize that scoreboard.
Absolutely, and I like these lineups from both teams. As you mentioned, yes, Quijibo has been struggling a little bit in this match so far, but what we also know about Quijibo is that this is a map that he's very capable of playing, so
yep,
no surprise to see him get that faith and play this map, as we're now into it with Hard Rock 1.
Yeah, here we go. It's actually going to be an early drop here from Satomi, the only hidden hard rock in the lobby. Everyone else opting to just keep hidden off, keep just the standard hard rock for themselves, and Quijibo is going to trade that miss from Satomi, although Dada finding a big break on that screen. They're finding quite a lot of misses, going to put Australia in a small lead to start this one off.
Yeah, Australia with that early advantage, which is definitely something they are happy to see, is Datapata is going to find more misses. Shane missed twice now, which is going to increase the lead for Australia.
Datapata really struggling to find that combo at the moment, and the Australian combo is looking very solid. Nene and Nando still building up. Nando does lose that FC, however. Satomi and Aesion, who Aesion especially with a really nice combo. I think the only FC definitely left for Sweden, and matching Nene at the moment. It's 40k for Australia, but this is still well within Sweden's grasp.
Yeah, Quijibo having found their footing now after those early misses. Datapata finding another miss again, so the lead is going to stay with Australia. But yeah, Satomi as well having found really good supporting combo. Nene Sakurov losing that FC though.
Yeah, that is a big miss for one of Australia's best players here into this slower section on Hard Rock, which we know can catch players out sometimes. Not seeming to do that right now. It's Tomi and Quijibo with two massive combos. They are holding their teams together, although Nene has now built back up as well as Dada. Those two misses earlier, not finding much more struggle in this Karma section at the moment. Still 60k, but Quijibo finds a big drop and it's going to start going down towards Sweden yet again.
Yeah, but Sweden is going to lose that full combo in Aesion, and now the only really big combo is Satomi, although Datapata with a solid supporting combo as well, but the combos are in favor of Australia.
Yep, absolutely. It's just still sticking around that 60k mark. Nothing has really been able to shake that so far, but it will now. Datapata with a drop, in fact, and going to go up to around 8.
Yeah, we're gonna see the end of the map
80k now,
here.
and with a massive combo, Nene enemy trade, Quijibo back. I just don't think there's really enough time, even if Australia just completely missed now. And they take it.
Yeah.
It's now 4-4.
It is indeed 4-4, and this match for the neutral viewers is a very exciting showing.
Yep, for sure. The hype is real. I feel like we might see some tiebreaker hype soon enough in the chat, probably. But yeah, just good overall team score from Australia. Very consistent. It was kind of just a third player difference in the end there for Sweden yet again. Datapata just finding a little bit too much, or not really finding enough combo to keep up with their teammates, and in the end, Australia doing well, but it's right into Mixed Mod 2 for Sweden. It's been a while since we saw Mixed Mod, of course, at that very first point, but we're back again for another pick from Sweden.
Yeah, it is back to the Mixed Mod, and looking at how they performed last time on it, makes a lot of sense, but this one is very, very different from Mixed Mod 1, so gonna see how they perform on this, but as we know, as we alluded to, the first time they played Mixed Mod, Sweden has a player for each mod pretty comfortably. So at least knowing who to pick here.
Yep. Interested to see what they go for. Probably won't see too much difference, I feel. Obviously, especially for Sweden, they put on a superb performance last time, almost 2.9 mil on that, on the Mixed Mod 1. And they, I think, seems they're going for the exact same roster. AC on the hard rock, AmniSD, the Nomod, and it's actually it's AmniSD for the Nomod, Satomi on the hidden, and the exact same roster actually, I think, for Australia as well, with Nene going. Oh, it's actually a swap. It's Nene on Nomod, Nando on the hidden this time, but Quijibo remaining on the hard rock.
Yeah, and little surprise, I think, when it comes to these lineups. Something we can come to expect. But we are now getting into this. And Nene Sakura is going to be the first to miss on the no mod, actually.
Yeah, uncharacteristic drop there from Nene, to be honest, and actually another one here now, solely giving Sweden the advantage so far. Finally, there's some more misses on the board. The hidden players trade in Satomi and Nando, but Sweden with that advantage from those early misses from Nene, and it's Quijibo and Aesion still holding those full combos along with AmniSD. Satomi finding more drops, however, and Australia going to dig at that lead a little, although Quijibo loses the full combo and it's back up for Sweden.
Yeah, right now it is AmniSD and Aesion holding on, as Satomi struggling a little bit on the hidden here. I want to say not surprising though, this map is tough on hidden. As Nene Sakura's found their footing again, Chicken Nando is going to lose that combo as Quijibo is approaching that 200 combo.
Yeah, Quijibo getting back up there past that max combo mark. Aesion loses the FC. It's now only a single one for Sweden in AmniSD. Yet again, another carry possibly on for him at this current stage. More misses come down from Quijibo, Nando as well. Sweden's lead builds up once again. Quijibo, another drop there, traded by Satomi. But Sweden just look much more in control of this point overall. It's only Nene for Australia.
Yeah, and what you mentioned earlier, the Omni full combo there is making a big difference here. But Satomi's going to find another miss that I don't believe was traded. You could argue that Satomi's miss was a trade to Chicken Nando's, but Aesion actually is going to lose that combo as well. Another miss is going to decrease the lead for Sweden quite significantly. And another miss
this
in the
is
slower
getting
section.
A little dicey for Sweden. Suddenly, Australia have all of their combos intact right at the perfect moment to capitalize on those drops. Nando finding a critical miss, however, so is Sweden going to keep in the lead, keeping Australia at bay for now, but it's now only a single miss. Nene loses that big combo, and it's right back up to Sweden. No combos for Australia. They were really pushing there, but in the end, AmniSD loses the FC, but it won't matter. Sweden are going to hold on.
It won't matter for the team score, but I know it'll matter for Omni personally. But Australia having the chance to capitalize, but not managing to do so, and Sweden is going to make it 5-4. And Australia, now Sweden being on match point, they're going to have to pick well here.
Yep, it's a scary position to be in, but they're not too far behind. They only need one more, and it's going to be a tiebreaker. We're only a single map away, a single Australia victory from reaching, I believe, definitely going to be the first tiebreaker this weekend. We've seen some pretty lopsided results so far, so this definitely the closest match we've seen in the quarterfinals weekend. That would be great to see, but Sweden are going to try their absolute best to close it out. Let's see what Australia goes for.
Yeah, I am looking at that Hard Rock 3, wondering if that's the direction they're gonna go. And you, of course, know the Australia team better than I do. Do you ever see them going into Nomad here?
I mean, obviously we haven't seen it much. We haven't seen any Nomad come out from them. They're actually going to go for a timeout. Obviously, there's not a lot to pick from now. It's either Hard Rock 3 or going into one of the Nomads, believe, unless I'm mistaken, which I don't think I am. So I'm not sure. Now with the timeout, we can analyze a little bit further. I doubt that they're going to go for the Nomad 2, but I think that Nomad 1 is also a pretty scary prospect, because I feel like Sweden's consistency can be really, really strong there and scary. I think Nomad 3 might be a little bit of a curveball. It's kind of like Nomad 2, but kind of like on steroids, to be honest. It's just so difficult. So maybe you could throw that in there. Of course, we saw a great score from them on Hard Rock 1, but you know, Hard Rock 3 is a very different map. So I'm super intrigued to see what they go for.
Yeah, I agree. It's going to be very interesting to see what direction they decide to go. And one thing, when it comes to that Nomad, I mean, we remember the team score from Sweden against the US on that Nomad 2?
Yep.
Which...
Yeah, it was Nomad 2.
Yeah, which is... I mean, that's gonna be in the back of your mind when you are thinking about picking Nomad against them.
Yep.
And it's like you mentioned, Sweden has that consistency.
Sorry. Sorry to cut you off a little there, but I just want to mention on that Nomad 2 as well, like, really interestingly, Sweden and Australia are actually the top 2 teams you might
that
see
is true.
Last weekend. So, 2 good tech teams, obviously. I think Sweden in this pool might have a little bit more of a scaling advantage. I'm not entirely sure on that one, but obviously a harder map this week than the last one. It's a tough Nomad 2. It's a really tough tech pick. But I think if they go for that one, they're going to be relatively evenly matched. I don't really think Australia has a clear path here on anything.
No, picking here is very difficult for Australia, I think. I do not envy them at all, having to try and think what is the right direction to go. I mean, the Nomad 1 should be... They should have players that are comfortable enough to do well on it, but it's like we mentioned, like you mentioned especially, Sweden are very scary to go up against on a consistency map. And when it comes to tech, I mean, both of these teams can perform on it. But yeah, timeout is over and it's going to be Hard Rock 3.
Alright. In the end, they don't opt for Nomad.
No, so all the Nomad discussion we just had, forget about it. Just erase it from your memory. Yeah, it's going to be Hard Rock 3, Seculo Seculorum by Rabbit House, map by Dave. And yeah, it's like you mentioned, Australia got a really good score on the Hard Rock 1, but this map is vastly different from the Hard Rock 1.
Yeah, it is. It's much more mechanical. There's a lot of kind of jump streams, a lot of snappiness in this one as well, kind of ascertaining a lot to this particular song. It's a real banger from Rabbit House. I think this is a great song. And yeah, this is a map that has been around for a reasonable amount of time. I believe we've seen it in a couple of tourneys in the past, so maybe some players have some experience with this one before, but obviously that's really not going to matter too much. Both of these teams well within their capabilities to set some nice scores here. Australia obviously have had the advantage on Hard Rock. Sweden obviously with a Hard Rock ban as well, so on paper they are the favourites, but Sweden are going to put all their effort into sealing this one out before it gets a tiebreak.
Yes, indeed. Very excited to see where this is going to go. Good luck, have funs are being thrown out in chat, which means only one thing, my friends. In about 2 minutes and 17 seconds time, we are going to see if Sweden can lock out the win or if Australia is going to bring it to tiebreaker.
And don't be fooled by those accuracies at the start. That's just Bancho doing a bit of trolling, although I think that's a real accuracy drop from Crimson. So it's going to be
Yeah.
a little bit of a lead to Sweden, but it's going to go right back to Australia with a miss from Data Pata. And yeah, this slow section on the hard rock, yet again catching a few people out.
Yeah, Aesion as well gonna find a miss. It's gonna increase the lead for Australia quite a bit. Crimson though is gonna trade it, so not gonna be too much of a lead for Australia. Although Aesion's gonna miss again. Crimson trading it though, but Satomi also. Actually, the entirety of Sweden has fallen there. Significant advantage now for Australia.
They have no combo quarter way through, and Australia with a much bigger just combo advantage overall. They have fully capitalized on that team miss. Nene and Quijibo still holding on to their FCs. Aesion goes down again. Already a 120k advantage to Australia. This is already going to be super difficult to pull back Sweden. Satomi, of course, with a good combo. Nene drops his, but going to be a long road back for the rest of the half.
Yeah, Sweden is going to have to see a big drop from Australia here and to get this back. Quijibo is going to start the process, though, of bringing it back with that miss. But Satomi's going to fall.
That is a really unfortunate miss in Sweden. I mean, they just needed to keep all of their combos here. They're pretty far behind. Data also goes down, and Australia recovering. Nene drops, but it's back up to 120k. Crimson just doing the business when he needs to. 500 combo, and in the end, Australia, less than a quarter to go, are going to take it to a tiebreaker unless a complete collapse happens right now, which it doesn't. They're holding on. And ladies and gentlemen, everybody else, we are going to see a tiebreaker. So exciting.
It's going to be an absolute nail-biter seeing this tiebreaker, and with these two teams playing, there's no one I would rather cast this tiebreaker with than you, Maito. Yep. Sweden versus Australia, both in the booth and on the field.
The prophecy is true, Hypno. We are really fulfilling it up to its conclusion. The Swedish players exit out quickly, understandably, probably just wanting to take a little break. Everyone, most likely, before getting into this final point. And I mean, what a journey it's been. It hasn't really been seesawing either. Both teams have been so consistent up until this point, and I think it's really a coin flip in the end, just who is feeling it more in this tiebreaker to finally take it, but we'll for sure get quite a large break here.
Absolutely, and Aegon asking for a timeout here, and I think that makes a lot of sense. Nando's going to agree to that timeout, and just collect your nerves. Really discuss, really be sure of the lineup you want to put for this map. Also with this tiebreaker, massive shout out to everyone who worked on this tiebreaker. It's a huge project that was mentioned during the map pool showcase by Connor, and I just want to give another shout out to this because this project has been absolutely insane, and I am proud to get to be a part of a tournament that has a project like this in the tiebreaker.
Yeah, it was incredible. I was there for that showcase as well, and this is just such an incredible map. It's honestly fantastic that we get to see this pretty early on in the round as well, and yeah, we're already here for a TB, and yeah, just so excited to see how this one goes. But timeout from will come out here from Sweden, I believe, and was a little bit ago. Probably won't wait too much longer before actually getting the rosters in here. But yeah, so excited for this TV.
Very excited, and it's like I mentioned, the timeout makes sense here, and also it does also give Australia a little bit of time to collect themselves and get ready for this, as we see Chicken Nando come in for Australia. I think that makes sense. And Aesion was on the Australia team for a minute. Actually, Crimson, you can't be there. I'm sorry, that's not where you're supposed to be.
That is some traitorous activities there from Crimson. No, makes his way to the right side, and realistically we should see Nando, Crimson and Nene, or or Quijibo probably swapping out for either Nando or Crimson. We will for sure see Nene Sakura in for Australia. There's no doubt about it. Sweden, most likely going to see their most. Hey, they're doing it again with the wrong side, but most likely Sweden's most consistent player is going to be coming in here as well. Omni SD wouldn't be surprised to see him as well as maybe Satomi. Shami Maru wouldn't be surprised to see their kind of strong, kind of techie, high SR players.
I am curious if they're going to go with Satomi or Aseon, as those are the only two options I see that are left on the bench. Datapada, while obviously a solid player, wouldn't put him above the other options when it comes to Nomad consistency. And Worm Sniffer, while I would love to see Worm Sniffer, putting a debut player on a tiebreaker as important as this might not be the way to go, despite the skill that he possesses.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it would that would be one of the biggest curveballs I have ever seen. To be honest, putting in a debut at this rate, and well, what do you know? It is Satomi who's going to be Sweden's third and final player. It's yet again that kind of no-mod consistency roster for them coming in, and it is Nene, Nando, and Crimson in the end. Three of their most consistent players as well, and a lot of experience for these teams as well. Omni SD maybe a bit more of a newcomer, but can't throw him out into the abyss anymore after so many good performances. So excited! We are finally getting underway for the tiebreaker.
Here is the tiebreaker. It's Veil of Ash by Simholic featuring Rina Komatsu, and was a personal call out for me there from Aseon in the lobby chat, as Omni SD and Shaimar are gonna miss, begging me not to curse them here. We'll do my best, but man, the tiebreaker's hard, as Crimson is also gonna fall early here.
Yep, Nene fighting a drop there as well, so pretty even footing, both teams early on. So much map, of course, left to go here though in this tiebreaker. It's 5.5 minutes of just mean patterns and crazy stuff to come. So much chaos most likely to come in the end, but it's an early lead for Sweden, about a 1 miss advantage, and well, it's a good start for them.
It is a good start for them, and yeah, looking at it, actually Nene is gonna find a miss there, so that's gonna increase the lead for Sweden. A little bit more comfort for them as we're getting into these trickier sections here.
Oh, there's a miss though from Shoyo, though it is traded by Crimson, so Sweden going to keep this around 30k score lead as we just keep building up these combos. Omni SD and Satomi. Satomi still with an FC, the only one in the lobby. Shoyo finding quite a few drops there, but yet again Crimson trades it, and Shami finding another one there though. And here we go into the Ki-Eye. Nene finds a drop, so does Nando, and there's no real combos for Australia, but only one for Sweden too in Satomi. It's just going to stay around 34k.
Yeah, the lead is staying pretty consistently with Sweden, but it isn't a big one. Shamimaru gonna find a miss there though, and that's gonna give it back to Australia just a little bit, though it's not gonna be enough to pass. Crimson is gonna find a miss as well, but Shame is trading that.
Yeah, 2 misses there. Nando also finding a drop. Shamimaru dropping as well. Look at this combo from Satomi though, still holding the FC. Only a single droplet. That's been his miss in this tiebreaker so far. Omni SD building back up as well. It's a 50k lead now to Sweden, and well, almost halfway through. The question is, can they finally break the drought? It's a trade from Omni and Nando. Crimson also going down. Sweden continue to increase their lead off the back of that massive performance from Satomi so far. Shame also going down. It's Right now, it's Nene versus Satomi.
It is Nene versus Satomi. Satomi's gonna lose that full combo though. So right now it is Nene Sakura on that really big combo, and Australia currently has 2 combos above 200, where Sweden only has 1, which is Omni SD. But it's gonna lose that combo, and it's gonna go back towards Australia.
The curse finally comes down. Crimson loses the combo. Satomi finding a lot more drops. Australia with the combo advantage yet again. Nene, despite a shaky start, has really built up. Shame drops, so does Omni SD. The lead is going to swap, I think. Crimson drops. It's basically even now. Nene and Nando with big combos.
Satomi and Nando are missing. This is
Traded
so
by Nando.
close.
What is happening? Satomi drops. Crimson, please. Nando yet again. There's misses all over the place. It's only Nene with 1,000 combo.
Yeah, the combo from Nene Sakura is making a massive difference. Shami is gonna find another miss, and it's gonna bring it back to Australia. Now trades are happening all over the board.
Everyone loses their combo. Literally no one has any combo at the moment, and it's basically even as well. 7k to Australia. That is nothing with more than a quarter left to go. Australia barely in the lead, but this is absolutely anyone's point, anyone's match. Crimson finds a drop, traded by Omni SD. Finally some combos going back up. No, they're not. Everyone loses them again. Omni SD with the highest, but it's basically nothing.
Yeah, Nene missing right at the end of that slider. And on this slower section, it is going back towards Sweden, as we are preparing for the very end of the map, and this is as close as can be, as the players continue to trade as soon as the Ki drops.
More misses though come down there from Australia. Finally, Sweden have some combo going. Omni SD above that 200 critically here for Sweden, going to increase that lead back up to 25k. Australia really finding some struggle to find any sort of combo. Satomi building up as well as Omni SD, hitting those anti-flow patterns when everyone else drops except for Nando. Back up to 30k now for Sweden. They are clearly in the lead towards this final section. Can they hold on? That is the question. Can they finally break the curse? They've lost the last 2 years. They've been down in the dumps and they might just
well.
again.
Nade's also gonna miss, but Shame also right now the only combo is Satomi on the side of
The
Sweden.
ending section. Will it flip over?
Is this
Will
enough?
it flip over?
Is this gonna be enough to flip it?
No.
I don't think it's
That's
going
it.
to be.
Sweden, hold on.
Sweden managed to hold on
Oh
right at the end.
my goodness. Oh my goodness. One of
It
the
ends
most
up-
dramatic finishes we have ever seen.
It ends up being a Sweden win by 5,735 points. And the drought is broken from Sweden, no longer losing to Australia, but what a performance from both of these teams.
One of the greatest finishes to a spectacular match that you will ever see. I just cannot believe what we just witnessed, Hypno. I mean, that was absurd. Right up until the end, we couldn't tell who was going to take it. And, I mean, what a story, honestly. Sweden break the drought in a tiebreaker match, winning by only 5,000 score, and they move on. They knock Australia out, and they move forward in the losers bracket in the second leg to face either Chile or China. What a victory.
What a victory and what a match this has been. This has been a privilege to not only get to watch, but to give the commentary for. My heart was running all over the place during especially that tiebreaker. What a match this has been. Big shout out to Australia for making it this far, though. It has to be said. Should definitely be proud of what they've achieved in this tournament so far.
Yep, 100%. Going up against a strong Swedish roster who got 3 points off the USA last week, and to come and make it tiebreaker, get so close to that victory. It is a little heartbreaking for them, of course, but they can't be too sad. But yeah, what a match. What a match. I am so happy that I got to be here with you to cast that. The fairy tale really finishes on the highest note, you know.
Yeah, it's been an honor to cast this with you, Maito. And the next match, you guys are going to get to calm down from this one for a little bit, as we're going to get to see Belgium versus Spain in a little less than 2 hours' time. So what I think you should do in this time is get something to eat, get something to drink, get some rest, and make sure that you're back for Belgium versus Spain. Should also be a very good match.
100%, and we will see you soon.
Thank you for watching.
It slipped right through my fingers. It slipped right through my fingers. You said never let me go. It never worked out fine. I watched it fall away.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Osu Catch World Cup 2025. We are on the B stream today, and we have another quarterfinals matchup between Hong Kong and Germany this time. So there's still a little bit of a gap in the bracket there, but that's, I suppose, to be expected in this round. Another losers bracket match. I am Quijibo, and I am joined today by Hypnospira. How you going, man?
Hello, it is good. Excited for the coming matches, and it's been a good set of matches today already. So very exciting day, I must say.
Almost certainly, and we are doing some side-by-side matchups at the moment. So we've got us on the B stream, and then you've also got Italy and France on the A stream as well, which I believe is a winners bracket matchup. So there's plenty of excitement to go around, and there's a lot more matches to come today as well.
Yes,
And
indeed.
I'd say with this match, it's looking pretty heavily Germany favoured. Germany's still a very strong team this year, as I suppose you could say they almost always are. But
yeah, Germany definitely have a solid roster here. They are coming off of a 6-0 loss to Italy, but I mean, it's Italy. Italy is very, very, very strong this year, and Hong Kong coming in to this off of a 6-3 win against Vietnam in the losers bracket. So momentum-wise, it's on the side of Hong Kong, but I mean, it's like you said, Germany is a very solid team, so that shouldn't be the biggest factor here.
yeah,
But
I mean,
gonna be very curious to see how this goes.
both are 1 win to 1 loss apiece anyway, so
Yeah.
you could say Hong Kong have the momentum, but that's only by what, a week separation between when they won and lost. Oh my, why do they keep banning Skin Thief? Hong Kong coming in with the Hard Rock 1 ban.
And Germany
that's
are countering
unfortunate.
with the Hidden 2 ban.
That one's very understandable.
Yeah.
Hidden 2 is we're not fans of Hidden here, and neither is Germany, it would seem, as Hong Kong does have a pretty decent Hidden lineup, so I suppose that will eliminate another spot where Hong Kong might have a chance to take the point from.
Yes, indeed. I am curious what direction it's gonna... There's gonna be double time 1 from Germany. That makes a lot of sense. They have very, very skilled double time players here, so should
most certainly.
should be able to perform quite well on this. And Hong Kong, they've been missing a player or two every round. So hopefully they have the full roster available today for them. Although I guess we will see that quickly, depending on who comes in here. We see Yongin and Bakugan to win right now on the side of Hong Kong, and Beater, Lume, Wonderlife on the side of Germany.
Yeah, so that's not surprising at all for Germany. Germany does have a lot of strong high AR teams, so you've got Loom, you've got Beta, Wonderlife as well, but also like Nerfu and Uno for Life can also play high AR stuff as well. At least if memory serves me right, who knows, maybe they went into a new skill set since the last time I played with them, seeing as that was quite a few years ago, but they've always been pretty good at that sort of higher AR stuff anyway.
Yes,
So
indeed.
they've got a lot
We
of
see.
versatility.
Yeah, for sure. And we see Latif Asama come in here. That makes sense. Latif Asama is a player I think we're going to see a lot of. It is one of those core players for Hong Kong.
Yeah, most certainly. I don't think there will be a map where Latifa doesn't play.
I'd be inclined to agree. Good luck, have fun's come out in chat. And
We're getting
here
started.
here we go. Shizuka no Yoru ni by second wall. Waiting for Bancho to catch up.
A very standard DT map. Just like with anything, it's. I found when I played this, I was just making silly misses for no reason. Like the approach rate is AR9, but it's not bad for an AR9 map. It's AR9 DT, so it goes up to 10-3. Early struggle out of Hong Kong though, as the only miss for Germany is Beta, just missing like 40-50 combo in.
Yeah, especially Yongin here with the sub 80% AC. Bakugan though also on that A rank, so pretty big struggles from Hong Kong here early days.
Yeah, Latifa did have a bit of combo there, but he did drop it, and I think at this point it's one of those things where it's just out of the ballpark early, and I think there's a chance that not even disconnect might help this one, as the score gap is just massive at the moment, 400k and growing. So it's just one of those things. I sort of wonder what's happening with Yongin at the moment as well. Like, I feel like maybe there's some sort of input issue, because I feel like Yongin still has like a reasonable capability of playing some of these DT maps.
It definitely could be, but this is also a level where I don't think Yongin is expecting to play that many maps. So wondering if it is just that the map is this difficult for him, but it could definitely be an input issue. Looking at it as well, some of the misses don't seem to be a lack of reading issue. It just seems to be something else. But yeah, we see the lead up at 850k now.
Yeah, it's just one of those things. You know, Germany, a very strong lineup, so regardless of whether or not they see their scores as ideal, they're just going to run away with this one. So
yeah,
there's not too much to say on that one, unfortunately. Hopefully Hong Kong can recover and pick into something that maybe they have an advantage on.
Yeah, and I am curious what direction they're going to decide to go again. Or go into, sorry. They don't want to lose too much momentum. Maybe try and find some footing here, but yeah, maybe just try to find some confidence in a map here.
Yeah.
Looks like it's going to be that hidden 3 coming out here.
Yeah, that's not surprising at all. It's probably more the way for Hong Kong to go, just those 2 hidden picks, and then just see how they go. As I'd say, it's probably one of their better mod picks. Maybe they could go for that slower no mod, but even then, I'd imagine Germany still has some of that low AR versatility. Because they do have sort of full roster versatility. So seeing Loom and Nerfu stay in, which makes a fair bit of sense. I wonder if we'll see Marshmallow come in for this one. We'll see Wonderlife come in for this hidden pick, so I'd say that's a fair pick.
Yeah, there's a lot of sense to be made from the lineup here from Germany, and Hong Kong is going to stick with the same lineup. Trusting their players here. I'm thinking, is this... No, never mind. Ignore me.
It seems like Hong Kong not in the best situation though, as they're missing both Euphoria and My Angel Auto. So, and My Angel Auto is probably one of the players you want on hidden. So it's gonna be very difficult for Hong Kong here, as they're missing 2, I'd say, quite important players to their roster.
Yeah. It's definitely not gonna help to not have those 2 players, and we see early here Germany's taking an early lead.
Yeah, and right now it's just the FCs of Latifa Sama. Latifa drops though, unfortunately, so it's just Loom right now. So I suppose in the early game, will we see an FC out of Loom here? I don't think we've seen many or any FCs on this. I don't think we've seen many FCs. I don't know about the earlier matches if there were some FCs.
I'm the SD for Sweden FC this.
Yeah, that does make sense. They were quite strong on the hidden. I believe they did beat us on this.
Yeah, but right now, I mean, yeah, Germany have a full reset, but there's a very clear difference in comfort on these maps right now.
Unfortunately, just missing those players. It's very unfortunate, but you can only do what you can do.
Oh, for sure.
And yeah, only having 3 players today, so very limited in roster.
Which is never gonna help. You never want to rely on just 3 single players for any matchup. It's always nice to have the, at the very least, the option to switch players out. But yeah, Germany once again running away with a what is approaching a 500k lead as we are entering the end of the map.
Yeah, so I'd say this would probably be a fairly straightforward match for Germany, it would seem.
Seemingly so, yeah. And it's gonna be a breakpoint for Germany, and it feels like they can go into pretty much whatever they want to here.
Yeah, I think the only thing that would have saved Hong Kong's pick there is if there was a disconnect out of Germany.
That is what they're gonna have to hope for. But that's usually not something that is...
Yeah, it's not entirely realistic.
No. Wondering where they're gonna go with this pick. Maybe they'll just go with picking the shortest maps in the pool. Maybe they pick the longest maps in the pool just to be, you know, just because they can. But they have options.
Comfortable with.
Yeah.
Or maybe they'll... I don't know, maybe they'll pick something else. No Mod 1. Yeah. So the PP map.
Definitely a comfort map for the German players, I think.
Yeah. Comfort map for, I think, most players. But
Yeah.
now that we are hitting that point of like 7-star no mod, if you are going to get scaled out by difficulty, this is probably where it's going to happen.
Yeah.
One of those things, I suppose we'll see if there's any FCs, and if there are any FCs, how many out of the side of Germany.
Yeah. Gonna see how these players do. Beater coming back into the lobby here.
Yeah, so I suppose at this point, with the next matchup for Germany, there is that chance that they might sort of use like I suppose you could say a B-side roster on picks that they may not necessarily pick in the next match, just to sort of throw off the next opposing team, which is either Canada or Mexico. So I think that'll
Yeah.
the next match they go up in is going to be a very close one.
Oh, it definitely is going to be. So we're getting into this Nana Hero map. As a lot of people like to say, if Nana Hero's in the pool, then it's a good pool. And like the other maps, Germany will take an early lead.
Yeah, that's to be expected. Early miss out of Wonder Life, but I don't think it's making much of a difference right now, as there's no full combos on the side of Hong Kong.
No, there is, and there's 2 full combos on the side of Germany.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see how long Beta and Loon can hold those full combos for.
Yeah, the lead is up at 125k.
Oh, Loom is down, so Beta is the only one farming PP right now.
Bakugan to win is on that A rank, and Latvasama above that 99%, so
Yeah, maintaining.
maybe positives to take from that.
Yeah, score deficit of 235k. It is quite bleak at the moment, unfortunately. Yeah, I believe if this was ranked, it would be worth maybe about 725, 730 PP.
Yeah.
Oh, and Beta losing that full combo coming out of the first chorus. And I don't know what it is about that pattern. It's the exact same as like the pattern everywhere else in those parts of the map. But for some reason that one just catches me off every time, and it's caught Beta off here as well. And I don't know if it caught Wonder Life off too. Loom hitting it. So Loom is now the big combo of the lobby.
Yeah, Loom holding on to a very solid combo here. Being the top scorer in the lobby.
Yeah, so MVP slot. Beta is above that 200 combo, so having 2 550k scores here. And Wonder Left isn't too far behind either at 530k. And Latifa only a little bit behind, but unfortunately Latifa is the only one there. I'm gonna find another miss. And
Yeah.
Wonder Life is the only one trading at the moment. Beta and Loom incredibly consistent right now.
Yeah, Beta and Loom are showing great consistency in this map, and has to be said, like, while there's a clear difference here, I want to point out that there are a lot of teams that would not beat the duo of Loom and Beta here. So right now, they are playing very well on this.
Very overall consistent. And you can see that in the reflected score gap being 590k.
Yeah, for sure. We are approaching the end here, though. Getting into this last Ki. And Wonder Life as well has found some combo now.
everyone quite consistent. Loom at 1500, so I think only just missing that bit at the start. And Beta also above 1k combo now. 2 Wonderlight finding a miss there, but doesn't really matter. It is one of those maps where it is just a complete blowout.
Yeah, it's we're about to reach the 800k score difference. Not quite gonna get there, but it's gonna be another point for Germany, and the pick is back with Hong Kong.
Yeah, and Loom pulling that 1 million score, only just missing a big chunk, not too far off the start, and that's it.
Yeah, they're gonna pick Hidden One. Not a surprising pick, I don't think.
But it's still going to be a bit difficult if Hidden 3 is anything to go off of.
Yeah. I mean, hard to know what you're supposed to pick here as Hong Kong, I think.
Yeah.
Just in general.
We'll see how Hong Kong go. It's looking very bleak at the moment, unfortunately. It's not the way you typically want to go out, but look, they're giving it their all. They do only have that half lineup, so
yeah, it's really hard when you don't have the teams. Absolutely, the big shout out to Hong Kong for doing their absolute best here. That is the least you can expect, and that they're doing, as you said, their best, and that's all you can ask of them.
Oh, early game. Hong Kong starting with the advantage this time.
Yeah. Bakugan one not on an FC, has high combo, has been ignoring droplets, but that is paying off early here.
Hey, if it works, it works.
Yeah, and Latifas on that, what I believe, full combo.
Yeah, and not the best start out of Germany right now. Loom going to find a miss there. Wonderlife and Nerfu also resetting. So wow, this is already 100k in favor of Hong Kong.
Yeah, Hong Kong is pulling it out here. They are showing some good signs.
Yeah, Nerfu's struggling quite a bit on this map. So Yongin gonna find a few misses as well. Tifa is down on combo. It's just Loom right now for Germany, but Bakugan has quite the combo right now.
Yeah, and I think on a map like this, just not going for Ak, it's paying off for Bakugan. Almost that. I think it's just a 1 miss, but almost down at the bottom of the 98% Ak. But that is giving them the lead right now.
Hey, if it works, it works. Act's not entirely necessary anyway, so Bakugan gonna find a miss there, but setting quite the large combo, and it is starting to slowly inch back towards Germany with that combo out of Loom right now, and it's not really being answered by anyone on the Hong Kong side. So yeah, that is inching back quicker quite a bit now.
Yeah, Hong Kong not really getting back on their feet here. A lot of us, I'm hoping they can reach 200 combo here. Loom is going to lose that big combo.
Yeah, it's a full team reset for Germany, and that score that Germany clawed back is now back in Hong Kong's favor. They're back to 160k in the lead. The sweep will be denied, I think.
Yeah, Bakugan is going to miss on those few notes in between the breaks, though. But the lead is still pretty significant.
Yep, and Latifa is holding the combo, keeping that lead in favor of Hong Kong right now. And yeah, quite a large gap. And this will be Hong Kong on the board.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, it looks to be all said and done on this point, and Hong Kong avoid the sweep. Very good for them, I think.
Yeah, I think they can, if nothing else, they can take that away from this, is that they managed to get that point on the board against Germany.
Yeah. Also, Latif Asama in the end with only 2 misses. Very, very good score here.
Yeah, quite a strong play out of Latifa there. And yeah, Bakugan as well, also beating Loom out in terms of score by a few thousand too, so
Has to be said, that's
just overall stronger.
Has to be said that there are some bragging rights in that. Lume is a very strong player.
Yeah, most certainly. No small feat.
It is now back to Germany's pick, and it's gonna be Noma 3, the Osu original, or one of the 2 in this pool.
Yeah, back to Heliosphere, and I believe that's also being played in the other match right now, so side by side in the picks right now.
Yeah, so for those of you who aren't watching the Italy-France stream, right now it is 3-0 to Italy. And like Quijibo mentioned, France has picked Heliosphere in that match.
Yeah, I do wonder what's sort of happening with France, as I don't see I haven't seen T-Tobus come on to any of the maps in the France matchup, which I think is making quite a bit of difference, as T-Tobus is insane on a lot of these maps.
Yeah, it looks like Titobus is missing, yeah. Yeah, Titobus is missing for France, so it's definitely a rough go for France in that regard.
Oh, most certainly. But back here, we will see how Hong Kong can go against Germany for this. It is the lower AR pick, but it is a very technical map. There's a lot of precision required in a lot of these patterns.
Absolutely, this map is not an easy map by any means, and it makes sense for Germany to just go into a map like this to just be like, yeah, this should be a comfortable pick for us to get something out of.
Yeah, and on both sides, both Armor and Electro both FC'd, both SS'd the No Mod 3 in the Italy-France match.
Very
Just came
impressive
down to that
stuff.
third player gap. We are going to get into it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Wonderlife and Nerfu, both not hidden players. That is true. And that's what I was saying before. I wonder if Germany is going to throw in a few different players to sort of try and maybe throw off their next opponents on in terms of like their scores and whatnot.
Yeah.
Where I don't think the match of Canada and Mexico will quite have that luxury, unfortunately.
Yeah, no, I think there's a lot to what you're saying. And right now, Bakugan was the only one on Hong Kong to find misses, but it's going to be a team reset for Hong Kong. And Germany's going to take that lead now.
Yeah, quite a difficult map. Right now, the only FC left in the lobby is Yuno for life, so we'll see how long Yuno can hold the combo for. I'd imagine we potentially may not see any FCs here, and Yuno's going to miss right as I say that. Look, it's a hard map.
Yeah, this map is very tough.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect to see any FCs here. Loom with quite the combo right now, and it's just going to be like that one player gap in favor of in favor of the carry in this case, in favor of Loom, as Loom only one above 300k. I mean, now Yuno's above 300k as well, but Hong Kong's struggling quite a bit.
Yeah, their beacon of hope is Latifa Sama, but it is a team game.
Yeah, and right now that deficit is just far too large to claw back, especially with all the patterns being like this. There's just way too many patterns to miss on, and we're seeing a lot of misses come out of these players, aside from Loom. Yuno's also building up combo as well, about to hit 200. Gonna find a miss as well. Loom pretty much reset across the board.
Yeah, but Germany definitely putting on a good show on this map. Very tough map, so these scores are very impressive.
Yeah, most certainly. I think, yeah, very strong to get like over 900k on a map like this. So
absolutely.
And we might see it out of a couple of these players. We might see it out of Loom. We may see it out of Yuno, but I think Yuno will be like mid to high 800k.
Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing. Yeah, we're approaching the end of this map. The score lead is about 500k. It'll be another point for Germany.
And it's a good try out of Hong Kong, but unfortunately, it's one of those maps where it is like very tricky. I'd say this is quite a bit harder than the Mod 1 as well.
Yeah.
So it's just going to be one of those skill gap maps.
Absolutely. It is Hong Kong's pick. It's going to be mixed mod 2. I was wondering if they would go into one of the mixed mods here, and they are going to do so. And it makes sense for it to be mixed mod 2 then.
Yeah, the easier mixed mod of the lot.
I am curious how they are going to line up here. Because I'm wondering if it's just going to be Yongin on Nomad, Bakugan on the Hidden, and then Latifa Sama on the Hard Rock.
I don't imagine we'd see anyone other than Latifa on Hard Rock, and then
Yeah.
Oh. Wonder what mods they're going for.
Yeah, waiting for the response to
like
Peter's question there, but because there's some games where you see, okay, Nomad on the side.
I was gonna say I don't think it super matters so long as everyone is matching. So
yeah,
top player being one mod, left player being another.
Yeah, yes, indeed. And we're gonna see Peter come back in for this. Okay, so it's going to be Lume and Bakugan on the Hidden, Beater and Yongin on the Nomad, and then Nearfu and Latifa Sama on the Hard Rock.
Quite a bit of sense, as Bakugan was pretty good on the Hidden picks. And you wouldn't put anyone other than Latifa on the Hard Rock for Hong Kong.
Yeah, I've seen tournament or teams previously when it comes to stuff like mixed mod, as Latifa Sama is going to be the first to break actually. But seeing them go for if there's a player that can't really play the map, they decide to put that player on the hardest mod and focus on getting really good scores on the other ones. But here it seems like they're spreading it out to try and get good scores across the board.
Yeah, it's all well and good to try that sort of strategy, but I think if you have to resort to that sort of thing, it's going to be very tricky to play mixed mod against a team that picks it, because obviously a team that picks mixed mod is going to focus their players' skill sets to those particular mods.
Yeah, absolutely. And we do see Germany taking a pretty significant lead here.
Most certainly. It has been like that for quite a few of the maps so far. Lunar Nerf are gonna miss, but there's not really a lot of combo on the side of Hong Kong. But Vita is maintaining quite the combo on the side of Germany. That nearly 500 combo there. And Latifa dropping pretty much whole team reset right as Latifa got back to 200.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's just... This is just the nature of the position that Hong Kong is in, I think. Missing two very important players for your team. Having to... Yeah, exactly. There's not much to do. You have a 3-man roster that is forced to play every map. You are almost always bound in those situations to have maps where these players can't play all of them. And especially against a team like Germany, who is just very solid all around.
But I mean, at least Hong Kong, you know, sort of made it to that top 24. So
yeah,
like they're performing well within their seeding, I think. So that's always good.
Absolutely.
And I think if they did have those extra players, I think they probably could have put a couple more points on the board. It's just a bit unfortunate that they didn't have those players.
It is very unfortunate. As we are going to see the end of the map here, it's going to be match point for Germany. And their goal right now is just to pick a map to seal the deal here.
Yeah, I think they could pretty much pick anything.
Yeah, it's pretty open for them what they can do here. Curious though, for sure. And while we wait for Germany to get their picks in, what you guys should not be waiting for is banners.
No, definitely not.
Make sure that you decorate your profile with the new design of the banners, which I think is really, really nice looking, and you get to support your favorite teams. Could do what CTB Whitecat 1 did and buy 100 ISOM banners.
Yeah, you could do that, most certainly. And if you pick the winning team, I believe you get the gold banner and it stays on your profile for a year. But either way,
it stays on. It stays until the next World Cup, Path World Cup. So it's gonna be double time 3, by the way. The Germany picks here, trying to end this match with a classic song.
Quite the way to close it out. I think this is going to be one of those classic gap maps. I think even with the full lineup, there's no way Germany lose this map. So I think this is a very straightforward pick for Germany.
Yeah, indeed. And to give you a quick update on the Italy-France match, Italy currently has match point 5-0, but France are winning their hidden 1 pick right now. So yeah, now it's 5-1 there. Yeah.
28k point difference, and they are on the board.
Yes, indeed.
It's been like that for both blue teams, where the roster is missing like very important players to their team, and it's just making it a bit harder. So,
Yeah,
we're seeing that
absolutely.
a bit for both. So it's pretty much the same way around. Both matches are at 5-1 right now. So
Yeah.
and both red teams pick, and both picks are Scarlet Rose DT3. Wow.
This is beautiful. There has to be some collusion between the two matches here. Like, yeah, we're trying to end it on
Perfect
TT3.
parallels.
Also saw some great sportsmanship from between Germany and Hong Kong here. The Germany players are very supportive of Hong Kong here. It's nice to see.
You always love to see that.
Yeah.
Yeah, imagine both blue teams end up taking the point.
Yeah, that
would be quite interesting to see.
It would be great to see, actually. And right now here, the combo advantage is with Hong Kong. Never mind.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's not quite as large of a deficit as you would necessarily expect, but I think that is going to grow over the map. This is one of those maps where it is quite easy to mess up. The spacings just sort of catch you off. The approach rate is fairly straightforward for a DT map, like 8.7 for an approach rate is not all that difficult. It's the spacings and a lot of the streams that sort of catch you off.
Yeah.
You need to be precise, and I think you need to be moving for everything. So I think standing still on anything like the triples is not the best idea on a map like this. Yeah, combo out of Wonderlife and Latifa right now. Latifa putting on quite the performance, actually. Up above 800 combo.
Yeah.
MVP of the lobby right now.
Latifa Sama is saying we might be going out as a team, but I will not fold for that.
Gonna end it with a bang, up above 1k combo now, and yeah, that's quite the performance.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's only one above 700k right now, and they're easily going to be MVP. I wonder if they can FC the rest of the song. I think they did miss early on, and going to miss again now, but 1200 combo, very, very solid performance out of Latifa on this pick.
Absolutely, and it's good to see that they still try to give it their all here, despite what the match has been looking like, and that goes for the entire Hong Kong team. Big shout out to them for that. Yeah, and Latte Fasama getting that 983k.
That's a pretty good score.
That's a very good. That is actually a 1 miss.
Wow.
Yeah, it was an FC until that, so what a performance from Latte Fasama on this final map here.
Yeah, that's a pretty insane score to end it on. And that will be Germany winning in the losers bracket 6-1. So they will go on to face the winner of Mexico-Canada. And that will be tomorrow, match that takes place tomorrow. Germany playing again. Good work to Hong Kong. Like I said, still making it in that top 24. So still winning the match last week. So they at least got some wins on the board. They managed to get a point in this match as well, so avoiding the sweep. So yeah, it definitely not a shabby performance by any means. So
definitely not. Should definitely
take
be
something away from that. Shouldn't be too upset.
Absolutely, should be very proud of how far they've gotten. But congratulations to Germany for winning this match here. Get to see them tomorrow, as we mentioned. But now we are gonna probably get back to the mainstream for the map currently happening there. And in about 18 minutes time, we're gonna get to see Chile versus China. So make sure you guys show up for that. But
yeah, don't go too far.
Yeah, don't go too far. And thank you for watching here.
Yeah, we'll see you soon.